Hello everyone, welcome to our new channel. After YouTube penalized our previous channel, we created this new one, and we're going to continue sharing our stories here. Before we begin, I want to let you know that this video has no ads, so just relax and enjoy. I hope you'll enjoy it. A like or a subscription would mean a lot, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let's begin. The smell hit Thomas before the sound did. That acrid chemical tang of overheated brake fluid leaking from the hydraulic lift onto the shop floor, mingling with the permanent ghost of motor oil that had seeped into the concrete over decades. He was elbow deep in the gutted transmission of a '98 Civic, showing Rennie Vasquez how to identify a worn synchronizer ring by touch alone, when the first siren went off somewhere east of the school. "That's Memorial Herman's direction," Rennie said, not looking up from the transmission. She had grease to her wrists and a focus that Tomas had learned not to interrupt. Probably a pileup on the 610 loop. Tomas wiped his hands on a shop rag that had long since stopped getting anything clean. July in Houston. Everybody's tires are bald, and nobody's paying attention. The second siren joined the first. Then a third. Then something that wasn't a siren at all. A low, pulsing whoop that Tomas recognized from hurricane season. The emergency broadcast tone, but coming from outside, from the city's outdoor warning system that he'd only ever heard tested on the first Wednesday of each month at noon. It was Thursday. It was 2:47 p.m. Mr. D. Marcus Chen was at bay door 3, the one Tomas kept cracked 6 inches for ventilation, because the shop's air conditioning had died in May, and the district hadn't sent anyone to fix it. Marcus had his phone out, his 17-year-old face cycling through expressions too fast to read. "Mr. D, you need to see this." "See what?" "Everything, all of it. I don't know what it is." Tomas crossed the shop floor, weaving between the lift bays and the parts bench where Anya Patel and Deshaun Morris were supposed to be cataloging brake components, but were now staring at their phones with identical expressions of blank incomprehension. The shop was large. 6 bays, a tool crib, a paint booth in the back, and a parts storage room that doubled as Tomas's office. 22 students in his afternoon section. Summer session. Voluntary enrollment. Kids who actually wanted to learn. He reached Marcus and looked through the gap in the bay door. The parking lot of Westbury High School stretched flat and sun-hammered toward Chimney Rock Road. Heat mirages rippled off the asphalt. The faculty lot held maybe 30 cars. Beyond it, the street was wrong. Cars were stopped at angles that had nothing to do with traffic. A woman was running across the school's front lawn with a child under each arm, moving with the lurching desperation of someone whose body was outpacing her ability to control it. Behind her, at a distance, Tomas couldn't quite judge in the heat shimmer. Something moved between the stopped cars, with a gait that looked broken, mechanical, like a marionette operated by someone who didn't understand how knees worked. "It's on every channel," Marcus said. His voice had gone thin. "They're saying it's some kind of... they don't even know what to call it. People are attacking people, at hospitals, at the nursing homes off Beechnut. They're saying, don't go outside." Tomas's phone buzzed in his back pocket. He pulled it out. 3 missed calls from Lucia. A text, "Something happening at the hospital. Patients in Ward 7 are... I can't explain, call me. Call me now." He called. It rang once, twice, picked up on the 3rd ring. "Tomas, listen to me. Something is happening. The patients are..." A crash in the background. Not the sound of something falling. The sound of something being broken through. Glass and metal, and then voices. Dozens of voices. But the voices were wrong. They were too low and too continuous. A drone of sound that had no words in it. "Lucia!" she screamed. Not his name, not a word. Just the raw frequency of terror. More crashing. A wet sound. Heavy and final. Like a watermelon dropped on tile from height. The scream cut off and was replaced by a rapid, ragged breathing that might have been hers, or might have been something else entirely. "Lucia!" The breathing continued for 4 more seconds. Tomas counted them later, replayed them in his mind until counting was all he could do with them. 4 seconds. Then, the line went to static, a low hiss, that held for exactly 14 seconds total, from pickup to disconnect. He stood there in the Houston heat with the phone against his ear and the static filling his skull like water filling a sinking room. And then the call ended. He called back. It rang. No answer. He called again. It rang. No answer. He would call 47 times before the network collapsed entirely, 6 hours later. Nobody answered. Nobody ever answered. Mr. D? Rennie was beside him now. She had the synchronizer ring still in her left hand, held loosely, forgotten. Her dark eyes were reading his face the way she read everything, with total focus, parsing what she saw, looking for the thing that mattered. What's happening? Tomas looked at his phone, looked at the parking lot. The woman with the 2 children had reached the far side of the lawn and disappeared around the corner of the gym. The broken-gated figure between the cars had been joined by 2 more. They moved in the same wrong way, herky-jerky, fast in spurts, their heads snapping toward sounds with a mechanical precision that made Tomas's stomach clench. "Close the bay doors," he said. "All of them. Now." The school went to lockdown 17 minutes after Tomas sealed the shop. The overhead intercom, ancient, crackling, installed sometime during the Clinton administration, squawked to life with Principal Davenport's voice, steady but stretched thin. "Attention all students and staff. We are in a code red lockdown. This is not a drill. All exterior doors are to be secured immediately. Students are to remain in their current locations. Do not leave the building. Do not..." The intercom cut out. It did not come back on. Tomas had 22 students in the auto shop. He knew all their names, their skill levels, which ones would freeze under pressure and which ones would move. He had 4 years of teaching here, and before that, 4 years on the rigs in the Gulf, where a moment's hesitation could get you or someone else killed. He was no soldier. He was no hero. But he knew how to read a room, and he knew how to give clear instructions. And right now, that was worth more than heroism. "Listen to me," he said. He stood in the center of the shop floor and waited until every face was turned toward him. Some were crying. Marcus Chen had gone pale gray. Anya Patel was shaking so hard, the brake caliper she was holding rattled against the bench. Deshaun Morris had his fists clenched at his sides and his jaw set in a way that looked like anger, but was fear, pressed into a shape he could carry. "We're going to stay in this room. The bay doors are steel and they're rated for impact. The side door into the hallway has a deadbolt. We have water from the utility sink. We have tools. We are going to be okay." "My mom's out there," said a girl named Priya, whose last name Tomas was suddenly, horribly unable to remember. She was 15 and had signed up for auto shop because she wanted to learn to change her own oil. "She was picking me up at 3. She's going to be okay too." Tomas didn't know that. He said it because he needed to say something, and the truth, I don't know what's happening. I just heard something kill my wife," was a luxury he couldn't afford. "Right now, our job is to stay safe in here." Rennie had already moved without being told. She was at the tool crib pulling out the heavy equipment, the 36-inch pipe wrench, the 5-pound ball-peen hammer, the pry bar they used for stubborn lug nuts. She laid them on the workbench in a neat row, organized by reach and weight. When she caught Tomas looking at her, she gave him a small, tight nod. Not reassurance. Acknowledgement. "I see what's coming. I'm ready." He thought, "She's 17. She shouldn't have to be ready for this." He thought, "Amelia is at the community center. 3 miles. I need to go." He thought, "I have 22 kids in this room, and they need me here." The thoughts stacked on top of each other like weights on a barbell, and Tomas stood under them and did not buckle because there was no one else to hold them up. The first hour was the worst because it was the hour of not knowing. Tomas stationed Deshaun and a senior named Tyler Watts at Bay Door 3, peering through the 6-inch gap at the bottom, reporting what they saw. The reports came in fragments, each one worse than the last. There's more of them now, maybe 20. They're in the faculty lot. One of them is wearing a Whataburger uniform. She keeps walking into the same car. over and over, like she doesn't understand it's there. Oh, God. Oh, God, Mr. D, there was a guy running across the parking lot, and three of them they're fast. They're so fast when they want to be. Stop watching, Tomas said. He pulled them both back from the door. You don't need to see that. Nobody looks outside unless I say. But he looked. When the students had settled into clusters around the shop, some crying, some silent, some furiously texting on phones that were increasingly failing to connect, Tomas crouched at bay door 3 and looked. The parking lot was no longer a parking lot. It was a scene from a painting he'd seen once in a museum. Something medieval. Something about hell. Figures moving in patterns that followed no logic. Lurching and stopping and lurching again. Occasionally colliding with each other and bouncing apart like bumper cars operated by a malfunction. They were people. He could see that. A man in a business suit. A woman in running clothes. A teenager. Jesus, a teenager. In a Westbury Wolves Letterman jacket, number 44, which Tomas knew belonged to a kid named Jerome Davis, who played defensive end and had once come to Auto Shop to ask about changing the oil in his mother's Camry. Jerome was not Jerome anymore. His movements had the same mechanical wrongness Tomas had seen earlier, the same snapping head turns toward sound. His mouth was open, and something dark was smeared across his chin and down the front of the Letterman jacket. His eyes, Tomas couldn't see the color at this distance, but there was something wrong with them, something that caught the Texas sun and reflected it back amber, like an animal's eyes in headlights. Tomas watched Jerome, who was not Jerome, walk into the side of a Honda Accord, pause, turn 45 degrees, and walk into it again. On the third collision, Jerome's hands came up and slammed into the car's window. The glass spiderwebbed. He hit it again. The window collapsed inward. Jerome leaned through the broken window, and when he pulled back, there was more dark smeared on his mouth, and his hands were full of something Tomas's brain refused to identify. Tomas closed his eyes, pressed his forehead against the cool metal of the bay door, breathed. Lucia. Oh, God. Lucia. Emilia. He opened his eyes and stood up and went back to his students because that was what he could do. By sunset, which came at 8:23 p.m. in late July, the sky turning the color of a bruise over the flat Houston skyline, three things had happened that changed everything. First, the cell network died. Not all at once, it faded like a radio station losing signal. Texts failing before calls, data dying before texts. The last call Tomas attempted was at 7:41 p.m. The automated voice told him all circuits were busy. Then even that was gone. 22 teenagers without phones became 22 teenagers without a lifeline, without parents' voices, without the ability to prove to themselves that anyone they loved was still alive. The crying intensified. Tomas let them cry. It was the only thing he could give them. Second, something tried the hallway door. Not the bay doors, the interior door that connected the auto shop to the rest of the school. The deadbolt was thrown. The door was solid core, institutional grade. But something on the other side turned the handle, found it locked, and then hit the door with enough force to rattle the frame. Once, twice, 3 times. Then a sound, not a moan. Tomas would resist the word moan forever because it was inadequate and wrong. A sound like breathing pushed through a throat that had forgotten how breathing worked. A low, continuous vocalization that was somewhere between a growl and a sigh and contained nothing human in its frequency. The sound went on for 11 minutes. Tomas counted. He stood 3 feet from the door with the pry bar in his hands and counted every second. Then, the sound moved away down the hall, accompanied by the shuffling drag of feet on linoleum. Tyler Watts vomited quietly into a bucket in the corner. Nobody blamed him. Third and worst. At 8:05 p.m., Marcus Chen spiked a fever. Tomas didn't notice immediately. It was Rennie who came to him, wiping her hands on her jeans, her face carefully neutral, in a way that Tomas would learn to recognize as her version of alarm. Coach? She'd started calling him that after the first baseball season he'd coached, and it had stuck even in the classroom. Marcus is burning up. like he's soaked through his shirt. Tomas went to Marcus, who was sitting against the wall near the paint booth with his knees drawn up. The boy was drenched. His hair was plastered to his forehead, and his skin, when Tomas pressed the back of his hand to Marcus's cheek, was a furnace, not a normal fever. This was the kind of heat that felt biological, too much for the human body to sustain. "Marcus, hey, look at me." Marcus looked up. His eyes were glassy, the pupils blown wide despite the fluorescent lights overhead. "I don't feel good, Mr. D." "I know. How long have you been feeling sick?" I don't know. My head hurts. Everything hurts. He trailed off, licked his lips with a tongue that looked too dry for the amount of sweat on his face. "I keep getting angry. Like, I don't know why. I just want to..." His hands clenched and unclenched. "I just want to hit something." Thomas looked at Marcus's arms, looked at his hands, looked at his neck. Then he saw it. On the boy's left forearm, half hidden by the bunched sleeve of his t-shirt, 2 crescents of broken skin, welling sluggish blood. A bite mark, small, recent. "Marcus, where did you get that?" The boy looked at his arm as if noticing it for the first time. "Oh, that was in the hallway, before the lockdown. I was getting a drink from the fountain, and this lady, I thought she was a teacher, maybe a sub. She just grabbed me. She bit me, and I pulled away, and I didn't think it was... people don't just..." His face crumpled. "Mr. D, what's wrong with me?" Tomas's mouth went dry. His tongue felt thick, pressed against the roof of his mouth like a foreign object. He became aware of his own heartbeat, absurdly loud in his ears, and of the exact distance between Marcus and the nearest cluster of students, 12 feet, maybe 15, and of the pry bar he'd set down on the workbench, and of the paint booth behind Marcus, the industrial paint booth with the heavy door that sealed airtight to contain fumes during spray jobs. "I need you to come with me," Tomas said, "to my office, so I can look at that bite properly." "Am I going to be okay?" Tomas helped Marcus to his feet. The boy was unsteady, and his grip on Tomas's arm was too strong, fingers digging in with a force that seemed involuntary, the muscles of his hand clenching without his permission. Tomas walked him past the paint booth, not to the office. "Let's clean that wound," Tomas said. "The first aid kit's in the booth." There was no first aid kit in the paint booth. There was a ventilation system, a spray rack, and an industrial door with a mechanical latch that could be locked from the outside. Marcus walked into the booth. Tomas did not follow him in. "Mr. D, where's the..." Tomas closed the door. The latch clicked. He turned the exterior lock. Through the small window in the door, 6 inches by 12 inches, reinforced safety glass, Marcus Chen stared at him with an expression that went from confusion to understanding to horror in the space of a single breath. "Mr. D, no, please. I'm fine. I just have a fever. I'm sorry, Marcus. Please let me out. I'm not one of them. Mr. D. Marcus's fists hit the door. The booth was designed to contain industrial solvents. It held. Tomas stood with his palms flat against the exterior of the door and felt the impacts travel through the metal into his hands and up his arms and into his chest, where each one landed like a punch against his sternum. The other students were watching. Some had stood up. Rennie was between them and the booth, not blocking their path, but positioned in a way that suggested she would if she had to. "He's been bitten," Tomas said. His voice sounded like someone else's, flat, factual, drained of everything. "Whatever's happening out there, it starts with a bite and a fever. We don't know what comes next. We can't risk... You can't just lock him in there." Priya was on her feet, her face a mask of outrage and terror. "He's a person. He's Marcus. I know who he is. Then let him out." "I can't. You're a teacher. You can't..." "Priya." Tomas looked at her. He didn't know what was on his face, but whatever it was made her stop talking. "I know." Inside the paint booth, Marcus was still hitting the door, but the rhythm was changing, faster, harder, and the voice, Marcus's voice, was shifting, the words dissolving at their edges, consonants softening into something formless. Let me, lum, and then no words at all. Just a sound. That sound. The breathing through a broken throat sound that Tomas had heard through the hallway door. He stepped back from the booth. Through the window, Marcus Chen's eyes were turning amber. Night came and brought a different kind of horror, the horror of stillness. The figures in the parking lot, which had spent the daylight hours in their erratic patrol patterns, went quiet as full dark settled over the city. Tomas risked a look through the bay door gap and saw them standing motionless among the cars, silhouettes against the distant glow of fires burning somewhere to the east. They stood with their heads slightly tilted, mouths open, as if tasting the air. They did not move. They did not sway. They were statues of ruined flesh in the Houston dark, and they were listening. The city's ambient noise was wrong. No highway hum, no air conditioner drone, no television murmur through open windows. The silence was layered and deep, punctuated only by the occasional distant pop that might have been gunfire, might have been a transformer blowing, might have been a car's gas tank giving way to heat. And underneath it all, barely perceptible, the sound of breathing. Dozens of sets of broken lungs, cycling air in and out in the parking lot. A whisper that collectively became a presence. A wall of sound so quiet, it was almost subliminal. Tomas organized a watch rotation. He, Rennie, Deshawn, and Tyler Watts took 2-hour shifts, sitting in the dark near Bay Door 3, listening. He made the others sleep, or try to sleep, on flattened cardboard boxes and moving blankets from the storage room. Some slept, most didn't. In the paint booth, Marcus had stopped making sounds 2 hours ago. The silence from behind the sealed door was worse than the pounding had been. Thomas did not look through the window. He told himself this was caution. He knew it was cowardice. At 2:17 a.m. during his watch shift, Tomas heard a new sound from inside the school. Not from the hallway door. From deeper in the building, muffled by walls and distance. Screaming. Multiple voices. Then the screaming stopped with the abruptness of a switch being flipped, replaced by the crash of furniture and the percussive thud of bodies against walls. Someone was still alive in the school. Someone had been found. Tomas sat in the dark, with the pry bar across his knees, and listened to the sounds of people dying in the building where he taught, in the hallways where he walked every day, past the water fountain where Marcus Chen had been bitten while getting a drink. He listened and he did not open the hallway door. He did not go to help. He sat and he listened and he survived. His hands were trembling. He pressed them flat against his thighs until the muscles ached and the trembling became something he was doing to himself instead of something happening to him. Amelia. 3 miles. The community center. I have to go. I have 22 kids. 21 now. I can't leave them. Amelia. I can't leave. He pressed his hands harder. The trembling did not stop. Rennie appeared beside him at some point. He didn't hear her approach, which was characteristic. She moved through the shop with the economy of someone who'd spent years navigating spaces too small for her personality. She sat cross-legged on the concrete next to him and said nothing. After a while, she started humming, low, almost inaudible. A melody Thomas recognized after a few bars. Beady Beady Bom Bom, the Selena song, rendered in a barely there vibration that existed more in the chest than in the air. They sat like that until dawn grayed the cracks around the bay doors. They did not speak. Speaking would have required acknowledging what was happening, and neither of them was ready for that yet. Morning brought a decision. Tomas stood in the center of the shop at 6:30 a.m. His students gathered in a loose semicircle around him and told them the truth as he understood it. Something has happened. I don't know what it is, how far it's spread, or when help is coming. What I do know is that the parking lot has at least 30 of those, of the people who are affected. They're not moving right now, but they were active during the day yesterday. The hallway inside the school is not safe. We have water from the utility sink and some snacks from the vending machine I broke into last night, but we don't have food for more than a day. He paused. Let that settle. My daughter is at the Westbury Community Center on Fondren. That's 3 miles from here. I am going to go get her. Another pause. I'm not asking anyone to come with me. I'm not leaving you undefended, but I need to go, and I need to go today, while we still have daylight. The shop was quiet except for the fluorescent lights buzzing their eternal, indifferent buzz. "I'll go with you," Rennie said. She didn't say it like a volunteer. She said it like a weather report, a statement of conditions that already existed. "Rennie, I'm going." She picked up the ball-peen hammer from the workbench and tested its weight in her hand. She was 5'3" and a competitive powerlifter, and Tomas had watched her deadlift 315 pounds at a meet in March. The hammer looked proportional in her grip. "Now you need someone watching your back, and I'm the best option, and we both know it." He wanted to argue. She was 17. He was her teacher. There were legal and moral and human frameworks that said he should protect her, keep her here, not take a teenager into a city that had become a slaughterhouse. But the frameworks were dead. They'd died somewhere between the first siren and Marcus Chen's eyes turning amber. And what was left was math. Tomas going alone had a lower survival probability than Tomas going with Rennie, and he needed to survive because Amelia needed him. "Okay," he said. "We leave in 30 minutes. He checked the paint booth before they left. He had to. Not because he wanted to, every instinct told him not to, but because the students would be here alone and they needed to know whether the booth door would hold. He approached the window and looked through it. Marcus Chen was standing in the center of the booth, facing the door, motionless. His skin had gone the color of old newspaper, yellowed gray, as if the blood beneath had shifted to something else. His eyes were open, and they were the wrong color entirely. Amber gold, with no white remaining. The iris expanded to fill the entire visible surface of the eye. His mouth hung open. Saliva? Or something thicker than saliva? Something that caught the booth's interior light with a gelatinous shine, dripped from his lower lip in a continuous, slow string that reached his chest and kept going. He was not breathing in any recognizable rhythm. His chest hitched every 8 or 9 seconds in a deep, shuddering gasp, as if his body was remembering the motion of breathing without understanding its purpose. Tomas and Marcus looked at each other through the glass. There was nothing in Marcus's eyes that recognized him. Nothing that recognized anything. The boy's gaze was the flat, depthless regard of something that processed light and movement and heat and nothing else. Tomas put his hand against the glass, held it there for 3 seconds. Then he turned away and never looked through that window again. He pulled Deshawn aside. "You're in charge while I'm gone. Keep the bay doors sealed. Keep the hallway door locked. Don't open anything for anyone unless you can see their face and their eyes are normal, you understand?" Deshawn nodded. His jaw was clenched and his fists were tight at his sides, but his eyes were steady. Normal eyes, no amber, got it. "If we're not back by tomorrow morning, you'll be back. If we're not, you need to get everyone out. Go south. Stay off the main roads. Find other people. Don't trust anyone whose eyes are wrong." "You'll be back, Mr. D." Tomas gripped Deshawn's shoulder. Squeezed once, let go. He and Rennie went through Bay Door 1 on the north side of the shop, the one facing away from the main parking lot. Tomas had rigged the door to open manually, just enough to crawl under, then drop back down on its own weight. They slipped out into the Houston morning. The heat hit him like walking into a wall of wet wool. 7 a.m. and it was already 91 degrees, the humidity so thick that breathing felt like drinking the air. Sweat broke across his shoulders and back before he'd taken 3 steps. The sky was a flat, white-gray haze, the sun a bright smear behind it, radiating heat without definition. The school grounds were quiet. The figures in the parking lot, Tomas couldn't see them from this side of the building, but he could hear them. A faint rustling, like a crowd of people shifting their weight, accompanied by that collective breathing that was louder in the still morning air. The sound carried oddly in the heat, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere, directionless and constant. Rennie had the hammer in her right hand and a flathead screwdriver, the big one, 18 inches, that they used for prying, in her left. Tomas carried the pry bar and a Stanley knife with the blade fully extended. Not ideal weapons, but metal and sharp and better than nothing. They moved along the north fence line of the school, staying low, heading west toward the break in the fence, where students cut through to reach the Walgreens on Chimney Rock. The grass was unmowed and knee-high, loud enough underfoot that Thomas winced with every step. He was acutely aware of the sound of his own breathing, too fast, too shallow, audible in the morning quiet. He forced himself to slow it. Inhale through the nose, 4 counts. Exhale through the mouth, 4 counts. The way Lucia had taught him when Amelia was a newborn, and the 3 a.m. feedings had started triggering anxiety attacks he'd never told anyone about. Lucia. He shut the door on it. Later. If there was a later. They reached the fence break and slipped through. Chimney Rock Road stretched north and south, wide and empty of moving traffic. Cars were stopped at odd angles, some with doors hanging open, some with windows smashed. A UPS truck sat jackknifed across the median, its cargo doors flung wide, packages scattered across the road like the aftermath of a piñata. A traffic light blinked, yellow, yellow, yellow. The city's power grid still alive but on backup, running on inertia. Tomas scanned the street. No movement. The infected, he was already thinking of them as that. The infected. A word that separated them from the people they had been, seemed to have entered their nocturnal stillness and hadn't yet shifted back to active behavior. Or maybe they were inside the buildings, the houses, the cars, waiting. South on Chimney Rock to Willow Bend, then east on Fondren, Tomas whispered. He'd walked these streets 100 times, driven them 1,000. He could navigate Southwest Houston blindfolded. Stay close. If you see one, don't run unless I run. Running makes noise. Rennie nodded. She was not visibly afraid. Her face had the same stone-set composure she brought to the platform at powerlifting meets. Everything internal, everything channeled into the next necessary action. But Tomas noticed her grip on the hammer was white-knuckle tight, the tendons standing out on the back of her hand like bridge cables. They moved south. The walk to the Westbury Community Center should have taken 45 minutes at a normal pace. It took 3.5 hours. Every block required a decision. Cross the intersection or go around. Follow the street or cut through yards. Approach the cluster of stopped cars or detour 2 blocks to avoid them. Tomas found himself reading the terrain the way he'd read the Gulf from the oil platform catwalk, looking for currents, for patterns, for the places where danger gathered and eddied. The infected were everywhere, but they were scattered, and in the morning heat that was climbing past 95 by 9 o'clock, they were shifting between states. Some stood in the rigid sentinel posture of the nighttime mode, motionless and listening. Others had begun the lurching patrol, moving in their broken marionette gait between buildings and cars, their heads snapping toward sounds with that awful mechanical precision. And some, a few scattered, were running. Not the sustained sprint of a healthy person, but explosive bursts of movement, 10 or 15 yards at a time, triggered by something Tomas couldn't identify. A bird taking off, a door swinging in the breeze, the crack of cooling metal from a car that had been baking in the sun. Each burst of speed made Tomas's legs feel simultaneously too heavy to lift and too light to trust, a liquid wrongness in his knees and thighs that wanted to be running, fleeing, sprinting away from the things that moved like broken machines wearing human skin. They saw the first body at the intersection of Chimney Rock and Willow Bend. A man in a mail carrier's uniform, face down on the sidewalk, his blue-gray shirt stained dark brown from the collar to the waist. The blood had dried in the heat, cracked and flaking at the edges like old paint. Flies covered him in a black, iridescent blanket. The smell. Tomas had smelled death on the rigs. A roughneck named Gomez, who'd been crushed by pipe and wasn't found for 6 hours, and the smell had been sweet and chemical and wrong. This was different. This was fresh enough to be animal, but old enough to be turning. A sweetness underlaid with something that smelled like copper and ammonia and the inside of a mouth. Rennie stopped walking, stared at the body, stared at the flies. First one? Tomas asked, knowing the answer. First, dead one. Her voice was controlled. I saw yesterday in the parking lot, I saw them. But they were still moving. This is different. Yeah, it'll keep being different. Every time, it'll be new. And every time, you'll think you're used to it, and you won't be. That's okay. That's human. She looked at him. A flash of something crossed her face. Not gratitude, something more complex, something that had anger in it and need, and the furious resentment of a 17-year-old who should be worrying about college applications, not corpse tolerance. Let's keep moving, she said. They kept moving. At Fondren Road, they encountered their first active threat. 3 infected, 2 women and a man, all in civilian clothes, all in what Tomas was beginning to think of as Stage 3, the full transformation. Were moving in a loose cluster along the center of the road, heading north. Their skin had the grayish pallor he'd seen in Marcus, and their eyes, when one of them turned its head in a direction that caught the light, reflected amber. The man was large, heavy-set, and his gait had a momentum to it that suggested once he started moving towards something, stopping would not come easily. Tomas pulled Rennie behind a minivan, and they crouched in its shadow, breathing as quietly as they could manage. The heat radiating off the asphalt was brutal. Tomas could feel it through the soles of his boots, baking up through his knees and thighs where they pressed against the ground. Sweat ran into his eyes, and he blinked against the sting without raising a hand to wipe it. The 3 infected passed within 20 feet of the minivan. Tomas could hear them individually now, each one producing that low, continuous vocalization, a drone that harmonized unpleasantly with the others, creating a chord of sound that felt wrong on a frequency below conscious processing. The big man's breathing was louder, more labored, his massive chest heaving with each shuddering intake. His feet dragged, the soles of his shoes scraping the asphalt with a sound like sandpaper on wood. They passed. The sound faded. Tomas counted to 60 before he moved. South 2 blocks, then east on Beldart, he whispered. The community center is on the next corner. They went south. They went east. They reached the Westbury Community Center at 10:15 a.m. The building was a single-story municipal structure, blocky and institutional, with a flat roof and a parking lot that could hold maybe 50 cars. The parking lot held 6. The front doors were open, both of them, flung wide, propped by nothing, hanging in the breezeless air like the entrance to a mouth. No sounds from inside, no movement. The building had the quality of a place that had been emptied, not abandoned gradually, but drained. All at once, the contents poured out and scattered. Tomas approached the front doors with the pry bar raised. Rennie flanked him 2 steps behind and to the right, hammer up, the screwdriver transferred to the pocket of her jeans. They entered the lobby. The lobby smelled like bleach and urine, and something under both that was biological and specific, the smell of a large number of human bodies in a confined space, the residue of sweat and breath and fear. Metal folding chairs were scattered across the tile floor. A registration desk was overturned. A banner, yellow paper, hand-lettered, hung from the ceiling by one corner. Westbury Summer Fun Camp, July Week, 4. There were small backpacks against the wall. 12 of them in various colors, each with a name tag attached. Tomas scanned the tags. His vision tunneled on the 4th one from the left. A pink backpack with a glittery armadillo patch ironed onto the front flap. The name tag read, in Lucia's careful handwriting, Emilia Delgado, Mom, 713-555-047, Dad, 713-555-0293. Tomas picked up the backpack, held it against his chest. The weight of it, maybe 3 pounds, a water bottle, and a coloring book, and a change of clothes, was simultaneously nothing and everything. He pressed his face into it and smelled sunscreen and grape juice, and the specific irreplaceable scent of his daughter's hair, the baby shampoo she still insisted on, even though Lucia said she was too old for it now. His throat closed. His eyes burned. He held the backpack, and he did not cry, because if he started, he would not stop, and stopping was something he could not afford. Coach? Rennie's voice was low and urgent. She was standing at the far end of the lobby, looking at the wall beside the emergency exit. "Come look at this." He went to her. On the wall, written in black marker in hasty block letters, was a message. "Kids evacuated to Narji Stadium. FEMA, 7/24/25, 11:30 a.m. Counselors J. Wakefield M. Tran A. Rodriguez, 19 children. God help us." Tomas read it twice, 3 times. NRG Stadium, FEMA, evacuated. Amelia was alive at 11:30 a.m. yesterday. She was with counselors. She was taken to the government's designated evacuation point. NRG Stadium was 8 miles southeast. 8 miles through a city that was eating itself. 8 miles of flat, open, sprawling urban terrain, crawling with things that used to be people. "NRG," Rennie said. She'd already read the answer on his face. "That's where we're going." "That's where I'm going." "You're going back to the school." "No." "Rennie, you going to waste time arguing, or are we going to go find your kid?" Tomas looked at her. She looked back. Her jaw was set in that way that meant she had already made her decision, and any attempt to change her mind would be treated as an insult to her intelligence. He recognized the expression because he saw it in the mirror. He saw it in Lucia. "Okay," he said, "okay." He slung Amelia's backpack over one shoulder, adjusted the pry bar in his grip, and they left the community center through the emergency exit, heading southeast toward the stadium, toward the promise of a system that still worked, a government that still functioned, a world that still made sense. The exit opened onto an alley that ran behind the community center, bordered by a chain-link fence draped in bougainvillea. The blossoms were fuchsia pink and startlingly, absurdly beautiful against the gray sky and the distant pillar of black smoke rising from somewhere in the direction of the medical center. Tomas noticed them. He didn't know why. Later, he would understand that the brain, in extremis, latches onto beauty as a survival mechanism. A reminder that the world contains things worth surviving for, even when it is simultaneously full of things trying to kill you. The bougainvillea petals were falling, scattered by some imperceptible breeze, drifting down like confetti at a celebration that nobody was attending. Tomas stepped over them and kept walking. They found others along the way. The first was a woman named Nadine Okafor, and they found her performing surgery on a man's leg in the back of a Jiffy Lube on South Main Street. Tomas heard the screaming first, not the formless vocalization of the infected, but structured, word-shaped screaming that contained profanity and pleading in roughly equal measure. He and Rennie approached the Jiffy Lube from the rear, through the service bay, which was empty of cars but smelled overwhelmingly of motor oil, and underneath it, the sharp copper and iodine scent of medical intervention. The woman was tall, dark-skinned, with close-cropped natural hair and the kind of precise, controlled movements that spoke of extensive training. She was wearing scrubs that were more red than their original blue, and she was doing something to the man's left calf with a pair of pliers and a utility knife that made Tomas's stomach rotate 45 degrees. "The tibia is not fractured," she was saying, in a voice so calm it was eerie against the man's screaming. "The laceration is deep, but the periosteum is intact. I need to debride the necrotic tissue before I can close. This is going to hurt significantly more than what you are currently experiencing." "Jesus Christ, lady." "I understand. Bite down on the belt." The man bit down on a folded leather belt. The woman resumed her work. The sound was wet and meticulous. Tomas cleared his throat from the doorway. The woman's head came up. Her eyes, dark brown, sharp, assessing, moved from Tomas to Rennie to the pry bar to the hammer, and back to Tomas in a sequence so rapid it seemed simultaneous. Her right hand did not release the pliers. Her left hand moved slightly toward a scalpel resting on a tray made from an oil drip pan. "We're not infected," Tomas said, raising his hands. "My name is Tomas. This is Rennie. We're trying to get to NRG Stadium." "NRG fell last night," the woman said. "I was there when it happened." The words landed in Tomas's chest like a physical blow, a dull, spreading impact that radiated outward from his sternum into his arms, his neck, his jaw. He felt his teeth clench. and heard the grinding from inside his own skull. What do you mean? Fell. The FEMA evacuation center was overwhelmed. Approximately 15,000 people inside. Inadequate perimeter security, multiple infection vectors within the refugee population. Transformation events began inside the stadium around midnight. The situation became unsurvivable within 2 hours. She spoke without inflection, reciting facts the way another person might recite a grocery list. I was triaging patients in the parking lot. I saw the barricades fail. I ran. There were children evacuated there yesterday morning from the Westbury Community Center. The woman looked at him for a long moment. Something shifted behind her eyes, a recognition of the kind of information she was about to deliver and the damage it would do. I don't know about specific groups. When I was there, children were being held in the interior suites, away from the main floor. There were counselors with them. When the stadium fell, I saw people evacuating from the east exits. Some had children with them. I cannot confirm any specific individuals, but they could have gotten out. Some people got out. Many did not. Tomas's hands had stopped trembling. That was worse. The trembling had been his body's way of processing the adrenaline, the fear, the desperate energy of forward motion. Without it, he felt hollow, a vessel emptied of everything except the need to move, to keep moving, to follow the trail of his daughter from one point to the next, because the alternative, standing still, accepting that the trail might end, was a form of death he was not prepared to experience. I'm going to NRG anyway, he said. I need to see it. I need to look for signs of where they went. The woman nodded. She turned back to her patient, whose screaming had subsided into a low, rhythmic groaning, the belt still clenched between his teeth. This man's name is Gerald. He cannot walk. If you help me move him to a defensible location, I will go with you to NRG. My name is Nadine Okafor. I am an emergency medicine physician. You need me alive more than you currently understand. She said this without arrogance. It was the same factual tone she'd used to describe the stadium's fall. A diagnosis of the situation, delivered with clinical precision. Tomas helped her move Gerald to the Jiffy Lube's office, which had a solid door and a small window. They left him with water, a bottle of ibuprofen, and a crowbar. Gerald gripped Tomas's wrist as they laid him on the office floor, his eyes wide and wet with pain and gratitude, and the animal need to not be left alone. Come back for me, Gerald said. We will, Tomas said. They did not come back for Gerald. Tomas would add him to the list of people he carried, a list that grew heavier with each name and never ever got lighter. And his students, Deshaun, Tyler Watts, Priya, the rest of the auto shop class. 20 people he'd left behind a sealed bay door with a promise to return. He didn't know if Deshaun had gotten them out, didn't know if they'd gone south as he'd told them. He looked for their faces in every group of survivors he encountered and never found them, and the not finding became its own answer, one he refused to accept completely, because refusing was the only form of hope available. They found the others at Bray's Bayou. The bayou cut through southwest Houston like a scar, a concrete-channeled waterway that flooded catastrophically during storms and spent the rest of the year as a sluggish brown-green trickle. An elevated pedestrian bridge spanned it at Alameda Road, a modern structure of steel and concrete, 40 feet above the water. Someone had turned it into a camp. When Tomas, Rennie, and Nadine approached from the north bank, they could see the signs of habitation, tarps strung between the bridge's railings, sleeping bags laid out on the concrete deck, a cluster of grocery carts loaded with supplies. People, 30, maybe 40, were spread across the bridge in loose clusters, some sleeping, some sitting watch at each end, some just staring at nothing, with the glazed expression of shock that had become the default human face in the past 36 hours. The watchers at the north end of the bridge were a heavy-set man in khaki shorts and a Hawaiian shirt holding a baseball bat, and a young woman with platinum-dyed hair, growing out to dark roots and sleeve tattoos covering both arms, holding a machete that she'd clearly acquired recently. The price tag was still dangling from the handle. You bit? The woman asked. No, Tomas said. Prove it. How? Roll up your sleeves, show your neck, turn around. They submitted to the inspection. The woman, her name was Crystal Fontaine, and she spoke with the aggressive directness of someone who used confrontation as a shield. Checked their arms, necks, ankles, and the backs of their hands. Clean, she said. Welcome to the Braze Bayou Hilton. Amenities include a concrete floor, a view of zombie-infested waterways, and absolutely no room service. I'm Crystal. Don't touch my stuff. The heavyset man extended a hand. Byron Lisk. I was an accountant. Before. He said before, with the weight of a word that had become a border. Everything on this side of it was new and wrong. Everything on the other side was a country they could never return to. On the bridge, Tomas found more survivors. A wiry, bow-legged old man named Dewey Pruitt, who spoke in the slow drawl of the Texas coast and called everyone under 50 young'un. A jittery, red-haired man named Elijah Rook, who was recording everything on a battered digital voice recorder and asking questions that nobody wanted to answer. Others whose names Tomas gathered and held, a family of 4 from Ireland, a retired couple from Bel Air, 2 Rice University students who had been studying for summer exams when the world ended, a man who said nothing and sat at the south end of the bridge, staring at the bayou with an expression that suggested he was considering it as an exit. And there were more, filtering in throughout the day, alone or in pairs, each one carrying the same dazed, fractured expression. Each one with a story that Tomas didn't ask for, because the weight of stories was already more than anyone could carry. Nadine organized a medical triage, checking each arrival for bites, scratches, or early-stage symptoms. She worked with the focused intensity of someone pouring herself into the only thing she could control. Her hands were steady. Her voice was steady. Everything about her was controlled and precise, and Tomas recognized it for what it was. The same survival instinct driving him. Do the next thing, then the next thing, then the next thing. Don't look up. Don't look back. Byron Lisk, the accountant, had already begun inventorying the group's supplies. He sat cross-legged on the bridge deck with a small notebook, meticulously recording every item. 16 bottles of water, 4 packages of beef jerky, 2 cans of green beans, 1 can of pineapple rings, 3 bags of trail mix, a box of granola bars. He counted calories, divided by people, divided by days. The math was grim. He shared it only with Tomas, in a low voice, standing at the bridge railing while the others slept. 41 people, roughly 3,800 calories of food. That's less than 100 calories per person. For reference, you need about 2,000 a day, minimum, in this heat. We'll scavenge tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have more people and the same amount of food, or less. Byron pushed his taped-together glasses up his nose. His face was sunburned and peeling, and his hands were shaking slightly. Not from fear, Tomas thought, but from the effort of holding reality in numerical form, reducing catastrophe to arithmetic. I'm not saying we turn people away. I'm saying we need to think about carrying capacity. Resources per person. Sustainable. I know what you're saying. Byron looked at him. Do you? Because the look on your face says you're thinking about your daughter and nothing else. Thomas gripped the bridge railing. The metal was still warm from the day's heat, residual energy radiating into his palms. Below, the bayou caught the last light of the sky, bruised purple and amber, the colors of a city burning at its edges. I'm thinking about everything, Tomas said. My daughter's part of everything. Byron nodded slowly. Fair enough. He closed the notebook and tucked it into his back pocket, where it sat with the careful precision of a man who had spent his career making sure every number was in its right place. Just don't make us all part of finding her if it means losing what we've got here. Tomas didn't answer. He knew Byron was right. He knew it the way you know the weight of a debt you can't pay. Completely, precisely, and with the full awareness that knowing changes nothing. That night on the bridge, Tomas found a quiet corner at the south end and sat with his back against the railing and opened Amelia's backpack. Inside, a water bottle shaped like a dinosaur, half full, a coloring book, magical horses and unicorns, with 6 pages filled in, using crayons pressed so hard the wax had ridged the paper. A change of clothes, pink shorts, a yellow t-shirt with a sequined cactus, small white sneakers, a bag of goldfish crackers, unopened, and Senor Bump. Senor Bump was a stuffed armadillo roughly the size of a football, made of gray corduroy, with black button eyes and a tail that had been re-sewn twice after Amelia chewed on it as a toddler. Thomas had won it at the Houston Rodeo 3 years ago, at one of those rigged carnival games where you throw a ping pong ball into a fishbowl. He'd spent $18 on attempts. Lucia had laughed at him. Amelia had named the armadillo immediately and with total conviction, as if the creature had introduced itself. Senor Bump was here. Amelia was not, which meant she'd left in a hurry, without time to grab her things. Or she'd been carried. Or she'd reached for her backpack and someone had said, "No time, sweetie. We have to go now. Leave it. We'll come back for it." Tomas held the stuffed armadillo against his chest and closed his eyes. The bridge hummed with the small sounds of 40 people trying to sleep in a world that had taught them. Sleeping was dangerous. The rustle of emergency blankets, the murmur of bad dreams, someone quietly weeping 3 tarps down, the steady rhythm of the night watch pacing the north end. Below the bridge, the bayou made its own sounds. The trickle of shallow water over concrete, the occasional plop of something entering or leaving the water that might have been a turtle or a piece of debris or something else, something that had learned to wait in water for warm bodies to pass overhead. Tomas did not sleep. He held Senor Bump, and he counted the things he knew. Amelia was alive at 11:30 a.m. on July 24th. She was taken to NRG Stadium. NRG Stadium had fallen. Some people had gotten out. She might have gotten out. She might not have. He would go to NRG tomorrow. He would find her trail. He would follow it. He would not stop following it until he found her, or until his body stopped functioning, whichever came first. These were not decisions. They were conditions. They were the fundamental forces that organized his matter, as immutable as gravity, as essential as the need of his lungs to fill with air. He held the armadillo. He watched the dark. Elijah Rook sat 3 spaces down from Tomas, his back against a bridge support, his digital voice recorder held to his lips like a microphone at a press conference, attended by ghosts. He spoke in a near whisper, the words tumbling out jittery and compulsive, as if the act of not recording would erase the events themselves. Day 2, July 25th, Brays Bayou Pedestrian Bridge, Alameda Road, Houston. Approximately 40 survivors. We think. Hard to get an exact count because people keep arriving and some keep anyway. The infected, I'm calling them infected because nobody knows what else to call them. They're not dead. Dr. Okafor confirmed that. Their hearts beat. They breathe. They bleed when you cut them. They're not people anymore. Something rewired them or unwired them. Stripped away everything except the hunting part, the animal part. He paused. Looked around to see if anyone was listening. No one was. Everyone was locked in their own private collapse. The military isn't coming. I've been scanning AM and FM bands on a handheld radio I took from a car. Most stations are dead. Emergency broadcast system is on a loop. Shelter in place, help is on the way, shelter in place. But I caught a ham radio operator out of Lufkin, East Texas. He said the infection zone stretches from Brownsville to New Orleans. The entire Gulf Coast. He said the military is setting up a containment line at the Red River. Oklahoma border. That's 400 miles north of here. They're not coming in. They're keeping us in. He clicked the recorder off. Sat in the dark. His leg was bouncing a rapid, involuntary rhythm that sent tiny vibrations through the bridge deck. Then he clicked the recorder back on. Someone has to remember this. I know what I am. I do a podcast about conspiracy theories and government cover-ups, and half the stuff I said before was I mean, some of it was interesting, but it was entertainment, you know? It was engagement metrics. It wasn't real. This is real. This is the biggest story in human history. And I'm sitting on a pedestrian bridge in Houston, holding a $20 voice recorder, and I'm the only journalist in the room. He paused again. I'm scared. I want to say that for the record. I'm really, really scared. My hands won't stop shaking. I keep checking the water because someone said the infected can be in the water, waiting under the surface. And I keep thinking about how the bridge is over the water and what if they can climb and what if they're under us right now, just waiting. He clicked the recorder off, stared at the device in his hands. His face was a war between the persona he'd built, fearless truth seeker, unflinching reporter, and the reality of who he was, which was a 29-year-old man who had built a career on performing courage and was now discovering that performance and possession were not the same thing. Tomas, listening without appearing to listen, said nothing. He filed Elijah away in the mental category he was building. Useful, unreliable, worth watching. The same way he evaluated students. The same way he'd evaluated roughnecks on the rig. You could learn to read people the way you read machines, by what they did under pressure, not by what they said in calm. Dawn on day 3 brought Dewey Pruitt to Tomas's corner of the bridge with 2 cups of instant coffee, made from packets scavenged from the glove compartment of an abandoned car, heated over a sterno can. Mornin', young'un. Dewey handed Tomas a paper cup and lowered himself to the bridge deck with the careful, bow-legged descent of a man whose knees had been complaining for 30 years and had recently escalated to formal grievances. His skin was the color and texture of a saddle left in the sun, cracked, brown, weathered into deep channels around his eyes and mouth. 3 fingers on his left hand. The ring and pinky had been taken by a shrimp boat winch in 1994. He'd wrapped the stumps himself, he told Tomas later, with duct tape and motor oil, and driven himself to the Galveston hospital with his right hand while holding the left above his heart. You headed to NRG? Dewey asked. Today. I'd go around the east side. Main Street's blocked. Cars stacked up from the medical center all the way to the 610 loop. Looked like everybody tried to leave at once and nobody got nowhere. You came from that direction? Dewey sipped his coffee. His eyes, faded blue, permanently squinted from decades of Gulf Coast sun, tracked the bayou below with the automatic vigilance of a lifelong waterman. Came from Galveston, was on my boat, the Jeanette Marie, the Offats Bayou Marina when it all went sideways. Heard it on the radio before I saw it. Took the boat up the channel to the ship channel, then into the bayou system. You can get most of the way to Houston by water if you know the route. Not many people do. Why'd you come here? Galveston's an island. You could have stayed. Dewey was quiet for a moment. He looked at his coffee, looked at the bayou, looked at the sky, which was already bleaching white with heat haze. Had my reasons, he said. Point is, I know the water, I know the coast. Wherever you're going, young'un, you're going south eventually. Everybody on this bridge is going south, whether they know it or not. Because north is the containment line, and east is Beaumont, which is burning, and west is open prairie with no water and no cover. South is the coast. The coast is boats. Boats are islands. Islands are defensible. He took another sip of coffee. Galveston, he said. 27 miles long, 3 miles wide. One bridge connects it to the mainland. One bridge. You blow that bridge, you got a moat a mile wide, full of salt water and strong currents. Nothing swimming across Galveston Bay. Not people, not them. He jerked his chin toward the south bank, where 2 infected stood in the sentinel posture, motionless, listening. You blow the bridge, you got yourself a castle. Thomas looked at Dewey, looked at the old man's face, which held no trace of doubt or hesitation. Just the flat, practical certainty of someone who had been solving problems with salt water and rope since before Tomas was born. That's a nice idea, Tomas said, but I'm going to NRG first. Course you are, your girl. Dewey nodded. But after? When you found her, or after? The island's there, the water's there, the bridge is there, and I know how to get to all of it." He finished his coffee, crumpled the cup, and stood with the reverse process of his sitting. Slow, deliberate, a series of negotiations between his body and gravity that he won through stubbornness rather than grace. "I'll be here when you're ready, young'un." He walked back to his spot on the bridge, where he'd spread a tarp over a section of railing and rigged a shade structure using bungee cords and a beach umbrella. Tomas watched him go and thought about islands. Tomas left for NRG Stadium at 7 a.m. with Rennie, Nadine, and uninvited but impossible to dissuade Elijah Rook, who argued that he needed to document the fall of the evacuation center for the historical record, and that his handheld radio might pick up transmissions near the stadium's communication infrastructure. "You're coming because you're scared to stay on the bridge without us," Crystal Fontaine said from her position at the North Watch post, her machete resting across her knees. That is reductive and inaccurate, and it's fine, just don't slow them down." She looked at Tomas. "Bring him back alive if you can. He's annoying, but he's the only one who knows how to work the radio." Tomas nodded. He shouldered Amelia's backpack. He carried it everywhere now, the pink straps riding his shoulders like a talisman, and led the group east along the Bayou Path. The route to NRG Stadium followed Brays Bayou southeast for 2 miles, then cut north through the neighborhoods of Southside Place and the edges of the medical center. Tomas avoided the medical center itself. The hospitals had been ground zero for the first wave of transformations, and Nadine confirmed that the complex was now a no-go zone, a square mile of medical infrastructure overrun with infected that had never left the buildings where they'd turned. Memorial Hermann, Methodist, St. Luke's, all of them fell within the first 12 hours, Nadine said as they moved along a residential street, staying close to the houses using parked cars and garden walls for cover. The hospitals were death traps. They were full of sick people, people on IV fluids, people too weak to run. When the first transformations happened, the infected had an entire building of immobilized victims. The screaming went on for... She stopped, swallowed, recalibrated. The epidemiological profile suggests a fluid transfer infection mechanism. Bites are the primary vector. Blood contact with open wounds is secondary. There may be a tertiary vector through contaminated water, but I need more data to confirm. She spoke this way under stress, clinical, detached, converting horror into terminology. Tomas recognized the strategy. He did it too in his own way, retreating into the practical, the fixable, the next task. Everyone had a language they hid inside. They reached NRG Stadium's perimeter at 9:30 a.m. What they found there ended one phase of Tomas's journey and began another. The parking lot was a graveyard, not a metaphorical one. The flat, vast expanse of concrete that surrounded NRG Stadium, built to accommodate 72,000 football fans, was covered with the dead. Hundreds of bodies, maybe thousands. Tomas couldn't count them because his eyes refused to process the quantity, treating the scene as an abstraction instead of an aggregate of individuals. The bodies lay in the patterns of crowd movement, clustered at the exits, piled at the gates, scattered across the open ground where they'd fallen while running. Some were clearly infected, gray-skinned, amber-eyed, motionless in the heat. Others were clearly not, people who had been trampled, shot, or caught by the infected and torn open. The smell was a physical presence. It was 3 days old in 100-degree heat, and it had weight and texture, a thick, sweet, organic reek that coated the inside of Tomas's mouth and settled into his clothes. Nadine breathed through a strip of fabric torn from her scrub top and tied across her nose and mouth. Rennie pulled the collar of her shirt over her face. Elijah gagged, doubled over, and vomited against the wheel of an overturned FEMA truck. Tomas breathed through his mouth and moved forward. The stadium itself was breached at multiple points. The main gates were twisted off their hinges, bent inward by the weight of crowds trying to get out. The walls were streaked with handprints, and blood, and soot, and something darker. Windows on the upper levels were broken out, a FEMA banner, white letters on blue. Emergency shelter, Houston Sector 7. hung in tatters from the main entrance, one corner dragging on the ground, soaking up fluids that had pooled in the low spots of the concrete. Inside the stadium, the acoustics amplified every sound. Thomas and the group entered through a service entrance on the east side, moving through a utility corridor that smelled of generator exhaust and industrial cleaning fluid. The corridor opened onto the stadium floor, the field where the Texans played, where the Houston Rodeo held its events, where Tomas had won Senior Bump for Amelia at a carnival game 3 years ago. The field was covered with the remnants of the evacuation center. Cots, blankets, folding tables, medical equipment, personal belongings, and bodies. More bodies. The pattern here was different. The bodies were concentrated around the interior exits, where people had tried to flee the stadium floor when the transformations began inside the building. Nadine had been right. The infected had erupted from within the refugee population, turning among the very people who had come here seeking safety. Tomas did not look at the bodies. He looked at the walls. At NRG, the interior suites, luxury boxes, media rooms, team facilities, were arranged in a ring above the main floor. These were where the children had been held, according to Nadine's information. Tomas climbed the concrete stairs to the suite level, stepping over debris, over dropped belongings, over dark stains that he did not look at closely. The children's area was on the east side of the suite level. Tomas found it by following the signs, hand-lettered on yellow construction paper, the same kind used at the community center. Kids Zone, Suites 200-210, Counselors Check-in. The suites were empty. The children's belongings were scattered, small shoes, stuffed animals, juice boxes, drawings. The walls were covered with drawings, taped up by counselors trying to create normalcy in a collapsing world. Houses with smiley-faced suns, families holding hands, rainbows. On the wall of Suite 207, Tomas found a drawing that made his legs buckle. It was done in purple and brown crayon, the lines thick and wavering with the earnest imprecision of a 7-year-old's hand. It showed a stick figure with curly black hair standing next to a much larger stick figure with short hair and dark skin. Between them, lower to the ground, was a 4-legged creature with a round body and a long tail. An armadillo. Above the figures, in letters that wavered between uppercase and lowercase, the artist had written, "My dad, plus me, plus, Senor, Vampire." Emilia had been here, in this room. She had drawn this picture. She had pressed the purple crayon into the paper, hard enough to leave wax ridges that Thomas could feel under his fingertips. He pressed his fingertips into the wax and held them there. The warmth from the paper, heated by the stadium's stagnant greenhouse air, felt almost like the warmth of the hand that had made these marks. "There's a message," Rennie said. She was at the door of Suite 208, pointing at the wall. Tomas forced himself upright, forced his legs to work, went to her. On the wall of Suite 208, in the same black marker style as the community center message, but in a different hand, more hurried, the letters slanting. Evacuating east exit, heading south on Fannin, 19 kids, plus 2 counselors, J. Wakefield, plus M. Tran, 725-215 M. Anyone reading this? South. Go south. The city is gone. 2:15 a.m. on July 25th, last night, less than 32 hours ago. Amelia had been alive less than 32 hours ago, being carried south by a counselor named J. Wakefield, one of the names from the community center wall. South. They went south. Tomas pulled out the folded Houston street map he'd taken from a car's glove box on the bridge. Fannin Street ran south from NRG through the neighborhoods of Southside, across the 610 loop, through Meyerland and then into the flat, suburban sprawl of Fondren Southwest and Missouri City. South. Toward the coast. Toward Galveston. Dewey's voice echoed in his mind. South is the coast. The coast is boats. Boats are islands. "We need to go back to the bridge," Tomas said. "We need to talk to Dewey." "About what?" Elijah had his recorder running, the red light blinking in the dim suite. "About going south." They returned to the bridge by noon. The heat was now fully catastrophic. 103 degrees, the air so humid it felt carbonated, shimmering off every surface in visible waves. The infected in the streets were active and aggressive, moving with a speed and coordination that was measurably worse than the day before. Tomas noticed it. Yesterday, the infected had been erratic, lurching, easy to evade. Today, they turned towards sounds faster. They moved in the direction of the sound longer, before losing interest. Two of them, near the intersection of Holly Hall and Main, were moving together. Not just in the same direction, but in a coordinated pattern, one flanking while the other approached directly. The heat was making them better, faster, more organized. And at the intersection of Holly Hall and Alameda, Tomas saw something that made him stop. One of the infected, tall, male, in the remnants of hospital scrubs, was standing at the center of the intersection while four others moved around it. The four were orbiting, circling, as if the tall one were a fixed point, a center of gravity. When a pigeon landed on a car roof nearby and the four infected snapped their heads toward the sound, the tall one did not react. It stood motionless, its head tilted at a slight angle, and after a few seconds the four others returned to their orbit, as if called back by some invisible signal. "Did you see that?" Nadine whispered. She had gone very still. "I saw it." That's not standard behavior. The infected don't defer. They don't organize around a single individual. What does it mean? I don't know, but her face suggested she feared she did. Later, pressed against the wall of a dry cleaner's and waiting for a cluster of infected to pass, Nadine circled back to it. The compound responds to ambient temperature. Metabolic processes accelerate. Neural pathway reconstruction increases. They're not smarter on hot days. They're more connected. The infected portions of the brain are integrating faster. "You know an awful lot about how this thing works," Rennie said. It was not a question. It was a wedge, driven into a crack. Nadine's jaw tightened. "I'm a doctor. I observe symptoms and form hypotheses." "Uh-huh." The crack was there. Rennie had seen it, filed it away, said nothing more. They reached the bridge. The camp had grown. 8 more survivors had arrived during the morning, including a quiet, slight man in wireframe glasses named Wallace Tron, who introduced himself as a pharmacist from Bel Air, and asked, politely, almost apologetically, whether anyone needed medical supplies identified or organized. "Wally's already sorted the pharmacy haul from the CVS run this morning," Crystal said, jerking a thumb toward a neat arrangement of pill bottles and first aid supplies, lined up on a tarp. "He's like a drug robot. It's kind of beautiful." Wally dipped his head and adjusted his wireframe glasses. "I just have a system." Tomasz also found 2 new arrivals who would reshape the group's trajectory. Constance Briard, a tall, broad-shouldered woman with the calm authority of a career elementary school principal, who had walked 7 miles from Pearland carrying a laminated photo and leading 4 children who were not hers. Children she'd gathered from a daycare that had been abandoned by its staff. They were alone, Connie said. Her voice carried the same measured firmness she'd used for decades, managing chaos in her school. Steady, authoritative, unshakable. The doors were open, the staff had left. The children were sitting in a circle on the carpet, waiting. Nobody was coming. She looked at the 4 children, ages 3 to 6, silent, wide-eyed, clinging to each other. So, I came. The other new arrival was Darnell Washington, who stood 6'4" and weighed somewhere north of 280 pounds, and whose default expression was a warm, wide grin that looked aggressively out of place in the current circumstances. He'd carried one of the children on his shoulders for the last 2 miles of the walk. "My little man was tired," Darnell said, setting the 3-year-old down with a gentleness that belonged to a different world. "I figured, I got the shoulders for it." He was sweating heavily. More than the heat warranted. His breathing was labored in a way that Tomas noticed and Nadine noticed, and Darnell noticed them noticing, and waved off with that grin. "Just out of shape," he said. "Construction work keeps you strong, but the cardio's trash." Nadine looked at him with the diagnostic intensity she brought to every clinical assessment. She said nothing, but Tomas saw her eyes linger on Darnell's neck, where a pulse was beating visibly, fast and irregular, and then moved to his fingertips, which had a faint bluish tint beneath the dark skin. That evening, Tomas convened the first meeting. Not formally, there was no agenda, no Robert's rules, No pretense of parliamentary procedure. He simply stood in the center of the bridge, where the tarps created a rough canopy over the group's communal area, and said, "We need to talk about what comes next." 43 people looked at him, some with hope, some with suspicion, some with the blank, numbed expression of people who had used all their processing capacity on survival and had nothing left for planning. "NRG fell 2 days ago. The government isn't coming. Elijah's been monitoring radio traffic, and everything we're hearing says the military has set up a containment line at the Oklahoma border. We're inside the zone. We're on our own." Silence. The words hung in the heat like smoke, visible, tangible, too thick to wave away. "Where are we supposed to go?" The question came from a man named Harold, one of the Rice University students, whose voice carried a familiar, aggrieved entitlement. "South," Tomas said. "Galveston." He laid out Dewey's plan. The island, the bridge, the moat. One point of access that could be destroyed, leaving a defensible position surrounded by water. Dewey stood beside him, adding details. Tidal patterns, the width of the bay, the structural specifics of the Galveston Causeway. "It's 50 miles, Byron said. He had his notebook open. 50 miles through infected territory. On foot, that's best case. 4 or 5 days. Carrying supplies with children and injured through this heat, more like a week. And we don't have enough food for a week. We scavenge as we go," Tomas said. "Through what? Every store between here and the coast will have been picked clean or will have infected inside. Then we go through them anyway." Byron looked at him over the taped bridge of his glasses. "You're not thinking about this logistically. You're thinking about your daughter." The words landed. Tomas felt them, felt the truth in them, felt the hot flash of anger that came with being seen clearly by someone who had no right to see him that clearly. "My daughter went south," he said. His voice was controlled. "Barely. A counselor took her south from NRG. South is also where the island is. South is the only direction that has an endpoint. Everything else is just more of this, more running, more dying. South has a goal. South has a bridge that may not be blowable, an island that may already be overrun, and a 50-mile gauntlet through the worst affected zone in the country," Byron said. "Yes, and you want to take 43 people through that. I want to take whoever chooses to come." The silence that followed was the silence of a decision being made by the group itself, a wordless calculus of survival that stripped away politeness and left only the raw question: who do I trust to keep me alive? Connie Briard stood. She was holding the hand of the youngest child, the 3-year-old, who leaned against her leg with the total, boneless trust of a child who has decided that this person is safe. "I'm going south," Connie said. "These children need walls and a future." "An island with no bridge sounds like both." Crystal stood. "I'm going wherever has the fewest of those things and the most distance between me and them." Darnell stood. "I can carry what needs carrying. One by one, not everyone." Some stayed, the silent man at the south end who was still staring at the water, the retired couple who said they were too old and too tired, a few others who had decided that the bridge was good enough. But most stood. Most chose to go south, toward the coast, toward the island, toward the promise of a bridge that could be broken and a moat that could hold. Thomas looked at the people standing around him, counted them. 31. 31 lives that had just attached themselves to his direction, his plan, his conviction that south was the answer. The weight of it was immense, physical. It settled across his shoulders like the steel beam he'd once helped carry during a shop renovation. Tangible, unyielding, the kind of burden that you either carried or it crushed you. He carried it. They left the bridge at dawn on day 4. Tomas had spent the night planning the route with Dewey and Alma Gentry, a small, white-haired woman who had arrived just before the meeting with a limp and an air of quiet authority that suggested she was accustomed to being the smartest person in any room she entered. "I'm a civil engineer," she'd said by way of introduction, as if this explained everything. "Retired. I worked on highway infrastructure along the Gulf Coast for 40 years. including the Galveston Causeway renovation in 2001. She said this last part quietly, almost reluctantly, the way you might mention that you'd once met someone famous, but didn't want to seem like you were bragging. "You know the bridge?" Tomas asked. "I know every bridge between here and Corpus Christi. But the causeway, yes, I know the causeway. Every beam, every pylon, every load-bearing joint and stress point and design flaw." She paused, looked at her hands, which were small and spotted with age, but steady. "I also know what wasn't built, what was supposed to be built, but was cut for budget reasons. Reinforcement on the western pylons, redundant support bracing on the center span. The causeway is structurally sound for normal traffic loads. But if you wanted to bring it down, if you wanted to collapse the center span into the bay," she tapped the bridge railing with her index finger, reading forces and vectors with a touch that was part engineering and part divination. "It's weaker than it should be. Much weaker." Tomas stared at her. "You're saying we can actually do it? Bring down the bridge?" "I'm saying that with the right explosives placed at the right points, that bridge will fall like a card table. I designed half the infrastructure on this coast, Mr. Delgado. I know how to build things." She met his eyes. "Which means I know how to unbuild them." The route they planned ran south from the Bayou Bridge through the residential neighborhoods of Meyerland and Fondren Southwest, then picked up Highway 288 south to the Highway 6 interchange, then angled southeast through Pearland and Friendswood to reach the I-45 corridor south of Houston's worst density. From there, it was a straight shot south through League City, Texas City, and onto the Galveston Causeway. 50 miles, through a dead city, in the worst heat of the year. "We'll move at night," Tomas said. "Dawn and dusk marches, rest during the worst heat. The infected are less active at night. They go into that standing mode, listening. We'll be slower but quieter. Night's got its own problems," Dewey said. "You make one sound, just one, and every one of them in earshot comes to life. Daytime, they're scattered and movable. Nighttime, they're clustered and trigger-happy. Better than fighting fast ones in the heat," Dewey conceded the point with a tilt of his chin. They divided the group into 3 squads. Tomas led the front, Rennie, Wally, and Darnell with him. Nadine led the center with Byron, Connie, and the children. Dewey and Crystal led the rear with Elijah and Alma. Each squad carried a share of the supplies, divided with Byron's meticulous attention to weight distribution and caloric efficiency. They left the bridge in single file, moving south along the bayou path in the gray light of pre-dawn, the sky the color of dishwater, the air already thick with the promise of another day that would try to kill them with heat before the infected got their chance. Tomas was at the front. Rennie was one step behind him, the ball-peen hammer in her hand, humming something under her breath. Selena. Always Selena. Behind them, 30 people followed, carrying everything they owned and everything they hoped for, stepping carefully over the uneven ground, trying not to make a sound in a city that was listening for them. Tomas gripped the pry bar and moved south, toward his daughter, toward the island, toward whatever was coming. They made it 4 blocks before the first encounter. The intersection of Brays Bayou and Stella Link Road was a 4-way stop that had become a 4-way nightmare. A school bus, yellow, standard issue, the kind Tomas saw every morning on his commute, had T-boned an SUV in the middle of the intersection, and the impact had sent both vehicles into a Metro bus shelter, collapsing it into a tangle of aluminum framing and shattered glass. Bodies were visible inside the school bus. Not all of them were still. 2 figures stood in the shadow of the bus shelter, in the sentinel posture. Heads tilted, mouths open, that terrible listening stillness. One was a woman in a floral dress, her bare feet streaked with dried blood, her hair matted to one side of her head. The other was a child, maybe 10, wearing a Rockets jersey. His eyes were amber coins in the gray dawn light, and his small hands hung at his sides with the fingers slightly curled, as if he was waiting to catch something thrown to him. Tomas raised a fist. The column stopped. They stood in the dawn quiet. 31 humans, barely breathing, watching 2 infected 20 yards away. The infected did not move, did not react. They were in the nighttime state, dormant but hair-triggered. and the dawn was not yet bright enough to shift them to active mode. Thomas evaluated options. Forward through the intersection meant passing within 15 feet of the sentinels. Around meant adding 2 blocks to a detour that would take them through residential yards. Unknown territory, possible interior infected, guaranteed noise from fences and gates, and the accumulated debris of collapsed lives. He chose around. They detoured. They climbed fences. They crossed yards where swing sets stood unused, and wading pools grew algae, and garden gnomes grinned their ceramic grins at a world that had stopped finding them charming. A dog barked somewhere to the east, a living dog, unfed and confused, and the barking sent a ripple through the group, a collective flinch that traveled from front to rear like a wave in a stadium. Tomas held up his fist again. They froze. The barking continued, then stopped. Nothing came. They moved on. By 7 a.m., the sun was fully up and the heat was asserting itself with the relentless, personal malice that Texas summer reserved for anyone foolish enough to be outdoors. The temperature climbed past 95, and Tomas could feel the change in the infected. They were waking up. The sentinels were beginning to shift, their heads turning, their bodies swaying. The transition from dormant to active happening in real time like watching a machine boot up. Their vocalizations started, that low drone, individual at first, then harmonizing as more infected joined in, until the sound was everywhere, an ambient frequency that sat just below the threshold of conscious hearing and worked directly on the nerves. "We need to find shelter for the hottest hours," Nadine said. She was walking beside Tomas, her scrubs dark with sweat, her breathing controlled. "Heat exhaustion will start taking people down by noon. The children first, then anyone over 60. "I know. Do you? Because you're setting a pace that suggests you want to cover ground, not preserve people." He looked at her. She looked back with the direct, unflinching gaze of someone who was accustomed to telling people things they didn't want to hear and had long since stopped apologizing for it. "We'll shelter at the next viable building," he said. "Good." They found a middle school 6 blocks south, Fondren Middle, a 2-story building with intact doors and windows, and critically, a second-floor gymnasium that was elevated above street level and had limited access points. Tomas and Rennie cleared the building room by room, a process that took 45 minutes and produced 1 infected, a night janitor in a gray uniform. Stage 3, standing motionless in a supply closet among mops and chemical bottles. Rennie killed him with the hammer. 1 swing. The sound was brief and specific and wrong, in the way that all sounds of violence against the human skull were wrong, a sound that the brain recognized and rejected simultaneously. Rennie wiped the hammer on the janitor's shirt and kept moving. They settled into the gymnasium. Byron distributed water rations, 8 ounces per person. The children drank theirs in seconds. Connie organized a sleep rotation. Darnell positioned himself near the gymnasium doors, sitting with his back against the wall, his big body a physical barricade between the group and whatever might come through. Tomas sat by a window and watched the street below. The infected were fully active now, moving in their erratic patterns, the heat accelerating their movement, their coordination, their everything. He counted 11 in the 2-block stretch he could see. Too many for the group to move through safely. They would wait for dark. His phone was dead. The battery had lasted longer than the network, a final irony. He pulled out the street map and traced the route south with his finger. 22 blocks to the 610 loop, another 40 blocks to Highway 288. Then the long stretch of highway south through the suburbs and into the Gulf Coast lowlands. Every block a negotiation. Every intersection a risk assessment. Every 100 yards, a decision that could get people killed. Emilia went south. She went this way. I'm on her trail. He held on to that. It was thin and fragile, and he knew that hope based on a handwritten message and a crayon drawing was the kind of hope that could shatter at any moment. But he held on to it because the alternative was letting go. And letting go meant sitting down and not standing up again. And he had 32, 32, because he'd started counting himself. People who needed him to keep standing. The group rested through the afternoon heat. Tomas did not sleep. He sat by the gymnasium window and watched the world outside and tried not to think about Lucia. But the heat and the stillness and the distant drone of the infected created a frequency that was almost meditative, and his mind, starved for rest, kept slipping sideways into memory. Lucy on their first date, dinner at a taqueria in the Heights, her laughing at his nervousness, him knocking over his water glass, and her saying, "Well, at least now the table matches you," completely soaked. Lucia in the delivery room, her hand crushing his, her voice between contractions asking the nurse if the epidural was supposed to make her feel like she was surfing on lightning. Lucia in the kitchen at 6 a.m., making coffee before her shift, dancing to something on her phone, catching him watching from the doorway and holding out her hand. "Come dance with me, Tomas. It's Celia Cruz. You can't not dance to Celia Cruz." The 14 seconds. The screaming, the wet sound, the static. He pressed his palms against his eyes until he saw light that wasn't there. Stop. Not now. Later. If there is a later, you can break then. Not now. He dropped his hands, opened his eyes, watched the street. At 4 p.m., the heat was still brutal, but the infected had entered a midday lull. Not the full sentinel dormancy of nighttime, but a slowed, sluggish state where they moved less and stood more, as if even their modified biology needed to conserve energy at the extremes. Tomas decided to move. "We push south until dark," he told the group. "Then we find another shelter. We should clear 4 or 5 miles before we stop." "That's ambitious with children," Connie said. She was not arguing. She was calibrating. "I know. We carry who needs carrying." Darnell stood up, flexed his shoulders. "Point me at the kids, coach." They left the middle school through a service exit. The afternoon sun hit them like a fist. 104 degrees, the air shimmering, the concrete radiating heat upward, so that they were being cooked from above and below simultaneously. Sweat broke out across Tomas's entire body within 30 seconds. His shirt was soaked through within 5 minutes. The water ration he'd drunk felt like it evaporated from his cells before it could do any good. They moved south, past houses with open doors and dark interiors, past strip malls with shattered windows, past churches and gas stations and nail salons and all the small businesses that constituted the ecosystem of a Houston neighborhood, each one a potential shelter or a potential trap, each one requiring a split-second assessment. Safe enough to pass, worth entering for supplies, possible infected inside. At the intersection of Fondren and West Airport Boulevard, they found the first clue. It was a child's shoe, a white sneaker, small, size 11 in kids. It was sitting in the middle of the sidewalk, as if its owner had simply stepped out of it and kept walking. There was no blood on it, no damage. Just a shoe, abandoned, growing hot in the afternoon sun. Tomas picked it up, turned it over. Inside, on the insole, in purple marker, E.D. Emilia Delgado, his daughter's shoe. He held it and his throat closed, and his eyes burned and his legs went weak. Not with despair, but with the overwhelming force of confirmation. She was alive. She was ahead of him. She had walked this street. She had lost a shoe, the way children lost shoes, casually and without concern, because she was being carried by someone who was moving too fast for her to notice. "Coach," Rennie was beside him, looking at the shoe, looking at his face. "That's hers?" He nodded. Could not speak. "Then she's ahead of us. Going our way?" He nodded again. Rennie put her hand on his arm. Squeezed once. Let go. Then, let's keep going. Tomas put the shoe in Emilia's backpack, next to Senor Bump and the dinosaur water bottle and the coloring book. He adjusted the pink straps on his shoulders. He walked south. By nightfall, they had covered 5 miles and lost 2 people. Not to the infected, but to the heat. An older man from the Bayou camp collapsed at 6 p.m. with heat stroke, his core temperature spiking to 105. Nadine worked on him for 20 minutes in the shade of a car wash awning, pouring their precious water over him, checking his pulse, his pupils, his responses. He died at 6:23 p.m. His name was Arthur. Tomas had spoken to him once on the bridge. He didn't know Arthur's last name. The second was a woman who simply sat down on the curb at a residential intersection and said she wasn't going any farther. Not that she couldn't, that she wouldn't. The distinction mattered. She was calm. She was rational. She was done. "I'm going to sit here," she said. "I'm going to wait for whatever comes. I've made my decision. Please respect it." Thomas wanted to argue, wanted to lift her, carry her, insist. He looked at Rennie. Rennie looked back with an expression that said, "You can't save everyone, coach. You know that." He didn't know that. He knew it intellectually, the way you know the stove is hot, true, factual, and insufficient to prevent you from reaching for the handle. They left her on the curb. She watched them go with a serenity that none of them understood and all of them envied. 30 survivors now, Tomas recounted. Adjusted. Carried the number. They sheltered that night in a strip mall anchor store, a former mattress firm, emptied of everything except the floor models, which became the most luxurious sleeping surfaces anyone had experienced since the outbreak. Tomas posted watches at both entrances and the roof access. The infected were active in the parking lot, a dozen or more, visible through the glass storefront, moving in their patterns under the sodium glow of parking lot lights that were still somehow functioning, powered by some backup system that hadn't failed yet. Tomas sat on a king-size mattress in the back of the store and looked at the shoe. ED purple marker. Her handwriting. Lucia had taught her to label her things because Amelia lost everything. Shoes, jackets, lunchboxes, library books. "She's going to lose something important someday," Lucia had said, laughing. "We might as well make sure it comes back to her." "I'm going to bring it back to her," Tomas thought. "I'm going to find her and give her back her shoe and her armadillo and her father, and we're going to go somewhere safe, and I'm going to make her pancakes, and she's going to be okay. She's going to be okay." He lay down on the mattress, stared at the ceiling, closed his eyes. He did not dream. He was afraid of what he would dream. They moved south for 3 more days, leapfrogging from shelter to shelter, navigating by Dewey's knowledge of the terrain and Tomas's mechanical ability to assess structures for defensibility. Each day was a variation on the same brutal equation. Move as far as possible during the cooler hours, shelter during the worst heat, fight or evade the infected when avoidance was impossible, ration water and food with a precision that Byron's notebook tracked down to the calorie and the ounce. They fought on day 5. A group of 7 infected, stage 3, fast, coordinated in the unnerving way that the hot day infected were becoming. Caught the group crossing an open field behind a Baptist church on the south side of Meyerland. The field was 300 yards wide and there was no cover, and the infected came from the tree line on the east side, moving in a loose V formation that looked almost tactical. Tomas, Rennie, Darnell, and Wally formed a line. Crystal flanked to the right with her machete. The others moved the children and non-combatants behind the church's west wall. What followed was 60 seconds that felt like 60 minutes. The infected closed the distance in bursts, sprinting 10 yards, pausing, sprinting again, their heads snapping toward the movement of the defenders, their amber eyes locked on the heat signatures of living bodies. Darnell met the first one with his bare hands. He caught the infected, a man who had been Darnell's height in life, but was now something reduced and twisted, by the throat and the belt and threw it. Simply picked it up and threw it 15 feet sideways with the casual power of someone tossing a sack of concrete. The infected hit the ground rolling and was back on its feet in seconds. But the throw gave Rennie the opening to close in with the hammer. The sound of the hammer meeting the infected's skull was a sound Tomas would hear in every quiet moment for weeks. Not a crack, not a thud. A combination. The initial resistance of bone, the give, the wet collapse that followed. Rennie made the sound once. The infected dropped. She made it again on the next one that came at her, stepping into the swing with the same hip rotation she used for deadlifts, channeling 300 pounds of force through 5 pounds of steel. Tomas fought with the pry bar. He'd never hit a person before, Never hit anything that fought back, that bled, that made sounds while you were hurting it. The first infected he struck was a woman, and the pry bar connected with her shoulder instead of her head, and she grabbed the bar and pulled, her grip impossibly strong, her amber eyes inches from his face, her breath a wave of decay and copper that made his gorge rise. Wally appeared beside him. The pharmacist, the quiet, slight, soft-spoken pharmacist from Bel Air, put a hand on the infected woman's face and twisted. The motion was small, precise, and practiced. The neck broke with a sound like a branch snapping. The infected dropped. Wally stepped over the body and moved to the next one. Thomas stared at him. The man who made Vietnamese coffee and organized pill bottles had just killed an infected with his bare hands with the casual efficiency of someone sorting mail. There was no time to process it. 2 more infected were coming. Thomas raised the pry bar and swung for the head. This time, he didn't miss. 60 seconds. 7 infected down. No survivors injured. Darnell sat against the church wall afterward, breathing hard, his hand pressed against his chest. His pulse was visible in his neck, rapid, irregular, a rhythm that Thomas didn't need medical training to recognize as wrong. "I'm fine," Darnell said, grinning. "Just need a minute." Nadine knelt beside him and took his pulse. Her face revealed nothing, which was itself a revelation. She said nothing to the group. Later, at the next shelter, Thomas saw her writing in a small notebook of her own. Not supply inventories like Byron's, but medical notes, observations, the clinical shorthand of a doctor, tracking a patient who was running out of time on a clock only she could see. On the evening of day 6, their 3rd day of marching, they reached the edge of Fondren Southwest and looked south toward the 610 loop. The highway was visible from the roof of a 2-story apartment building where they'd sheltered for the afternoon. A ribbon of concrete stretching east and west, elevated above the surface streets, choked with vehicles that had been abandoned in what must have been a gridlock of apocalyptic proportions. The cars stretched bumper to bumper in both directions, a frozen river of metal and glass baking in the late-day sun. Some doors were open, some windshields were smashed. Dark shapes sat motionless in some of the vehicles, infected who had turned in their cars, trapped by seatbelts and door locks. The first victims of a traffic jam that had become a prison, that had become a tomb. Below the highway, the access roads and feeder streets were no better. The intersection of the 610 loop and Fondren Road was a mountain of collision wreckage. 6 or 7 cars tangled together in a chain reaction, surrounded by debris that included suitcases, coolers, strollers, all the artifacts of people who had packed their lives and tried to flee and gotten exactly nowhere. "We can go under," Tomas said, studying the highway overpass through binoculars he'd scavenged from a sporting goods store. "The underpass is clear of vehicles. It's maybe 30 yards of open ground." "Open ground under a highway overpass full of infected sitting in their cars," Byron said. "What could go wrong? The ones in cars are restrained. Seatbelts, locked doors. Some of them. Most of them. Most is not all." Tomas lowered the binoculars, looked at Byron. The accountant was sunburned so badly his forehead was peeling in sheets, and his taped-together glasses were sitting crooked on his nose, and his notebook was in his hand as always. The current page dense with numbers that represented the calories they'd consumed and the calories they hadn't, and the narrowing margin between the two. "You want to suggest an alternative route? I'm listening," Tomas said. Byron didn't have one. Nobody did. South meant through the 610 underpass. There was no around. "We go at dusk," Tomas said, "when the heat drops enough to slow them, but there's still enough light to see." They crossed the 610 underpass at 7:45 p.m. on day 6. It took 11 minutes. Tomas led, Rennie beside him, both of them scanning the shadows under the overpass, with a focus so intense it was almost hallucinatory. Every shape a potential threat, every shadow a potential infected, the concrete pillars creating a strobe effect of light and dark that played tricks on eyes already strained by days of hypervigilance. The infected in the cars above them were a chorus. Their vocalization drifted down through the concrete, like sound through a cathedral ceiling. That drone, that chord, amplified by the hard surfaces, into something that vibrated in Tomas's molars and sat in his sinuses like a pressure change before a storm. One of the children whimpered. Connie scooped the child up and pressed the small face against her shoulder, muffling the sound. The drone above them shifted, a change in frequency so slight that Tomas felt it more than heard it, a tightening of attention. The collective sound of 100 ears turning toward a sound that was almost too small to matter. Almost. They moved faster. The group bunched up, the instinct to close ranks overpowering the tactical spacing Tomas had established. Bodies pressed against bodies, the heat of 30 people in close proximity in the Houston evening, creating its own microclimate of sweat and breath and fear. They emerged on the south side of the overpass into the residential streets of Fondren Southwest, and Tomas felt the pressure in his sinuses release, the drone fading behind them, the open air replacing the coffin acoustics of the underpass. Nobody spoke. Nobody needed to. They were through. They were south of the 610 loop. They were, or impossibly against all probability, still alive, still moving, still together. Tomas allowed himself a breath, a real one. Deep, filling his lungs completely, expanding his ribs, pushing his diaphragm down into his belly. He held it for 3 counts and let it go. South. Keep going south. She's ahead of me. I can feel it. He couldn't feel it. That was irrational. But rationality had been an early casualty of the outbreak. And what replaced it, instinct, hope, the primal conviction that his child was alive and reachable, was stronger than anything reason had ever given him. They sheltered that night in a warehouse off South Post Oak, a vast, empty space that smelled of cardboard and dust. Byron counted their supplies and delivered the numbers with the flat precision of a man reading a balance sheet for a failing company. 2 days of food at current rations, 5 gallons of water, 30 people. We'll scavenge tomorrow. We said that yesterday, and we scavenged yesterday. We found 6 cans of beans and a bag of rice for 30 people. Tomas looked at Byron. The accountant met his eyes. Behind the taped glasses and the sunburn and the exhaustion, there was something Tomas was beginning to recognize as quiet, uncredited courage. The courage of a man whose numbers and logistics were keeping them all alive without anyone noticing. You're right, Tomas said. We need to do better. I'm not trying to... I know. You're doing your job. Keep doing it. We'll find more tomorrow. Byron nodded, opened his notebook, wrote something down, closed it. In the quiet of the warehouse, surrounded by sleeping bodies and the distant drone of the infected, Tomas sat with Amelia's backpack in his lap and her shoe in his hand, and he made promises to a girl who couldn't hear them. I'm coming, Misha. I'm coming. Hold on. Just hold on. On day 7, 2 things happened that altered the shape of everything to come. The first happened at noon, when they sheltered in a pharmacy on Highway 288, and Nadine ran blood tests. She'd been collecting supplies since the Jiffy Lube, scavenging medical equipment from clinics, pharmacies, and ambulances they passed. She had assembled a rudimentary diagnostic kit, blood drawing supplies, rapid test strips, a centrifuge she'd rigged from a battery-powered device meant for veterinary use. It wasn't ideal. Nothing was ideal. But Nadine was not a woman who waited for ideal conditions. I need blood samples from everyone, she told the group. Her voice was clinical, precise, the voice she used when delivering information that was not going to be received well. A fingerstick. 10 seconds, mandatory. Mandatory? Harold, the rice student, bristled. Since when do you have the authority to... Since I became the only person in this group who can tell you whether you're carrying a dormant version of the compound that turned those things outside from people into predators. The Houston water supply was contaminated before the outbreak. LZ7, the compound responsible, entered the municipal water system through pharmaceutical waste. If you drank Houston tap water in the last 3 months, there is a chance, not a certainty, but a chance, that you are carrying a dormant payload. Extreme stress, fever, or secondary wound infection could activate it. Without a bite, without fluid contact, you could turn in your sleep. The silence was absolute. 30 faces staring at her. 30 minds processing the information that the enemy was not just outside the walls. The enemy might be inside their blood. Inside them. That can't be. Elijah's voice cracked. His hand holding the voice recorder was shaking hard enough that the device rattled. I assure you it can. I have reason to know. Nadine's jaw tightened on the last sentence, as if she'd said more than she'd intended. She recovered. The test I've developed is crude but functional. It identifies elevated prion markers consistent with LZ7 exposure. A positive result does not mean you will turn. It means you carry dormant compound that could activate under extreme circumstances. A negative result means you are clear. She took the samples. 30 finger sticks, 30 test strips, 30 people sitting in a pharmacy, surrounded by looted shelves and trying to breathe normally while a doctor analyzed their blood for evidence of the apocalypse. The results came in over 2 hours. Nadine processed them alone in the pharmacy's back office, emerging periodically to call in individuals and deliver results privately. Thomas watched the pattern. Some people emerged looking relieved, exhaling, their shoulders dropping. Others emerged looking exactly the same as when they went in, which meant either they were very good at hiding fear or they were very bad at feeling anything at all. Thomas went in last. Nadine was sitting on a folding chair behind a counter, spread with test strips, each one labeled with the number she'd assigned. She looked tired, not the bone-deep exhaustion of physical labor, the specific corrosive fatigue of someone who has been carrying a weight much longer than anyone knows. Your result is negative, she said. You do not carry dormant LZ7. Relief hit him like a wave, physical, total, the kind of relief that weakened his knees and made his vision swim. He leaned against the counter. How many positives? He asked. Nadine hesitated. This was not clinical information. This was political information. Releasing it would change the group's dynamics in ways that might not be survivable. 4, she said, out of 30. I am not releasing the names. People will want to know. People will demand to know. And the moment they know which 4 of their companions might be carrying a dormant infection, those 4 people become pariahs. They become threats. They become the ones who get left behind. Or worse. I took an oath, Mr. Delgado. First, do no harm. Releasing those names would cause harm. Tomas looked at her. She looked back. In her eyes, behind the clinical control and the professional detachment, there was something Tomas had not seen before. A fear that was personal and specific. A fear of being known. You know a lot about this compound, he said. I'm a doctor. You know more than a doctor should. The fear in her eyes crystallized, became something sharp and brittle. I know what I know, she said. And right now, what I know is keeping people alive. Focus on that. He wanted to push. Every instinct told him that Nadine was hiding something critical. Something that went beyond medical knowledge into the territory of complicity, of guilt, of a connection to the outbreak that she was desperately keeping submerged. But 4 of his people were carrying a dormant version of the thing that had ended the world. And his doctor was the only person who could monitor them. And if he pushed too hard and she cracked, he would lose the only medical professional between here and the coast. He let it go. For now. The knowledge sat in him like a stone. Heavy, indigestible, impossible to ignore. 4 people. 4 names he didn't know. 4 members of his group who might, at any moment under enough stress or with a high enough fever, become the thing they were all running from. He walked out of the pharmacy back office and looked at the 30 faces waiting for him and tried not to see them as potential threats, and failed. The second thing that happened on day 7 was Elijah's radio intercept. It came at 3 p.m., during the hottest part of the day, while the group sheltered in a strip of shade behind a gas station on Highway 288. Elijah had been cycling through AM and FM bands on his handheld scanner, mostly finding static, occasionally catching the ghost echo of the emergency broadcast loop that was probably running from a server somewhere with backup power and no human beings left to update it. Then a voice, clear, strong, broadcasting on an AM frequency that Elijah identified as a military tactical channel. Containment line is holding at the Red River. All civilian traffic turned back at the I-35 checkpoint. Rules of engagement are unchanged. No crossings, no exceptions. Anyone attempting to breach the containment line from the south is to be treated as a potential infection vector and engaged with lethal force. Repeat, lethal force authorized on all northbound movement across the Red River. This is not a rescue operation. This is a quarantine. FEMA assets inside the zone have been written off. Military assets inside the zone have been recalled. The Gulf Coast exclusion zone, Brownsville to New Orleans, is now classified as a total loss. Containment is the priority. The infection does not cross the Red River. Acknowledge. A second voice. Acknowledged. God help them. A pause. Then the first voice. God's not in the budget. Out. The transmission ended. Static resumed. Elijah sat holding the scanner with hands that had stopped shaking because they'd moved past, shaking into a rigid, locked stillness that was worse. His face was the color of the concrete behind him. Did everyone hear that? They had heard it. 30 people, sitting in the shade of a gas station in the ruins of Houston, Texas, had just heard their own government declare them a total loss. Written off. Left inside a quarantine zone that stretched 500 miles along the Gulf Coast, sealed by a military line with orders to shoot anyone who tried to cross it. No rescue, no evacuation, no cavalry. The silence that followed was not the silence of shock. Shock they had processed. This was the silence of a fundamental recalibration, the moment when hope based on external rescue died and was replaced by something harder and more frightening. The understanding that survival was entirely their own responsibility, that no one was coming, that the world outside the zone had made a calculated decision, that they were acceptable losses. Connie was the first to speak. She was holding the 3-year-old again, the child's face pressed into her shoulder, mercifully oblivious. "Then we take care of ourselves," she said. Her voice was steady in the way that only a woman who had spent 20 years managing 500 children's crises could manage. That was always the plan. The island, the bridge. We don't need them. Dewey nodded slowly. The coast doesn't care what the government says. Water's still water. The island's still there. Tomas looked at his group, looked at the faces, some broken, some hardened, some blank, all of them recalibrating, all of them processing, all of them deciding in this moment whether they were going to lie down or stand up. He chose for them, not because he had the right, but because someone had to. "We keep going," he said. "Same plan, same direction. South, Galveston, the bridge, the island." He paused. "The government wrote us off. Fine. We don't need their permission to survive." It wasn't a speech. It wasn't eloquent. It was a man standing in the heat, saying the only thing that was true, and it was enough. They stood up. They shouldered their packs. They walked south. The sun bore down. The heat shimmered. The infected droned in the distance. Their sound carried on hot air that tasted of exhaust and decay and the metallic edge of a world that was running a temperature it could not sustain. Tomas walked at the front, Emilia's backpack on his shoulders, his daughter's shoe in the pack next to her armadillo, the pry bar in his hand, the weight of 30 lives on his back, and the knowledge, certain now, immovable, that nobody was coming to save them. They would save themselves, or they would not be saved. South, always south, toward the coast, toward the island, toward the bridge that could be broken and the water that could hold, toward Emilia. The road stretched ahead, flat and shimmering, vanishing into the heat haze at a point where sky and asphalt became indistinguishable. where the future and the present merged into a single bright line, and somewhere beyond that line, in the direction of the Gulf and the salt air and the endless water, a 7-year-old girl was waiting for her father to find her. He walked toward her. He did not stop. The I-45 corridor south of Houston was a steel river of the dead. Tomas stood on the elevated embankment where Highway 288 merged into the interstate and looked south toward League City, toward the coast, toward the promise of salt water and an island. And what he saw was a nightmare of logistics. The highway stretched to the horizon in both directions, 6 lanes wide, every lane packed with vehicles that had stopped moving on day one and would never move again. Cars, trucks, SUVs, minivans, 18-wheelers, motorcycles, RVs, school buses, ambulances, police cruisers. The entire taxonomy of American transportation frozen in a metallic glacier that glinted and shimmered in the morning heat. Some vehicles had their doors open. Some had their windows smashed. Some were burned down to their frames, blackened skeletons surrounded by melted asphalt and the acrid smell of incinerated rubber and upholstery. And among them, between them, on top of them, inside them, the infected. Dozens visible from this vantage point alone, and the highway stretched for miles. "Well," Crystal said, standing beside him with her machete resting against her shoulder, "that's not great." "The shoulder's passable in places," Dewey said, squinting south. "You can see where people tried to drive the median, tore it up, but there's gaps. We go single file along the right shoulder, duck between vehicles when we need cover. We can make distance." 15 miles to League City, Byron said, consulting his notebook. His face was a landscape of peeling sunburn and mathematical despair. "Along this highway, 15 miles of that." "There's no alternative route," Alma said. She was sitting on the guardrail, her slight frame bird-like, against the vast backdrop of the dead highway. Her fingers tapped the metal railing in a rhythm that Tomas was beginning to recognize as her version of thinking, reading structural forces through her fingertips, even when the structure in question was irrelevant to the problem at hand. The surface streets through Pearland and Friendswood are residential grid. Narrow, fenced yards, limited sightlines, no room to maneuver if we're flanked. The highway is exposed, but it offers options. Vehicles for cover, elevation for visibility, multiple lanes for lateral movement. It also offers 15 miles of coffin-shaped ambush positions, Elijah said, his voice carrying the jittery edge that was his baseline, and escalated from there. Every car is a potential. I mean, they could be in any of them, all of them. We'd be walking through a minefield. We'd be walking through a parking lot, Rennie said. She was cleaning the ball-peen hammer with a rag, a ritual she performed after every use, and sometimes when it hadn't been used at all, the repetitive motion serving the same function as a rosary. Cars don't bite. People do. We check as we go. Check every car for 15 miles. Check the ones that matter. The ones with closed windows, fogged glass, movement inside. You learn what to look at. She was 17, covered in grime and dried blood that wasn't hers, and she hadn't mentioned her family once since the outbreak began. Tomas watched her and saw the cost of her competence. Everything she'd stopped feeling in order to keep functioning. "We go along the highway," Tomas said. "We start now, while the morning's still cool. We move fast and quiet. When the heat peaks, we find a vehicle large enough to shelter in. An RV, a bus, a truck trailer. We rest until evening, then push again." He looked at the group. 29 now. One more had left during the night, slipping away into the dark without explanation. Without goodbye, another person who had decided that the mathematics of survival no longer balanced in their favor. 29 faces looked back at him. Some trusted, some doubted. All of them were there, which was itself a kind of vote. Single file, 5-yard spacing, no talking above a whisper. If I raise my fist, everyone stops. If I point left, everyone goes left. If I drop to the ground, everyone drops. He paused. If you hear me shout, "Run," you run. South. Don't stop. Don't look back. Just south. "What if you don't shout?" Connie asked. She had the 4 refugee children arranged around her like a small, silent fleet, each one holding a strap of her backpack. She had assigned them positions: left hand, left strap, right strap, and they maintained them with the disciplined precision of children who had learned, in the cruelest possible classroom, that obedience was survival. Then Rennie shouts, Tomas said. Then Dewey. Chain of command. If nobody's shouting, keep moving. They descended the embankment onto the highway shoulder and began the long walk south. The first 3 miles were a lesson in the geometry of fear. The highway's vehicles created corridors and chambers, canyons and dead ends, a topography of metal that changed with every 100 yards. In some stretches, the cars were tightly packed, bumper to bumper, door to door, creating a solid wall of steel that they walked alongside like ants following a garden border. In other stretches, the vehicles were spaced apart, leaving gaps of open asphalt that had to be crossed quickly, exposed, visible to anything watching from the elevated overpass to the east or the tree line to the west. Tomas navigated by instinct and experience. He read the highway the way he read machines, looking for the logic in the system, the patterns of failure, the points of structural weakness. Cars that had been abandoned in a hurry told one story: doors open, keys in ignition, personal items scattered on the road. Cars that had been trapped told another: doors closed, windows intact, dark shapes visible through the glass. Cars that had been fought in told a third: windows smashed from the inside, blood patterns on the exterior. The violent evidence of someone who had been caught, and someone who had tried to escape, and one of them had succeeded and one hadn't. The infected on the highway were different from the ones in the residential streets. These were car-bound, many of them still belted into their seats, restrained by the same safety devices that had once protected them and now imprisoned them. They sat behind dashboards and steering wheels, their amber eyes tracking movement outside the glass, their hands pressing against windows that held, their vocalizations muffled by the steel and glass cocoons they couldn't escape. Driving past, walking past, these vehicles was an exercise in nerve management. Each occupied car was a face inches away, separated by a 1/4 inch of glass, teeth bared, hands pressing, and the low drone of vocalization vibrating through the car's body and into the air like the hum of a transformer. Some of them had freed themselves. Broken windows, torn seatbelts, doors forced open by the relentless, mindless repetition of pressure. These roamed the highway in the same erratic patrol patterns, navigating between vehicles with a familiarity that suggested they'd been walking these lanes since they turned, learning the terrain in whatever diminished capacity their rewired brains allowed. Tomas and Rennie cleared these as they went, quietly. The hammer, the pry bar, a directed strike to the skull, force concentrated at a point. Rennie had gotten good at it. Too good. She approached each one the way she approached a deadlift. Set the stance, grip the weapon, execute. And the clinical efficiency of it troubled Tomas in a way he couldn't articulate. Not because efficiency was bad in this context, but because she was 17, and the numbness that made it possible was a thing she should never have needed. By 9 a.m., they had cleared 3 miles, and the heat was becoming the primary threat. The highway asphalt absorbed and radiated the sun's energy with brutal efficiency. The surface temperature reached 140 degrees, hot enough to burn exposed skin, hot enough to soften the soles of shoes that weren't designed for this purpose. The air above the road shimmered with heat distortion, turning the vehicles ahead into wavering mirages, making distance impossible to judge. The infected responded to the heat. Tomas watched it happen in real time. As the temperature climbed past 95, then 100, the car-bound infected became more agitated, their pressing against the glass more insistent, their vocalizations louder and more urgent. The free-roaming infected picked up speed, their lurching patrol accelerated into something faster, more purposeful, the bursts of sprinting more frequent and longer. At 102 degrees, 2 infected that had been walking in parallel on the southbound shoulder suddenly broke into coordinated movement, angling toward the group's position with the converging geometry of predators executing a pincer. "Contact right," Rennie said, her voice flat and immediate. Darnell moved to intercept. He was carrying a length of rebar they'd scavenged from a construction site. 4 feet of steel, heavy enough to require his strength to wield effectively. He met the first infected with a horizontal swing that connected with the side of its head and sent it sideways into the guardrail. The second came faster, a woman in nurse's scrubs, and the sight of those scrubs froze Tomas for a quarter second, his mind flashing Lucia before the woman's amber eyes and gray skin overrode the association, and he stepped forward with the pry bar. The impact traveled up the bar into his wrists, his forearms, his shoulders. The infected dropped. He hit it again. The sound was final. Darnell finished the first one. He was breathing hard, harder than the exertion warranted. His hand went to his chest, pressed flat against his sternum, fingers spread. The gesture lasted 2 seconds, before he caught Tomas watching and dropped his hand. "Too hot for this," Darnell said, grinning. "Need to get my cardio up." The grin was flawless. The hand on the chest was not. They found their midday shelter at mile marker 23, a Greyhound bus, silver and blue, parked at an angle across 2 lanes, where its driver had apparently tried to use the bus's size to force through the gridlock. The bus had come to rest against the concrete median barrier, its front end crumpled, but its passenger compartment intact. The doors were closed. The windows were tinted. Tomas approached the bus alone. He pressed his face against the tinted glass, cupping his hands around his eyes. The interior was empty except for luggage in the overhead racks and personal items scattered across the seats: pillows, blankets, fast food wrappers, a child's backpack decorated with dinosaur stickers. The bus's passengers had evacuated. How far they'd gotten was a question Tomas didn't let himself answer. He forced the front door open using the pry bar on the manual release. The bus's interior hit him with a wall of stale air that was hot but not as hot as outside. The tinted windows had done their work. It smelled of vinyl and diesel and the ghost scent of 50 human beings who had spent hours in close quarters, sweating and breathing and being afraid. The group filed in. 29 people in a space designed for 56. They spread across the seats, some sitting, some lying across double seats, some wedging into the aisle. Connie arranged the children in the back rows, where the windows were smallest and the sense of enclosure was greatest, which was either comforting or terrifying, depending on your age and experience with the new world. Byron distributed rations. Water, 6 ounces per person. Food, a granola bar, and 3 crackers each. He noted the numbers in his notebook, with his usual precision. And Tomas saw something he hadn't noticed before. Byron's own ration was smaller. Not obviously smaller, but the granola bar was broken, and the larger piece went to the child next to him, and the water was measured in a cup that Byron filled to one line for others, and a lower line for himself. Tomas filed this away, said nothing, added it to the growing inventory of the small, quiet heroisms that nobody would remember when the stories were told, if stories were ever told again. Nadine moved through the bus, checking each person: pulse, temperature, hydration level, pupils. She carried a water bottle with electrolyte powder dissolved in it, the last of their medical-grade hydration supplies, and dispensed sips to those who needed it most. Her hands were steady. Her assessments were swift. She stopped at Darnell. "Your heart rate is elevated," she said, not a question. "Hot day. Your heart rate is 130 at rest. In this heat, that's concerning. I need you to tell me—" "I'm fine, Doc." The grin again, the shield. "Save your worrying for somebody who needs it." Nadine held his gaze for 3 seconds. Then she moved on. But Tomas saw her hand tighten on the water bottle, a momentary clench that said more than any words about what she was seeing in Darnell's vitals and what she couldn't do about it. Later, while the group rested, Nadine sat beside Tomas at the front of the bus and spoke in a low voice. "The coordination we're seeing in the infected, the flanking behavior, the group responses, it's accelerating. I noticed LZ7 was designed to rebuild neural pathways. In the trial patients, the cognitive improvement plateaued at week 4. but those patients were on controlled doses in clinical settings. These, she gestured at the highway, at everything beyond it, are uncontrolled. The compound is still active in their systems, still building. If the neural reconstruction doesn't plateau in the wild, the way it did in trials, she trailed off. What? Then we're not looking at a static threat. We're looking at something that's still getting smarter. And the question becomes, is there an upper limit? Or does the compound just keep building until... She stopped, shook her head. I need more data. I'm speculating. But the speculation sat in the bus's stale air, like something with weight, and Tomas filed it alongside everything else he couldn't afford to think about yet. They rested through the worst of the afternoon heat. The bus became an oven, 110 degrees inside, despite the tinted windows, the metal skin conducting heat from the road surface, through the floor and into the air. People stripped to minimum clothing. Water was rationed by sips. The children slept in the heat because children could sleep through anything, a mercy that adults had lost somewhere between puberty and the accumulation of enough experience to know what to be afraid of. Tomas did not sleep. He sat in the driver's seat and watched the highway through the cracked windshield and thought about the miles ahead. 12 more miles to League City, then through League City to the I-45 Highway 96 interchange, then south through Texas City, the industrial corridor, the refineries, the chemical plants, to the Galveston Causeway, another 30 miles roughly. At their current pace, 2 more days minimum. But current pace assumed the terrain ahead was no worse than what they'd crossed, and Tomas had no reason to believe that. Dewey settled into the seat behind him. The old shrimper moved with the quiet, bow-legged efficiency of a man who had spent decades navigating tight spaces on boats that didn't care about his comfort. He carried a battered aluminum thermos that he'd filled with water from the group's supply, and he offered it to Tomas without comment. I've been thinking about the stretch south of here, Dewey said. The I-45 corridor from League City to the Causeway. That's highwayman territory. Tomas looked at him. Highwayman? Heard about him on the CB when I was coming up the channel. Group of survivors who took control of a stretch of I-45. Truckers, roughnecks, blue-collar types. They set up barricades and they charge a toll for passage. You pay, you pass. You don't pay, you don't pass. What kind of toll? Supplies, fuel, ammunition, labor? Dewey paused, took a sip from his thermos. People? People. They need workers. Building barricades, scavenging, maintaining the road. You got nothing to trade, you trade yourself. Indentured service. Work their section for a week, a month, however long they say, and then they let you through. And if you refuse? Dewey's faded blue eyes were steady. Then you try to find another way south and there ain't one. The highway's the only route through that stretch. Surface streets are gridlocked worse than the interstate. East is the bay. West is open prairie with no water. You go through them or you don't go. Tomas processed this, added it to the ledger of threats, infected heat, dehydration, starvation, and now humans. Organized humans with territory and leverage. How many? Radio said 60, maybe more. Organized into crews, trucks for barricades, CB radios for communication. They've got a leader. Name of Bridger, Frank Bridger. You know him. Know of him. Long-haul trucker. Did a stretch in Huntsville. For manslaughter. Bar fight that went bad, the way I heard it. Came out harder than he went in, like they all do. He's not crazy. He's not cruel for fun. But he's the kind of man who decided early that the world runs on what you can hold and what you can trade. And he acts accordingly. Tomas leaned back in the driver's seat. The vinyl was splitting, and the foam beneath was compressed by thousands of miles of someone else's sitting, and it offered no comfort. But the posture of leaning back, of settling, of giving his body permission to not be in motion was itself a relief. We'll deal with Bridger when we get to him, Tomas said. Might want to deal with him before he deals with us. Man like that's got scouts. He knows when people are coming. Tomas filed this too. The weight of it settled into the growing pile of threats he carried. They moved again at 6 p.m., the heat dropping from catastrophic to merely brutal, as the sun angled toward the western horizon, turning the sky the color of a healing bruise, yellow at the edges, deep blue overhead. The transition painted in shades of purple and orange that no apocalypse could diminish. The sky didn't care. The sky kept being beautiful. The next 4 miles were the worst yet. The highway here narrowed. The right shoulder ended at a concrete barrier, channeling traffic into the main lanes, and the vehicles were packed so tightly that passage required climbing over hoods, sliding between bumpers, and squeezing through gaps that closed around the body like the jaws of a slow trap. The group moved in a compression that felt claustrophobic, the walls of cars on either side blocking sightlines, the roofs of SUVs and trucks blocking the sky, creating a tunneled corridor of metal and glass that amplified every sound. The infected here were dense, more car-bound than free-roaming, but the car-bound were agitated by the group's passage. The sound of 30 people moving through their domain triggered a cascade of reactions, hands slamming against windows, bodies thrashing against seatbelts, the drone rising to a pitch that resonated in the chest and made breathing feel optional. And some were free. Tomas counted 7 in the first half mile, emerging from between vehicles, with that snapping head turn, that explosive first step, that terrifying burst of speed that closed distance before the brain could calculate trajectory. They fought through. Tomas, Rennie, Darnell, and Wally at the front. Crystal and Dewey at the rear. The others in the middle, compressed, moving, trying not to scream as infected faces pressed against car windows inches from their passing bodies. The 4th infected they encountered was different. Larger. Not just human large, but wrong large. Its shoulders were too wide, its arms too long, the proportions distorted, as if the body had been reshaped by a force that didn't understand human anatomy, but knew it wanted more. Its skull was ridged, bony protrusions rising along the temporal line like the beginnings of a crest. Its skin was thicker, darker, with patches of calcified tissue that caught the fading light with a dull sheen. Stage 4. The first one Tomas had seen. It stood between 2 pickup trucks, blocking the only passage forward, and it did not lurch. It did not patrol erratically. It stood with a stillness that was different from the sentinel posture, more intentional, more focused, its head tilted not in the passive listening mode, but in the active, directed attention of something that had seen them and was deciding. "That's new," Rennie said, her voice barely a breath. "Don't move," Tomas said. The stage 4 infected stood for 5 seconds. 10, 15. Its amber eyes, darker than the stage 3 variants, almost copper, tracked across the group from front to rear. Then it turned and walked away, not lurching, not shuffling, walking, with purpose. Between the vehicles around the corner of an overturned delivery van, and gone. "What the hell was that?" Crystal hissed from the rear. Tomas didn't have an answer, but his skin was crawling with the specific unease of a prey animal that has just been assessed by a predator and found, not yet, not here, not worth the effort, but remembered. They kept moving. At mile 7, they found the drawing. It was on the concrete barrier wall of the highway median, drawn in what looked like chalk. A stick figure with curly hair holding the hand of a much taller stick figure. Below it, in uneven child's letters, "Going South, EMI." Tomas stopped so suddenly that Rennie walked into his back. "Coach, what?" He was staring at the wall, at the letters, at the curly-haired stick figure that was unmistakably his daughter's artistic signature. The same proportions, the same wild halo of scribbled hair, the same too large smile that Amelia drew on every human figure because, as she'd told him once, everyone should look happy, Daddy, even in pictures. Emmy. Her name. Truncated, hurried, a child writing fast while a grown-up said, "Come on, sweetie, we have to keep moving." She had been here, on this highway, writing on this wall, going south, like him. He pressed his hand against the chalk letters. The surface was rough, the chalk already fading under the sun and weather. A day old, maybe two. Recent. She was recent. "She's ahead of us," he said. His voice sounded like it was coming from somewhere else, somewhere outside his body, somewhere that still had the capacity for hope. "She's still going south." Rennie looked at the drawing, looked at Tomasz. Her face did something complicated. A softening that she immediately hardened, a crack in the stone that she sealed with the mortar of necessity. "Then we catch up," she said. They kept moving south. Night fell and the infected shifted modes. The highway became a corridor of statues, the free-roaming infected stopping mid-step, mid-turn, freezing into the sentinel posture. Their mouths open, their heads tilted, the collective breathing settling into a slow, synchronized rhythm that made the highway sound like the inside of a sleeping giant's lung. The group moved in absolute silence. Thomas had emphasized this during the rest stop. Total silence. No talking, no whispering, no coughing. If you had to cough, you put your face in the crook of your elbow and muffled it into nothing. If you stumbled, you caught yourself without a sound. If you were afraid, and you would be afraid, the fear would be a living thing pressing against the inside of your ribs. You swallowed it and kept moving. The moon was 3/4 full, casting silver light that turned the highway into a landscape of hard shadows and bright surfaces. The vehicles gleamed. The sentinel infected gleamed, their skin catching the moonlight with a wet, gelatinous sheen. The group moved between them like ghosts threading through a cemetery where the tombstones could hear you. Tomas led. He placed each foot with the deliberate precision of a man walking on ice, testing the ground before committing weight, rolling from heel to toe in a motion that minimized sound. Behind him, 30 people tried to do the same, with varying degrees of success. The children were the quietest. Connie had turned silence into a game before they left the bus, whispering, "We're playing the quiet game. The quietest person gets the first granola bar at breakfast." The children, who had adapted to the new world with the terrifying plasticity of youth, moved like small, silent animals. They passed within arm's reach of sentinels. Tomas could have touched one. A man in a mechanic's coverall, standing between a Honda and a Toyota, his amber eyes open and sightless in the moonlight, his mouth a dark oval, his breathing a slow, wet metronome. The smell was close and specific. Sweat and decay, and something underneath that Tomas's brain coded as wrong. A chemical tang, sharp and alien, the scent of LZ7 working in living tissue. The group passed. The sentinel did not react. They walked 2 more miles in the silver dark, threading through the frozen highway, and Tomas was beginning to think they might make League City by dawn when the child sneezed. The 3-year-old, the one Connie had been carrying since Pearland, the one Darnell had shouldered for 2 miles on day 4, the one who had barely spoken since the outbreak, and communicated primarily through the enormous liquid eyes of a child who had seen things no child should see, sneezed. It was a small sound, tiny, the sneeze of a toddler, barely a puff of air and a squeak of vocal cord. In any other context, it would have been invisible, swallowed by traffic noise, air conditioning hum, the ambient soundtrack of a functioning world. In the silence of the dead highway, under the sentinel moon, it was a gunshot. The nearest sentinel, the mechanic, 20 feet ahead and to the left, jerked. Not the slow awakening of the dawn transition, an instantaneous total body activation, like a machine switching from standby to operational in a single frame. His head snapped toward the sound. His body followed. His eyes, which had been sightless, locked onto the group with an accuracy that should have been impossible for something that operated on brainstem impulse. He opened his mouth and screamed, not the drone, not the vocalization. A scream, a high, piercing, sustained frequency that cut through the night air like a blade and was immediately answered by another, and another, and another. Sentinels across the highway activating in a chain reaction, the scream propagating outward from the epicenter of one toddler's sneeze, cascading through the darkness in every direction. "Run!" Tomas shouted. The word tore itself from his throat without conscious decision, bypassing the part of his brain that strategized, and going straight to the part that had spent 4 million years on the African savanna, learning what that sound meant. Predator, predator, run. The group broke formation. The discipline of single file, 5-yard spacing, silent movement, all of it shattered in the explosion of activated infected surging out of the dark. The highway, which had been a corridor of frozen figures, became a corridor of movement. Bodies launching from between vehicles, stumbling over hoods, pouring from the gaps in the traffic like water through a breaking dam. Tomasz ran south. Rennie was beside him, her hammer swinging at a figure that came from the right. The impact a dull crunch that didn't slow her stride. Behind him, the group was fragmenting, some running south, some veering east toward the median, some frozen in place. The ancient prey response of, "If I don't move, it won't see me," overriding the newer, smarter instruction to run, damn it, run. Darnell was at the rear, bodily hauling people forward, grabbing arms, pushing backs, using his 280 pounds of mass as a plow to shove through the gaps. Connie had the 3-year-old in her arms, and the other children clenched to her like barnacles, running with the ungainly, lurching gait of someone carrying too much weight and refusing to drop any of it. Wally materialized beside Tomas. The pharmacist was moving with an economy and speed that Tomas had not seen in him before. Not the panicked sprint of a civilian, but the controlled, ground-eating stride of someone who had trained for this, who had drilled for this, whose body remembered movements his civilian identity had tried to bury for 30 years. His face was calm, focused, present in a way that was almost alien amid the chaos. An infected lunged from behind an SUV. Wally's hand came up, caught the thing's jaw, redirected its momentum into the side of the vehicle. In the same motion, his other hand produced a screwdriver. The same flathead Rennie had been carrying at some point passed between them, and drove it through the infected's temple. The motion was fluid, practiced, and absolutely lethal. Tomas stared, couldn't stop staring, even while running. "Move, Mr. Delgado," Wally said, his voice soft and precise, and utterly at odds with the blood on his hands. "This is not the time for questions." They ran. The highway behind them was a storm of movement and sound, the activated sentinels converging on the noise, the scream cascade spreading outward, infected pouring from the vehicles in numbers that made individual combat impossible. Tomas heard screaming behind him that was human, the voices of people in his group, people he was responsible for, people who were being caught. He ran south. He did not stop. He did not look back. This was the thing, the terrible foundational thing that the apocalypse was teaching him, the thing he could not reconcile with the man he'd been 1 week ago, the man who went back for every dropped wrench, every stranded student, every person who needed help. That man would have turned. That man would have gone back. This man kept running. Emilia. South. Keep going. He hated himself for the thought. He hated himself more for acting on it. They ran for a quarter mile before the density of activated infected thinned enough to slow to a jog. Tomas counted heads. The numbers were wrong. Rennie, Wally, Nadine, Dewey, Crystal, Connie and the 4 children, Byron, Darnell, Elijah, Alma, others. Some from the Bayou camp, some from later. He counted again. 23. 6 people gone. Lost in the dark, in the swarm, in the screaming cascade triggered by a toddler's sneeze. He counted again. 23. The number didn't change. Tomas stood on the highway shoulder and looked north, back the way they'd come, and the highway behind them was a writhing mass of movement, infected converging from every direction on the epicenter of the activation, drawn by the sounds that were already fading, the screams that were already stopping. 6 people. Gone. He hadn't seen them die. He didn't know their names. Some of them, probably. The man from Meyerland, the Rice student. Faces he'd seen every day for a week. But in this moment, standing in the moonlight on the I-45 shoulder, he couldn't match names to the count of the missing. They were numbers. 6 people subtracted from a total that only shrank. Byron was beside him, his notebook out, his pen moving in the moonlight. Counting, always counting. 23, Byron confirmed. His voice was flat, not emotionless, compressed. Everything he felt about those 6 people pressed into a thin, hard line that he could file away and process later, if later existed. We keep moving, Tomas said. Nobody argued. Nobody had the energy for arguing or for grief, or for anything except putting one foot in front of the other in the direction of south. They walked until dawn. The sun rose on day 8 to reveal League City, Texas, a sprawling suburban community 30 miles south of Houston that had in its previous life been a bedroom community of tract homes, strip malls, and chain restaurants serving the NASA Johnson Space Center workforce. Now it was quiet in the particular way of places where the quiet was the loudest sound. The absence of lawnmowers and children and garage doors and ice cream trucks creating a negative space that pressed against the eardrums. The group had left the highway 2 miles north of League City, descending the embankment into a commercial district, where they found shelter in a Costco warehouse. The building was enormous, a cathedral of consumerism, its roof soaring 40 feet above aisles of merchandise that represented the entire material output of a civilization that had stopped producing. The power was out, the emergency lights running on failing batteries that cast amber pools in the darkness, and the vast space felt like standing inside the ribcage of a beached whale. They ate. Byron inventoried the Costco's remaining stock with barely concealed excitement. The store had been partially looted, but the sheer volume of merchandise meant that significant supplies remained. Canned goods, bottled water, dried pasta, rice, batteries, first aid supplies, clothing, sleeping bags, tools. For the first time since the Bayou Bridge, the numbers in his notebook shifted from deficit to surplus. We can carry 4 days' worth of food and water, Byron said, his pen scratching figures. 6, if we reduce rations below optimal. We should also stockpile medications. The pharmacy section has antibiotics, analgesics, and antihistamines, plus sunscreen. Nobody's gonna die of melanoma on my watch. It was a joke. The first joke Byron had made since the outbreak. It landed in the group like a stone into still water. A moment of normalcy so unexpected that people didn't know how to react. Crystal laughed. It was a harsh, surprised bark of a laugh. The kind that escapes before you can stop it. Dr. Sunscreen over here, she said. You're worried about SPF while the world burns. Sunburn leads to dehydration, leads to reduced performance, leads to death, Byron said, adjusting his broken glasses. Everything is connected. That's the whole point of logistics. The whole point of logistics is that you're a nerd who found his calling in the apocalypse. Byron considered this. That's not inaccurate. Tomas let them talk. The banter was necessary, the way breathing was necessary, a rhythm that the body needed to maintain function. People who stopped talking to each other stopped being a group and became a collection of individuals, and individuals died. He left them to their shopping and walked the perimeter of the Costco, checking exits, windows, and the integrity of the loading dock doors. The building was defensible, limited entry points, solid walls, good sightlines from the elevated office space. They could stay here, rest, resupply, recover. But staying was not going south, and south was where Amelia was. He was checking the loading dock when he heard the CB radio. The sound came from outside, a vehicle in the parking lot, one of the delivery trucks that sat at the loading bay. The truck's battery was dead, but the CB radio mounted in the cab was receiving on a dedicated frequency, the speaker crackling with a voice that was calm, authoritative, and broadcasting on repeat. This is the I-45 Corridor Authority. All traffic seeking passage through the League City to Texas City corridor must present at Checkpoint Alpha, mile marker 18, northbound lanes. Tolls are non-negotiable. Unauthorized passage will be treated as trespassing and dealt with accordingly. This message repeats on the hour. This is the I-45 Corridor Authority. The voice was male, middle-aged, with the flat inflection of a man who was accustomed to giving orders and had little experience with them being questioned. There was a quality to it, a practiced calm, a theatrical steadiness. that reminded Tomas of television preachers and car salesmen. Dewey appeared at his elbow, listening. That'll be Bridger's people. Corridor authority sounds official. That's the point. Once man makes his own authority and then broadcasts it like it came from Washington. Smart. Dewey spat tobacco juice. He'd found a tin of Skoal in the Costco and pocketed it with the quiet satisfaction of a man reunited with an old friend. Question is whether we go through his checkpoint or around it. You said there's no around. I said the surface streets are gridlocked. Didn't say impossible. Just said you'd trade one set of problems for another. What problems? Dewey looked at the parking lot, the flat suburban landscape beyond it, the heat haze rising from every surface. Residential neighborhoods full of closed houses, full of infected who turned in their living rooms. Every yard's got a fence. Every fence is a noise. Every noise is a trigger. You'd trade an organized human threat for a disorganized zombie one. Pick your poison. Tomas waited. The highwaymen were an unknown variable. Organized, armed, demanding tolls that the group might not be able to pay. But they were human, which meant they could be negotiated with, reasoned with, deceived, or, if necessary, fought. The infected in the residential grid were a known variable, predictable in behavior, mindless in strategy, but numerous and lethal in enclosed spaces. We try the checkpoint, Tomas said. We talk first. If talking doesn't work, we reassess. And if talking makes things worse, then we reassess faster. They reached Checkpoint Alpha at noon the next day, having rested through the night and morning in the Costco. The checkpoint was exactly what the CB broadcast suggested. A militarized toll booth constructed from semi-truck trailers arranged in a V formation across all 6 lanes of I-45 northbound, with the point of the V facing north and the opening facing south, creating a funnel that channeled all approaching traffic into a single, controlled entry point. The trailers were reinforced with welded steel plates, scavenged from the industrial shops along the highway. Guard positions were built on top of them. Plywood platforms with sandbag parapets, each manned by a figure with a rifle. Tomas counted 4 visible guards, which meant there were at least twice that many he couldn't see. The trailers were decorated with spray-painted signage. I-45, Corridor Authority, Stop. Present for inspection. Unauthorized entry, death. The last sign was illustrated with a crude skull and crossbones that would have been comical if not for the 3 bodies hanging from the overpass behind the checkpoint, each one bearing a cardboard sign around its neck. Trespasser. The bodies were not infected. They were human. They had been shot and then displayed. Connie moved in front of the children, blocking their sightline. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Friendly neighborhood watch, Crystal muttered, her machete held low against her leg. Weapons down, Tomas said. Visible hands. We're talking, not fighting. Thus, they approached the checkpoint with their hands visible, their weapons lowered but not relinquished. The guards on the trailers tracked them with rifle barrels. A voice from a megaphone, battery-powered, the sound tinny and distorted, called out, "Stop where you are. State your business." My name is Tomas Delgado. We're a group of 23 survivors heading south to Galveston. We want passage through your territory. A pause. The megaphone crackled. Wait there. They waited. The sun beat down. The heat shimmered. The infected could be heard in the distance. That ever-present drone, the background radiation of the new world. 10 minutes passed. Then a gate in the trailer barricade swung open, a section of steel plate on welded hinges, and a man walked through. Frank Bridger was not what Tomas expected. He was shorter than his voice suggested, 5'8" maybe, with a body that was thick through the chest and shoulders in the way of men who had spent decades lifting heavy things for a living. His hair was gray, buzzed close, and his face was a topographic map of hard living. Broken nose, scar tissue over the left eyebrow, deep lines bracketing a mouth that was set in a neutral expression. Tomas recognized from the prison system. The face of a man who had learned to show nothing because showing anything was a vulnerability. He wore a flannel shirt with the sleeves cut off, work boots, and a holstered pistol on his hip. He walked with the unhurried confidence of a man on his own ground, surrounded by his own people, holding all the cards and knowing it. "Tomas Delgado," Bridger said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, calloused, professional. "Frank Bridger, welcome to my road. Your road. My road. My people built these barricades. My people cleared the infected from this stretch. My people maintained the perimeter. That makes it mine. Same as a man builds a house. It's his house." He smiled. It was a reasonable smile, a man-to-man smile, the kind of smile that said, "We're both practical people. Let's be practical together. You want to use my road, there's a toll." "What kind of toll?" Bridger looked at the group. His eyes moved across them with a trader's gaze, categorizing each person by their utility, their cost, their value in the economy of survival. His eyes stopped on Nadine. "You've got a doctor. She's with us." "I can see that. She'd be more useful with me. I've got 63 people, Mr. Delgado. Injuries every day. Infections. The regular kind, not the other kind. I lost a man last week to a broken leg that went septic because we don't have anyone who knows the difference between a clean break and a compound fracture." He looked at Tomas. The smile was gone, replaced by the neutral face. "Your toll is the doctor. She stays, you pass." "No." The word came out before Tomas had time to calculate the consequences, not from strategy, from instinct, from the same place that made him go back for dropped wrenches and stranded students. The refusal, bone deep and irrational, to trade a human being like currency. Bridger's neutral expression didn't change. He had expected the refusal. He had built this negotiation the way Tomas built engines, working backward from the desired outcome, designing the conversation to arrive at a predetermined destination. Then we'll need to discuss alternatives. Supplies. I have supplies. What I don't have is medical expertise. That's what I need. That's the toll. She's not a commodity. Everything's a commodity now, Mr. Delgado. Food, water, bullets, skills, people. The world didn't stop running on trade when the power went out. It just got more honest about what's being traded. Bridger's eyes were steady, gray, flat as highway concrete. "You can stand here in my kill zone and negotiate, or you can accept the terms, or you can turn around and go back to Houston. Those are your options." Tomas looked at the trailer barricade, looked at the guards with their rifles, looked at the 3 bodies hanging from the overpass, looked at his group, 23 people standing in the open under the noonday sun, exposed, outgunned, with nowhere to go that didn't run through this man's territory. "Give us the night," Tomas said. "Let us camp outside the checkpoint. We'll give you our answer in the morning." Bridger considered this. He was, Tomas could see, a man who understood the tactical value of patience, who knew that desperation was a clock, and the longer he let it tick, the more favorable the terms would become. "You can camp in the northbound rest area, half a mile back. My people will escort you. You're back here by 8 a.m. tomorrow with an answer, or we come to you." The smile returned. "Fair, fair." They retreated to the rest area. Bridger's escorts, 2 men with hunting rifles, and the watchful eyes of people who had been given authority and were enjoying it, shadowed them the entire way. The rest area was a concrete island in the highway median. Restrooms, vending machines, a covered picnic area, and a parking lot that held 6 abandoned vehicles. The restrooms had running water, gravity-fed from a rooftop tank, which was a luxury so extraordinary that several people wept at the sensation of water on their faces. Tomas convened the group under the picnic shelter. The evening heat was brutal, but it was shared brutality, and shared suffering had become the group's bonding mechanism. They were not bound by friendship or ideology, but by the simple, powerful fact that they were all uncomfortable in the same way at the same time. "Bridger wants Nadine," Tomas said. "No preamble, no softening. The truth delivered flat, because these people deserved flat truths." "Absolutely not," Connie said, immediate, Fierce. That's not his decision to make, Rennie said. Her voice was hard, but Tomas caught the layer beneath. Anger at the universe that had arranged this choice. What are our options? Byron asked, his pen poised. We trade Nadine. We trade something else. We force our way through. We go around through the residential grid. We turn back. Tomas listed them without emotion. I'm not trading Nadine. I'm not turning back. That leaves 3 options. Force is suicide, Alma said quietly. She was sitting at the edge of the shelter, her fingers tapping the concrete table. They have elevated positions, automatic weapons, and a funnel designed to create a kill zone. We have hand tools and 1 pharmacist with suspiciously good combat skills. Wally, sitting cross-legged on the ground with his fin filter balanced on a camp stove making his evening coffee, said nothing. His face was its usual mask of mild, polite passivity, but Tomas noticed that his eyes had been scanning the rest area's perimeter since they arrived, cataloging sightlines and cover positions with the automatic proficiency of someone who had done this 1,000 times before. The residential grid is the alternative, Tomas said. Dewey? Dewey unfolded the highway map on the table. His 3-fingered left hand traced the route south of the checkpoint. League City residential. Grid streets, quarter-acre lots, 6-foot privacy fences between every yard. If we go west on Marina Bay Drive, we can cut through the subdivisions. Westover Park, Countryside, Bay Colony Army, and rejoin I-45 south of Bridger's territory near the Dickinson exit. It's about 5 miles of residential grid. Full of houses, full of infected. Yep, and fences. Every fence is a noise. Every noise is a trigger. Yep, but no highwaymen. Nope. The group considered. Tomas watched their faces. The calculus playing out behind each set of eyes, each person weighing the devil they knew against the devil they didn't. Nadine spoke. She had been silent since Tomas announced the toll, standing at the edge of the group with her arms crossed and her face unreadable. I should stay. Every head turned. If my staying buys passage for 22 people, that's a reasonable exchange. 1 person for 22. The mathematics are clear. The mathematics don't account for the fact that you're a person, not a number, Tomas said. In triage, people are numbers. I make that calculation every day. I've been making it since medical school. Save the many, sacrifice the few. It's not pleasant, but it's functional. It's not happening. Nadine looked at him. Behind the clinical mask, something cracked. A flash of something raw and desperate that was not about Bridger's toll at all, but about something deeper, something older, something she was carrying that she had not yet shown them. You don't get to decide that for me, she said. Her voice was low and tight, barely controlled. I do when you're part of my group. I didn't ask to be part of your group, and yet you're here. They held each other's gaze. The rest of the group watched with the tense, uncomfortable attention of people witnessing a confrontation they couldn't intervene in but couldn't look away from. We go through the residential grid, Tomas said. At night, quiet, fast, 5 miles. We can do this. You're risking 22 lives because you won't sacrifice one, Nadine said. Yes. That's not rational. No. Then why? Tomas thought about Dale Pinkett, about the catwalk on the oil rig, about the 1 second of hesitation that had cost Dale his legs and Tomas his peace of mind, about the 14 seconds of Lucia's phone call, about Amelia's shoe on the sidewalk. Because the moment we start trading people is the moment we become them, he said, nodding toward the checkpoint and the bodies hanging from the overpass. And I'd rather fight every infected between here and the coast than become a man who trades people for passage. It was not a perfect answer. It was not even a good answer, from a survival standpoint. Byron's face said as much. The accountant's expression was the particular grimace of a man watching someone make a decision with their heart that their head knew was wrong. But it was the answer, and nobody argued it, because the person making it was the person they had chosen to follow, and that choice, to follow Tomas Delgado south, into the heat, into the dark, into the teeth of everything the world threw at them, was the only authority that mattered anymore. They left the rest area at 11 p.m., slipping past the highwaymen escort positions in the dark. This was Wally's contribution. The quiet pharmacist with the combat skills he didn't explain scouted the perimeter and identified a gap in the patrol pattern, a 40-second window between the rotation of 2 sentries on the overpass above the rest area. 40 seconds, Wally whispered, crouched beside Tomas at the western fence. Single file, no sound. Cross the drainage ditch and into the tree line. The subdivision starts 200 yards west. How do you... Tomas began. Not now, Wally said with the same soft politeness he used for everything, from making coffee to breaking necks. Now we move. They moved. 23 people through a gap in a fence, across a drainage ditch, and into a strip of post oak trees that separated the highway from the first row of suburban houses. The trees were in full summer leaf, dense enough to block the moonlight, and the group passed through them in near total darkness, navigating by the sound of the person ahead and the feel of the ground underfoot. The subdivision was called Westover Park, and it was a monument to the particular brand of American suburban development that Tomas had always found simultaneously impressive and depressing. Identical houses on identical lots, brick facades, and 2-car garages and backyard privacy fences. Every home, a slight variation on the same template. The architectural equivalent of a theme, with variations that never quite departed from the key. In the dark, the subdivision was something else entirely. The houses were tomb dark. No porch lights, no window glow, no blue flicker of televisions. The only illumination was the moon, filtered through the tree canopy into a fractured silver that made the houses look like they were made of shadow and suggestion rather than brick and drywall. The street was wide and silent and empty, except for the occasional abandoned car and the pervasive, inescapable evidence of departure. Open front doors, scattered belongings on lawns, a child's bicycle on its side in a driveway, one wheel still spinning in a breeze that Tomas couldn't feel. The fences were the problem Dewey had warned about. 6-foot cedar privacy fences, solid board, separating every yard. To move through the subdivision meant either staying on the street, exposed, visible, audible, or cutting through yards, which meant climbing fences, which meant noise. Tomas chose yards. The street was a shooting gallery. The yards offered cover and concealment. He went over the first fence himself, testing it. The cedar boards creaked but held, and the noise was contained, a brief squeak that he could minimize by distributing his weight across the top rail. They developed a system. Tomas and Darnell lifted people over the fences. One by one, the children handed across like parcels, the adults boosted by Darnell's massive strength and caught on the other side by Tomas. Rennie went ahead, scouting each yard before the group entered it. Wally ghosted along the rear, a silent presence that Tomas was increasingly grateful for and increasingly unsettled by. The first 3 yards were clear. The fourth had a swimming pool, drained, empty, a concrete bowl gleaming bone white in the moonlight. The fifth had a trampoline and a deflated bounce house. The sixth had an infected. Rennie found it. She came back to the fence line with her eyes wide and her hammer raised, shaking her head in the stop gesture they developed. She held up one finger, then pointed at the yard beyond. Tomas climbed the fence and looked. The infected was a man in pajama pants and no shirt, sitting in a patio chair beside a cold grill. He was in the sentinel posture, motionless, mouth open, eyes staring at nothing. But he was sitting, which was unusual. Most sentinels stood. This one had sat down as if the last human impulse before the infection completed its work had been to sit in his backyard chair, the way he'd done on 1,000 summer evenings, and his body had held that position even as his mind dissolved. There was a beer bottle in his hand. His fingers were locked around it. The beer was gone, evaporated, or consumed, but he held the bottle with the same grip he must have used every Friday night, sitting in this chair, looking at this yard, living a life that was now as distant as a star. Tomas looked at the man, looked at the chair, looked at the grill, the patio, the back door of the house with its welcome y'all doormat and its hanging basket of dead petunias. He sat down. He turned, and his last act was to sit in his chair. Something inside Thomas cracked. Not broke. Cracked. A hairline fracture in the shell he'd been building since Lucia's phone call. The shell that let him function, that let him lead, that let him run south while people screamed behind him. The crack was small. He sealed it, but he knew it was there. And he knew that every crack weakened the structure. And he knew that structural engineers like Alma could look at a crack and calculate exactly how much load the shell could still bear before it failed. He motioned the group around the yard. They climbed the adjacent fence and detoured through the 7th yard instead. The man in the patio chair did not stir. They were 9 yards deep into the subdivision when the attack came, and it came not from the infected but from the highwaymen. The first sign was a flashlight, a beam of white light sweeping across the street 2 blocks ahead, moving with the deliberate pattern of a search. Then, a second beam, from the opposite direction. Then, the unmistakable metallic sound of a rifle bolt being cycled. "They found out we left," Elijah whispered, his voice tight with the high-frequency terror that was his constant companion, but had now jumped several octaves toward panic. "They tracked us," Wally said, his voice barely audible. "Dogs or thermal, maybe both." "They have dogs?" "Someone does." And then Tomas heard it. The distant, excited baying of a dog on a scent, the sound sharp and purposeful in the suburban silence. And his stomach dropped because dogs meant tracking. Tracking meant convergence, and convergence in a suburb full of sleeping infected meant, "We need to move," Tomas said, "that fast, south, now." "Fast means noise," Dewey said. "We're already found. Speed over stealth." The decision changed everything. They abandoned the yard-by-yard approach and hit the street, moving at a jog that was the fastest the group could sustain. The children carried, the elderly supported, the whole column moving south through the moonlit residential grid, with the highwaymen's flashlights sweeping behind them and the dogs baying getting louder. The noise they made, 30 pairs of feet on asphalt, the panning of exertion, the clink of supplies and packs, a child whimpering despite Connie's best efforts, was enough. The first sentinel they passed activated. Then the second. Then the houses began opening up. Not metaphorically, literally. The front doors of homes swinging open as the infected inside, awakened by the sound of running feet and shouting voices, emerged into the night. They came in ones and twos. Homeowners who had turned in their kitchens, their bedrooms, their living rooms, shuffling through front doors and down porch steps with the mechanical wrongness of their kind, their amber eyes locking onto the heat and movement of the group. The group was caught between 2 closing jaws. The highwaymen behind them, the awakening infected before and around them. The residential grid, which had seemed like the safer choice, was revealing its true nature, a maze of enclosed spaces and limited exits, where every sound amplified and every awakened infected added to a cascade that was rapidly becoming unsurvivable. Tomas made a decision. It was not a good decision. It was the only one. "East!" he shouted, abandoning silence entirely because silence was no longer relevant. "Back toward the highway. We break through." They turned east, cutting through a yard, the fence cracking under Darnell's shoulder as he slammed through it like it was cardboard, and emerged into a cul-de-sac that led to the main east-west boulevard. Behind them, the highwaymen's flashlights were converging. Around them, infected were emerging from houses like hornets from a disturbed nest. Rennie was at Tomas's side, hammer swinging, her face a mask of focused violence that was simultaneously the most competent and the most disturbing thing Tomas had ever seen in a teenager. She dropped an infected that came from the right, sidestepped another, and drove the hammer into a third with a backhand swing that she'd adapted from her deadlift technique. Hip rotation, core engagement, explosive force through the kinetic chain. Darnell was a boulder rolling downhill. He didn't use weapons. He used himself, his mass, his momentum, his sheer physical presence as a battering ram that sent infected tumbling aside like bowling pins. He ran with the ground-eating stride of the athlete he'd once been, carrying a child on each arm, and Tomas could hear his breathing, labored, ragged, the sound of a heart being asked to do more than it could sustain. They burst through the boulevard and reached the highway embankment. Behind them, the residential grid was alive with movement and sound. Flashlights and infected converging on their trail. The dogs still baying, voices shouting orders in the dark. The highway embankment was a 45-degree slope of gravel and scrubgrass, 15 feet high. The group scrambled up it in a desperate digging surge, hands grasping weeds, knees scraping gravel, feet slipping on loose stone. Darnell boosted people from below. Tomas hauled them from above. The children were passed up hand over hand, small bodies weightless with fear, gripped by every adult hand that could reach them. They reached the highway and ran south along the shoulder. Behind them, the highwaymen had reached the embankment. Tomas could see their flashlights cresting the slope, hear their shouted commands, but they stopped at the highway's edge. The infected from the residential grid were pouring onto the road now, the cascade fully engaged, and the highwaymen had the sense to recognize a situation that had outgrown their control. "They're not following," Dewey panted. "Smart enough to know when to quit. Or they know something about what's ahead that we don't," Tomas said. They ran south. The highway was the same gauntlet of vehicles, and infected that it had been before. But now they were running through it with the graceless desperation of people who had no other option. No stealth, no strategy, just speed and direction, and the burning need to put distance between themselves and everything behind them. 2 miles south of the highwayman checkpoint, the highway entered a stretch that was eerily clear. The vehicles thinned, the lanes opened, and for a quarter mile, there was almost nothing. Just empty road, moonlit, stretching south. The cleared stretch was bordered by concrete barriers, spray-painted with the highwayman's markers. I-45CA, Sector 7, cleared 728. They had run into the highwaymen's maintained corridor, the section they'd cleared of vehicles and infected, the road they charged tolls to use. And they were using it without paying. Tomas didn't slow down. The group ran through the cleared corridor in the moonlight, their footsteps echoing off the concrete barriers, their breathing the loudest sound in a world that had gone temporarily, blessedly, silent. At the south end of the cleared corridor, the highway resumed its clogged state. But here the vehicles were different. Not the random gridlock of civilian traffic, but organized barricades. Trucks placed at angles across the lanes, creating chicanes and choke points, kill zones, the highwayman's southern boundary. They passed through the barricades without opposition. No guards, no sentries. The southern boundary was designed to keep people out, not in. The guards faced north, toward the traffic. Nobody expected threats from behind. They ran through. They kept running. They didn't stop until the barricades were a mile behind them, and the highway ahead was the familiar hellscape of frozen traffic and lurking infected, which had, incredibly, become the preferred alternative to organized human opposition. Tomas stopped, bent over, put his hands on his knees, breathed. 23. He counted again. Still 23. Nobody lost this time. Nobody left behind. Something moved in his peripheral vision. He looked up, looked south, looked at the overpass that crossed I-45 at the Dickinson exit, a quarter mile ahead. A figure stood on the overpass. Not human-sized, larger. Silhouetted against the moon, motionless, its proportions wrong, in the way that the Stage 4 they'd encountered earlier had been wrong. Broader, taller, the skull ridged and crested, the arms hanging past the knees, but this one was bigger than the Stage 4. Much bigger. Nearly 7 feet tall, hunched under the weight of its own grotesque growth, its silhouette a Rorschach test that the brain tried to read as human and failed, finding instead something that had passed through human and come out the other side. It stood on the overpass, and it looked down at the group. It looked at Tomas. Tomas looked back. The distance was too great to see eyes, to see expression, to see anything beyond the outline. But he felt the weight of its attention, a physical sensation like standing in a current of water, something pressing against him from a direction he couldn't name. The figure turned, walked away. Its gait was different from any infected Tomas had seen. Not lurching, not shuffling, not the erratic patrol. It walked with purpose, with direction. It walked like something that knew where it was going. Below the overpass, in the shadows of the Dickinson exit, infected emerged. Not one or two, dozens. They flowed from beneath the overpass in a stream, heading south, moving in the same direction the figure had gone, following in its wake like water following a drain. "What the hell was that?" Crystal breathed. Tomas didn't answer. He was watching the stream of infected flowing south, following the thing on the overpass, and the pattern he was seeing, the organized movement, the directional flow, the apparent leadership, was something that did not fit into any framework he had for understanding the infected, and therefore sat in his mind like a bone that wouldn't set, wrong and painful and impossible to ignore. "We need to get off this highway," he said. They left I-45 at the Dickinson exit and moved southeast through the town of Dickinson on surface streets. The residential grid here was less dense than League City, larger lots, more open space, the semi-rural character of a town that straddled the boundary between Houston's suburban sprawl and the Gulf Coast's flat, marshy lowlands. Dawn was approaching. The sky was paling in the east, the stars fading, the moon dropping toward the flat western horizon. The air had the brief, illusory coolness of pre-dawn, a window of comfortable temperature that would last maybe an hour before the sun reasserted its authority. They found shelter in a church, a small one, not a mega-church, but a white clapboard Baptist church, with a steeple and a parking lot that held maybe 40 cars. The front doors were locked, which was promising. Locked doors meant the building had been secured from the inside, either by people who had sheltered and left, or by people who had sheltered and were still there. Tomas knocked. The sound was shockingly loud in the pre-dawn quiet. No answer. He knocked again. A voice from inside, muffled, female, uncertain. "Go away. We're survivors. We're not infected. We need shelter for the day." A pause. "How many?" 23. A longer pause. The sound of whispered conference. Then the click of a deadbolt, and the door opened 6 inches, revealing a face that was haggard and sleep-deprived but human, alert, and, critically, brown-eyed, not amber. The woman was middle-aged, wearing a church choir robe over civilian clothes, and she held a shotgun with an awkward, recently learned grip. "Let me see your eyes," she said. They submitted to inspection. 23 people filing past a shotgun-wielding choir member, showing their eyes, turning their wrists, opening their mouths on request. The woman checked each one thoroughly, having learned the cost of insufficient caution. Inside the church, Tomas found 6 more survivors, 3 women, 2 men, and a teenage boy, all members of the church's congregation, who had been at a Wednesday evening prayer meeting when the outbreak began and had barricaded themselves in the building. They had been here for 10 days. "We thought someone would come," said the woman with the shotgun. Her name was Linda. "We thought the police, the military, someone. We prayed." "Nobody came," Tomas said. "No, nobody's coming." Linda looked at him. Her eyes were dry and red-rimmed and exhausted, and the shotgun in her hands trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from the physical toll of 10 days of sustained hypervigilance on a body that was designed for Sunday services and potluck dinners. "We heard that on the radio," she said, "at the containment line. Then you know." "I know what they said. I don't know what to believe." "Believe this. We're going south. Galveston. There's an island with 1 bridge, and if we can get there and bring the bridge down, we can make something defensible. Something that might last." He paused. "You can come with us." Linda looked at her congregation, the 5 people who had prayed with her through 10 days of darkness. They looked back. The decision happened in the wordless language of people who had been together long enough to communicate through glance and gesture. "We'll come," Linda said. 29 now. Tomas adjusted the count, more lives balanced on his shoulders. They rested in the church through the day. The building was solid, Thick walls, small windows, a single entrance that Linda's group had reinforced with pews stacked against the door. The interior smelled of candle wax and old hymnals, and the particular specific scent of a space where people had gathered regularly for decades to share something they believed in. It was the smell of community, of faith, of a world that made sense, and it was so overwhelmingly different from the smells of the past 10 days, blood, sweat, decay, fear, that several people wept when they walked in. Connie wept. Not openly, not dramatically. She sat in a pew near the back of the sanctuary and put her face in her hands and shook silently for 3 minutes, while the 4 refugee children sat beside her, pressing against her like plants growing toward light. When she lifted her face, it was composed. The weeping was done, filed away. The principal was back, but Tomas had seen it and he recognized it for what it was. Not a breakdown, but a release. The carefully controlled venting of pressure that, if left unchecked, would cause a catastrophic failure. Connie was the group's structural integrity, the beam that held the ceiling up, and she was managing her own stress with the same precision she brought to managing everyone else's. He sat next to her. "The children are doing well," he said. "The children are traumatized beyond anything I could have imagined when I was running professional development workshops on student mental health 6 months ago." She looked at the 4 small faces, eyes closed now, sleeping against her, their breathing synchronized in the way of children who have found a safe adult and clung to her. "But they're alive, and they trust me. So I'll be what they need." "What do you need?" She looked at him. For a moment, the principal was gone and the person underneath was visible. A 45-year-old woman who had been strong for 10 days straight and was running on reserves that were finite and dwindling. "I need to believe this means something," she said. "That we're not just postponing the inevitable. That there's a purpose. There is. The island, the bridge, a future. That's a plan. I asked about meaning." Tomas didn't have an answer for that. Meaning was a luxury he couldn't afford. He had direction, south. And he had purpose, Emilia. And he had responsibility, 29 people. And those 3 things filled every corner of his mind, leaving no room for the larger questions that Connie was asking. "I don't know about meaning," he said. "I know about next steps. Next step is south. Next step after that is the causeway. Next step after that is making something that can last. If meaning shows up along the way, we'll grab it." Connie studied him. "You're a practical man. I'm a shop teacher. You're more than that. Today I am. Tomorrow, if we live, I want to go back to being just a shop teacher." She almost smiled. Not quite. The muscles around her mouth moved in the direction of a smile and stopped, as if the expression had been disallowed by some internal authority that determined which displays of emotion were permitted under current conditions. "I'll hold you to that," she said. That afternoon, while the group rested in the church, Tomas made his rounds. He checked the windows, the door barricade, the roof access. He examined the church's small kitchen, running water, gravity-fed from a rooftop tank like the rest area. A gas stove that still worked. The gas lines hadn't failed yet, though the pressure was low. Canned goods in a pantry that Linda's group had been rationing. He found Wally in the kitchen making coffee. The pharmacist had his fin filter set up on the counter, a small, metal drip device that he carried in his pack like a talisman. He'd found coffee grounds in the church kitchen and was heating water on the stove, the blue flame hissing softly, the smell of brewing coffee filling the small space with an aroma so powerfully normal that it made Tomas's chest ache. "Coffee?" Wally asked. Tomas accepted the cup. It was small. Vietnamese coffee was served in small quantities, strong and dark. And the first sip was a detonation of flavor on a palate that had been eating granola bars and canned beans for a week. Bitter, sweet from the condensed milk Wally had found in the pantry, the roasted depth of the grounds filling his sinuses and reaching some primitive reward center in his brain that released a wave of something that was not happiness, but was in the same neighborhood. "Good?" Wally asked. "Incredible. Coffee is a human right. I've always believed that, even now." Wally took his own cup, held it in both hands, inhaled the steam. "Especially now." Tomas watched him. The pharmacist's hands were perfectly steady. His face was calm, attentive, present. He looked like a man drinking coffee in a kitchen, which was technically what he was, and also very much not what he was. Because this man, this slight, soft-spoken, wire-framed man, had killed 5 infected with his bare hands in the past week, displaying combat skills that were years beyond anything a pharmacy program taught. Wally. You weren't just a medic. Wally sipped his coffee, set the cup down, adjusted his glasses. I was Army, Gulf War, attached to a Special Forces unit as a medical specialist. The medical work was real. The other work was also real. You were a soldier. I was many things. I was a soldier. Then I was a student. Then I was a pharmacist. Then I was a husband and a father. Each version of myself replaced the last. The soldier was supposed to be buried under 30 years of prescription counts and school plays. He looked at his hands, small, precise, the hands of a man who measured medications in milligrams. He wasn't as buried as I thought. Why didn't you tell us? Because the pharmacist is who I chose to be? The soldier's who I was made into? I've spent 30 years choosing, Mr. Delgado. I don't want to go back to being made. We need you. You need the pharmacist. You need the medic. You need the man who makes coffee and knows which pills to take for what. He paused. You don't need the other thing, not yet. If we do... Wally finished his coffee, rinsed the cup, dried it with a towel, folded the towel, and placed it on the counter with precise alignment. Everything in its place. Then you'll have it, he said. But I won't pretend to be happy about it. He left the kitchen. Thomas noticed what he hadn't noticed before. The slight tremor in Wally's hands as he walked away. Not the tremor of a man at peace with his past. The tremor of a man who kept everything in its place because the alternative was everything falling apart. The coffee ritual, the folded towels, the precise alignment, they weren't habits. They were walls. And behind them, Tomas suspected, was something Wally hadn't buried as deeply as he believed. Later, in the small hours, Tomas would hear Wally talking in his sleep. Fragments, half-words, a name that sounded like Kareem, repeated with an urgency that the waking Wally never permitted himself. In the morning, Wally would make coffee and say nothing, and the tremor in his hands would be invisible again, and the walls would be rebuilt, and the man behind them would remain unknown. He poured himself another cup, drank it standing at the kitchen window, watching the street outside, where the afternoon sun hammered the asphalt and the infected moved in their patterns, and the world went on being what it was, beautiful and terrible, and entirely uninterested in his plans. They left the church at dusk. Linda and her 5 congregants joined the column, bringing their supplies and their shotgun and the particular brand of resolve that came from having spent 10 days praying for salvation and deciding when it didn't come from above to go looking for it themselves. 29 people moved southeast through the darkening landscape of Dickinson, Texas, heading for the Highway 146 corridor that would take them south through Lamarck and Texas City to the Galveston Causeway. The terrain was changing. Houston's urban sprawl was giving way to the Gulf Coast lowlands, flat, marshy, scattered with industrial infrastructure. Bayous and drainage canals crisscrossed the landscape, their banks choked with cattails and saltgrass, their waters dark and still. The air smelled different here, less exhaust and concrete, more salt and sulfur, and the organic funk of tidal marshland. They were getting close to the coast. Tomas could feel it, not in any mystical sense, but in the practical, bodily awareness of a man who had worked offshore and knew the weight of Gulf air, the way it sat in the lungs differently than inland air. Denser, saltier, charged with the particular humidity of water that stretched to the horizon. They crossed a drainage canal on a pedestrian bridge, single file, the water below black and still in the fading light. Tomas went first. He was halfway across when he felt it. A presence in the water, not seen but sensed, the way you sense a current in a river or a pressure change before a storm. Something was in the canal, below the surface, waiting. He stopped, looked down. The water was opaque, reflecting the darkening sky, giving back nothing. But there was a smell rising from it. The standard bayou stink of mud and vegetation, and the sharp, unmistakable tang of decomposition. Not the dry, baked decay of bodies in the heat. Something wetter, something that had been submerged. "Move fast," he whispered to the group behind him. "Don't stop on the bridge." They crossed, one by one, fast, the bridge bouncing slightly under their combined weight. Tomasz counted each person as they passed, his eyes on the water, watching for movement, seeing nothing but feeling, irrationally, instinctively, that the nothing was watching back. The last person crossed. Crystal, bringing up the rear, her machete in hand, her eyes on the water. "Something's down there," she said. "I know." Behind them, the water's surface broke. Just once. A ripple, expanding outward from a point near the bridge pilings, as if something large had shifted its position. Then, the water was still again. Whatever had surfaced, or nearly surfaced, had done so deliberately, briefly, as if testing the air, as if watching them leave. Nadine, walking beside Thomas, had turned to look. Her face had gone very still. "What?" Thomas asked. "Nothing," she said. But she walked faster after that, and she didn't look back again. Waders! Dewey had mentioned them. Infected who had turned in the water, who waited submerged, who lunged upward when prey crossed above. Tomas filed this away. Another threat stacked on the pile. The variables kept multiplying, and the margins kept shrinking, and the only constant was south. They reached Highway 146 by midnight. The highway was a two-lane road that ran along the western edge of Galveston Bay, connecting the industrial towns of Lamarck, Texas City, and Bayou Vista to the interstate system. To the east, the bay was a dark, flat expanse under the stars, the water catching moonlight in silver flashes. To the west, the land was flat, marshy, dotted with the industrial silhouettes of refineries and chemical plants that loomed against the sky, like the skeletons of enormous machines. Some of the refineries were burning. Not actively, not the roaring inferno of a fresh fire. These were the slow, smoldering burns of industrial infrastructure that had lost its human operators and succumbed to the inevitable chemistry of pressurized hydrocarbons meeting uncontrolled heat. Pillars of flame rose from scattered points across the industrial landscape, their light orange and flickering, their smoke dark against the stars. The smell was petrochemical, benzene, toluene, the acrid sweetness of burning plastic. And it intensified as the group moved south, the wind carrying it from the industrial zone. "Texas City Refinery Complex," Alma said, looking west at the burning skyline. Her voice held a quality Thomas hadn't heard before, something between respect and awe, the engineer regarding the magnitude of forces she understood intimately and could do nothing about. Largest petrochemical complex on the Gulf Coast. If those fires reached the main storage tanks, she tapped the highway guardrail with her finger. The explosion would be visible from orbit. "Can we go around it?" "We'll have to. The chemical plume from those burns is toxic. Benzene exposure alone..." She stopped, looked at the group, at the children, at the reality of explaining benzene poisoning to people who were already dealing with zombie-grade existential threats. "We stay east, close to the bay. The wind is from the west, so the plume is blowing away from us. If the wind shifts, we move to high ground, or we run. High ground in the Gulf Coast lowlands. Overpasses, bridges, the causeway when we reach it. Anything above 10 feet. They moved south along 146. The road was less clogged than I-45. This was a secondary highway, used primarily by industrial traffic and local commuters, and the vehicles here were spaced apart, manageable. The group made good time, covering 3 miles in the first 2 hours, the bayshore to their left a dark mirror reflecting the burning refineries to their right. At 2 a.m., they heard the engine. Not a zombie sound, not an infected vocalization. An engine. A vehicle engine, diesel, the rumbling idle of a large truck coming from the south. Tomas raised his fist. The group stopped. Headlights appeared around a curve in the highway. High-mounted headlights, a truck, an industrial vehicle, something big. The engine revved and the headlights accelerated toward them. "Off the road!" Tomas shouted. abandoning stealth because the headlights made stealth irrelevant. Into the ditch! Now! The group scattered. Some went left toward the bayshore. Some went right toward the industrial zone. Tomas grabbed Rennie and pulled her toward the drainage ditch on the east side of the road, sliding down the muddy embankment into knee-deep water that was warm and brackish and smelled of rotting vegetation. The truck thundered past. Not a truck, a convoy. 3 vehicles, a flatbed semi with a welded steel cab, a military Humvee painted matte black, and a pickup truck with a mounted spotlight that swept the road as it passed. The spotlight beam crossed the drainage ditch, missed Tomas and Rennie by 5 feet, and continued south. The convoy didn't stop. It accelerated, heading south, the taillights dwindling in the darkness. "The foundry," Dewey said, climbing out of the ditch behind them. He was soaked to the waist, and his expression was grim. "That's their marking. Military-grade vehicles, armored, running at night. They control the Texas City Industrial Complex. That's their territory." Another group, another toll. Worse, the highwaymen are businessmen. The foundry is an army. Tomas stood in the drainage ditch in the warm, stinking water and looked south, where the convoy's taillights had disappeared, and let the new threat settle into the growing weight he carried. The infected, the heat, the highwaymen, now the foundry. And between all of it, somewhere ahead, a 7-year-old girl with curly hair and a missing shoe and a habit of drawing stick figures on walls, going south, always south, ahead of him but not beyond reach. Not yet. Not while he could still put one foot in front of the other. He climbed out of the ditch, wrung the water from his shirt, adjusted Amelia's backpack. "Keep moving," he said. Dawn on day 11. They were counting days now. The passage of time marked by sunrises and sunsets rather than clocks or calendars revealed the landscape of their approach to Texas City. To the west, the refinery complex sprawled across the horizon, a forest of towers and tanks and pipe systems that covered square miles, some sections burning, some intact, all of it radiating the alien beauty of industrial infrastructure on a scale that dwarfed human comprehension. The flames from the burning sections reflected off the metal surfaces of the intact sections, creating a shimmering, hellish panorama that looked like a city designed by someone who had never seen a city but had been told about them in terms of fire and metal. To the east, Galveston Bay lay flat and gray under the morning sky, its surface broken by the distant silhouettes of container ships that had been anchored offshore when the outbreak began and now sat motionless, ghost ships crewed by nothing, their hulls rusting in the salt air. Between these two features, the highway ran south like a seam, and on the highway ahead of them, visible for the first time in the Flat Gulf coastlight, the Galveston Causeway. The bridge, the goal. Stretching from the mainland to the island across 2.5 miles of open water, its concrete spans and steel railings catching the morning sun, its surface packed with vehicles that, from this distance, looked like a solid line of metallic confetti thrown across the bay. Tomas stopped walking, stared. The bridge was real. It was there. It was reachable. Around him, the group stopped and stared too. Nobody spoke. The bridge shimmered in the heat haze, its outline wavering, and from this distance, it looked like something from a dream. Insubstantial, beautiful, promising. 20 miles, Alma said, studying the horizon with her engineer's eye. Maybe less. The causeway's approach starts at the Texas City Dike, which is, she pointed at a thin line extending south from the industrial complex. There, that's the dike, man-made. Extends 3 miles into the bay. The causeway begins at the dike's terminus. 2 days, Byron calculated, at our current pace. 1 if we push. We push, Tomas said. But the 20 miles between here and the bridge were not empty. The highway ran directly through the outskirts of the Texas City Industrial Zone, the foundry's territory. The convoy they'd seen last night was proof that the area was actively controlled, and the industrial zone itself was a hazard. Chemical fires, toxic plumes, and, according to Dewey, infected that had been transformed inside the refineries. Exposed to the burning petrochemicals, that gave them properties unlike any infected they'd encountered before. Scorchers, Dewey said, as they rested in the shade of an abandoned gas station. He was chewing tobacco and squinting south, his faded eyes tracking the smoke plumes from the refineries. That's what the radio chatter called them. Infected who burned but didn't die. The compound, whatever it is, it kept them going through the fire. Now they're walking torches. Blind, but they can hear a heartbeat from 50 yards. And they catch fire. You hit one wrong, they go up, and everything around them goes with it. How do you kill them? Carefully. Dewey spat tobacco juice. Blades, blunt force. No sparks. No bullets unless you've got no choice. Because a bullet spark on bone in one of those things is like striking a match in a gas station. That's incredibly specific knowledge for a retired shrimper. I'm a man who listens to the radio, young'un. You learn things. Tomas looked at the refinery skyline, the fires, the smoke. Between the group and the causeway lay the most dangerous stretch of their journey. Controlled territory, chemical hazards, and a new variant of infected that could turn a careful approach into a catastrophe with a single misplaced strike. He looked at the bridge on the horizon, looked at his group, looked at the distance between. We need a plan, he said, a real one. Not walk south and hope. We need to know what's between us and that bridge and how to get through it. Reconnaissance, Wally said, from his position at the edge of the group, where he sat with his coffee and his silence and the still watchfulness that Tomas had learned not to mistake for passivity. Yes, I'll go. Not alone. I'm better alone. Nobody goes alone. That's a rule. Wally looked at him with an expression that combined mild amusement with something that might have been respect. Then I'll take Rennie. She's quiet and she learns fast. Rennie, who had been cleaning her hammer, looked up. Say less. They went. Wally and Rennie disappeared into the morning heat, heading south toward the refinery perimeter, moving with a synchronization that developed between them almost immediately. The veteran and the natural, the man who'd been trained and the girl who didn't need training because she ran on instinct and ferocity in the silent, endless furnace of whatever she was carrying inside her that she would not name and would not share. Tomas watched them go, turned back to the group. We rest until they're back. Everyone eat, everyone drink, everyone sleep if you can. He looked at the bridge on the horizon, shimmering in the heat, real and close and impossibly far. When they come back, we move. Wally and Rennie returned 4 hours later. Rennie was carrying a map, an industrial site map, pulled from a maintenance shed inside the refinery perimeter, and Wally was carrying information that rearranged the group's approach entirely. The foundry has the main highway corridor locked down, Wally reported. He spoke with the clipped, efficient cadence of a debriefing, the soldier's language surfacing through the pharmacist's veneer. Vehicle patrols every 90 minutes on Highway 146, static positions at the Texas City Dike entrance and the causeway approach, approximately 20 personnel visible. But the infrastructure suggests a much larger force. Motor pool, communications arrays, perimeter fortification, they're well supplied. Military-grade weapons, organized command structure. Can we go around? East is the bay. West is the refinery, chemical fire zones and scorchers. South through the foundry's territory is the only surface route to the causeway. What about the water? Dewey asked. He was leaning forward, his three-fingered hand gripping his knee, his eyes bright with the particular alertness of a man hearing about the one environment where he held the advantage. The bay. We can't swim it, but we don't have to swim it. Boats, Tomas said. Boats. There's a marina at the Texas City Dike, or there was. Recreational boats, fishing rigs, maybe something bigger. If we can get to the marina without the foundry seeing us, we can take the water around their positions and approach the causeway from the bayside. We'd still need to get onto the causeway. The causeway has maintenance access points on the underside. Ladder systems built into the pylons for inspection crews. I know because I fished under that bridge for 40 years and watched the inspectors climb up and down like monkeys. Dewey's squint deepened. You get us to the causeway by water, I'll get us onto it from below. Tomas looked at Alma. Can you still bring it down? Even if we approach from below? Alma tapped the gas station wall. I can bring it down if I can reach the critical stress points, which are on the underside of the bridge deck at the pylon connections. Approaching from below actually gives me better access than approaching from above. She paused, drew invisible diagrams on the wall with her finger. The question is explosives. I need demolition charges at specific points to create cascading structural failure. Without proper demolition charges, I'd need a very large amount of improvised explosive. The refinery, Tomas said. The thought arrived fully formed, the mechanical intuition that had made him a good shop teacher and would, in the coming weeks, make him something more. The refinery complex is full of volatile chemicals, pressurized tanks, explosive compounds. You want to scavenge explosives from a burning refinery full of scorchers, Byron said. He'd clearly already run the numbers and found them appalling. I want to scavenge materials. Wally and Rennie can guide us to the maintenance areas, the parts of the complex that aren't burning. Yet. Byron closed his notebook, opened it, closed it again. The repetitive motion was his version of prayer. A ritual of calculation that gave him the illusion of control in a world that had stopped responding to arithmetic. This is insane, he said. Yes. We're going to walk through a chemical fire zone full of blind, explosive zombies, steal industrial chemicals, carry them to a marina that may or may not exist, take boats through a bay that may or may not have waiters in it, climb the underside of a bridge while being chased by a military organization and a zombie horde, and then blow the bridge while we're standing on it. Yes. And you think this will work? I think it has to work. Byron looked at him over his taped glasses. The sunburn, the exhaustion, the meticulous, desperate courage of a man who controlled what he could. Numbers, inventories, the precise allocation of insufficient resources, and trusted others to handle the things that numbers couldn't solve. Fine, Byron said, but I'm tracking every cost. Someone has to count what this takes from us. Someone always does. They moved at dusk. The plan, such as it was, required 3 phases: approach the refinery perimeter, scavenge materials, and retreat to the marina. Each phase had a failure mode that could kill them all. Tomas tried not to think about this. Thinking about comprehensive failure was Byron's job. Tomas's job was the next step. The refinery perimeter was a chain-link fence topped with razor wire 6 feet high, surrounding a complex that covered more than 4 square miles. The fence had been breached in multiple places, some by the infected during the early days, some by subsequent human activity, some by the sheer entropy of uncontrolled industrial processes warping and buckling the infrastructure around them. Tomas led a team of 6 through a breach in the fence on the northeast corner. Himself, Rennie, Wally, Crystal, Darnell, and Dewey. The rest of the group waited at the gas station under Nadine and Connie's supervision, with Byron tracking supply levels and Alma studying the industrial site map for structural data on the causeway's approach. Inside the refinery perimeter, the world changed. The air was thick with chemical haze, a particulate-laden fog that reduced visibility and coated every surface with a film of oily residue. The smell was overwhelming, a cocktail of hydrocarbons that sat in the sinuses and the back of the throat like a physical presence. Simultaneously sweet and acrid, the smell of money being burned and lives being lost in the particular mathematics of petrochemical profit. The ground underfoot was metal grating over concrete, the industrial walkways that connected the refinery's various processing units. Pipes ran in every direction, above and below and alongside the walkways, some still carrying their contents under residual pressure, others ruptured and leaking fluids that pooled in rainbow-sheened puddles. The structures around them, distillation towers, cracking units, storage tanks, rose into the haze like the ruins of a technological civilization, which was exactly what they were, and the scorchers were there. Tomas saw the first one from 50 yards, standing in the gap between 2 processing towers. It looked like nothing he had prepared himself for. The infected skin was a landscape of chemical burns, blistered, blackened, weeping clear fluid that caught the firelight from the distant flames with an oily iridescence. Its clothes had melted into its flesh in patches, creating a patchwork of fabric and skin and burned tissue that was neither clothed nor naked, but something in between. Its eyes were white, completely, sightlessly white, the milky opacity of heat-destroyed retinas. It stood motionless, not in the sentinel posture. This was different. The Scorcher was oriented. Its head was tilted at an angle that suggested it was processing information from a source other than sight, sound perhaps, or the thermal radiation of nearby objects. Its mouth was closed. Its breathing was visible, the chest expanding and contracting in a rhythm that was slow and deep and seemed to draw the chemical-laden air deep into lungs that had adapted to an environment that would kill a normal person in minutes. "That's a Scorcher," Dewey whispered, his mouth barely moving. "See the burns? The white eyes. It can't see us, but it can hear us, and it can feel us. Body heat, like a snake. We stay quiet and we stay cool. Stay cool in a refinery in July in Texas. I said it was going to be fun, young'un. I said, stay cool." They navigated around the Scorcher, giving it a wide berth, moving with the exaggerated slowness of people who understood that speed and sound were the enemies. The walkway system took them to a maintenance building, a prefab structure that housed tools, replacement parts, and, critically, chemical storage for the refinery's maintenance operations. Inside the building, Crystal found what they needed. Her eyes, trained by years of bartending to scan shelves quickly and identify bottles by shape and color, picked out the relevant containers with professional speed. "Ammonium nitrate," she said, reading labels. "Sodium nitrate, fuel oil, diesel, detonation cord." She looked at Tomas. "Your girl Alma is going to be a happy engineer. You know demolition materials? I know chemistry. Cosmetology school isn't just haircutting. You learn about reactions, catalysts, chemical bonds. Also, I watched a lot of YouTube before the world ended." She paused. "Don't tell Alma I compared her career to YouTube tutorials." They loaded the materials into backpacks, distributing the weight carefully. Ammonium nitrate and fuel oil did not mix well with impact, and nobody wanted to become the ignition source for an improvised explosive while walking through a refinery full of Scorchers. The return trip was worse than the approach. The chemical haze had thickened, reducing visibility to 30 feet. The Scorchers were more active, 3 of them now visible, moving through the processing units in a pattern that was not random. They were patrolling, not with the mindless wander of standard infected or the rigid sentinel posture of the nighttime mode, but with a purposeful, systematic coverage pattern that suggested some residual capacity for environmental awareness. They heard. That was the worst part. One Scorcher, positioned on a catwalk above the main walkway, its blind white eyes pointing at nothing, turned its head toward the group as they passed below, not toward their sound, toward their heat. Tomas could feel it. The Scorcher's attention was a physical weight, a thermal searchlight sweeping across them, reading their body heat through the chemical haze. It tilted its head, opened its mouth, made a sound. Not the standard drone, but a clicking, rattling vocalization, like stones in a tumbler. Then it turned away. The group's body heat, dispersed by the ambient warmth of the refinery, 110 degrees even at dusk, was insufficient to register as distinct from the environment. They were invisible. Barely. By degrees, they made it out. Through the fence breach, across the scrubland, back to the gas station. Darnell sat down immediately, his hand on his chest, his breathing a wheeze that made Nadine look up from her medical kit with an expression that was all diagnosis and no comfort. Tomas handed the materials to Alma. The old engineer examined each container with the focused intensity of a woman reuniting with familiar tools. "This will work," she said. "Combined with the diesel we have, this gives me enough for 4 demolition charges. Placed at the stress points I've identified," she tapped the site map. "The cascading failure should propagate from the center span outward. The bridge will fall." Should. Will. Should is for grant proposals. This is for survival. The bridge will fall. She said this with the absolute unhedging certainty of a woman who had spent 40 years understanding how things bore weight and how weight could be made to overcome them. It was the most comforting thing Tomas had heard since the outbreak. Good, he said. The marina's next. Tomorrow, Nadine said. Not requesting, prescribing. Darnell needs rest. The children need rest. You need rest. This is not optional. Tomas wanted to argue. The bridge was visible from here. Emilia might be on the other side of it. Every hour of delay was an hour of not knowing, and not knowing was a kind of pain that sleep could not address. But Nadine was right. He could see it in the faces around him, the hollow eyes, the sunken cheeks, the trembling hands and shuffling gaits of people operating on reserves that were nearly exhausted. They had been moving for 7 days. They had walked 50 miles. They had fought, run, hidden, starved, and sweat their way to within sight of their goal. And the last stretch, the most dangerous stretch, required everything they had left. Tomorrow, Tomas agreed. He sat on the gas station's concrete apron and looked at the bridge on the horizon, glowing faintly in the last light of the day, and he held Emilia's shoe in his hand and turned it over and over, the worn rubber sole and the purple initials, and he made the promise again, the same promise, the only promise that mattered. Tomorrow, Mija, tomorrow I come for you. He didn't sleep. He sat and watched the bridge and counted the hours until dawn. Beside him, unnoticed, Nadine sat against the wall, with her knees drawn up and her face hidden and her shoulders shaking with silent, terrible sobs that she did not explain and did not control and could not stop. The accumulated weight of a secret that was eating her from the inside. A secret about a compound called LZ7, about data she had reviewed and doubts she had swallowed, and a signature that might have meant nothing and might have meant everything, about the unbearable uncertainty of never knowing whether she could have stopped it. She cried in the dark. Tomas heard her. He did not turn. He did not comfort her. He did not ask. He recognized the sound of a grief that did not want witnesses, and he respected it the way you respect a wound that is not yours to touch. They sat in the dark, 10 feet apart, each carrying a weight the other couldn't see, and the night passed over them like water over stones, wearing them down, shaping them, leaving them changed. Dawn on day 12 brought the beginning of the end of one phase and the beginning of another. Tomas stood in the gas station parking lot and looked south. The causeway shimmered in the morning heat. The refineries burned to the west. The bay lay flat and gray to the east. And somewhere in the space between all of it, the foundry's patrols moved in their 90-minute cycles, the scorchers haunted the chemical ruins, and the road south waited for them to walk it. He looked at his group, 29 people, tired, scared, hungry despite Byron's meticulous rationing, sunburned, dehydrated, blistered, bruised, haunted by the things they'd seen and the people they'd lost, but standing, still standing. Today we reach the marina, he said. Tomorrow we cross the bay. The day after, we take the bridge. He said it simply, without drama, without the rousing speech that stories demanded and reality rarely provided. He said it because it was the plan, and the plan was what they had. And having something, any direction, any next step, was the difference between standing up and lying down. They stood up. They shouldered their packs. They walked south. The marina was waiting. The bay was waiting. The bridge was waiting. And somewhere beyond all of it, on an island at the end of the world, a future was waiting too. Uncertain, fragile, purchased at a cost that was still accumulating and would be paid in a currency that none of them could yet calculate. Tomas walked at the front. Rennie walked beside him. The hammer was in her hand and Selena was on her lips, and the road stretched south and they took it, step by step, into the heat and the danger and the promise of something that might, against all odds, be worth reaching. The bridge grew larger on the horizon with every mile. The smoke from the refineries drifted east. The bay reflected the sun like a mirror made of mercury, flat and blinding. And somewhere on its surface, or beneath it, or beyond it, the answers to every question Tomas carried were waiting for him to arrive and face them. He walked. He did not stop. The marina at the Texas City dike was not what Tomas had hoped for. He'd been picturing something functional, a dock with boats, fuel, the basic infrastructure of a working waterfront. What he found instead, crouching behind a salt-weathered retaining wall with Rennie and Dewey on either side, was destruction. The marina's wooden dock system had been partially burned. The southern half was a blackened skeleton of pilings and crossbeams jutting from the water like rotten teeth. The northern half still stood but listed badly to port, the planking warped and split by heat and neglect. Of the 30-odd boat slips, most were empty. The boats that remained were in various states of ruin, capsized, half-sunk, stripped of engines, or burned along with the docks. "Well, that's a kick in the teeth," Dewey said. He spat tobacco juice against the retaining wall and squinted at the wreckage with the professional displeasure of a man who took the mistreatment of boats personally. Somebody torched this, recently. See the char patterns? That's fuel accelerated. Somebody came through here and burned the marina on purpose. "The foundry," Wally said. He was crouched 3 feet behind them, scanning the approach road with the quiet alertness that was becoming his permanent state. "Deny resources. Standard denial tactic. If they control the only functional boats on this stretch of coast, they control water access." "They can't have gotten all of them," Tomas said. "They didn't need to get all of them, just the ones that work." Dewey was already moving, crab-walking along the retaining wall toward the northern end of the marina. His bow-legged gait was almost comically ungainly on land, but Tomas had noticed that around water, near docks, on bridges over bayous, any place where the flat, saline world of the Gulf Coast asserted itself, the old shrimper moved with a fluid confidence that shed 30 years from his joints. Dewey stopped at the far end of the wall, looked again, then turned back to Tomas with an expression that Tomas had learned to read as the closest thing Dewey Pruitt came to excitement, a slight narrowing of his permanent squint and a twitch at the corner of his mouth that might, under generous interpretation, have been a smile. "Young'un, come look at this." Tomas followed him to the end of the wall and looked. Behind the marina's bait shop, a corrugated metal shack with a sun-bleached sign reading, "Jimmy's Bait and Tackle, Live Shrimp, Cold Beer," sat a working shrimp trawler, maybe 50 feet long, with outrigger booms folded against the cabin and a hull painted white over rust in the particular pattern of a boat that had been maintained by someone who cared more about function than appearance. The name on the stern, in faded blue letters, the Jeanette Marie. "That's my boat," Dewey said. Tomas stared at him. "You said you came up the channel from Galveston." "In your boat." "I did." "And you docked it here." "I did." "And you didn't mention this before because I wasn't sure she'd still be here. The foundry burned everything else. But the Jeanette Marie is moored behind Jimmy's shop, not at the main docks. She's shallow draft. I can tuck her into 2 feet of water, where the big boats can't go. Plus, she looks like scrap from a distance. Nobody bothers with a boat that looks like it's already dead." Dewey was already moving toward the trawler, his 3-fingered left hand touching the hull as he passed the bow with the unconscious tenderness of a man greeting something he loved. The hull was solid, dented, scarred, but the fiberglass was intact, and the waterline showed no sign of flooding. He climbed aboard using a rope ladder that hung from the gunwale. Tomas followed. The deck was littered with fishing gear, nets, traps, coils of rope, bait buckets. The wheelhouse was small, cramped, smelling of diesel and salt, and the permanent ghost of shrimp that had permeated every surface over decades of commercial fishing. Dewey settled into the captain's chair with the ease of a man sitting down in his living room. His hands found the controls by memory. Ignition, throttle, helm. He turned the key. The engine coughed, turned again. The engine coughed, sputtered, and caught. A deep, rattling diesel heartbeat that vibrated through the hull and into Tomas's feet. "She runs," Dewey said. The twitch at his mouth had escalated to something that was unmistakably a grin. "Course she runs. Built her myself. Well, rebuilt her. Bought her as a wreck in '94 and spent 3 years putting her back together. New engine, new shaft, new rudder. Kept the hull because the hull's got character. Can she carry 29 people? She'll ride low. But she'll carry 'em? She carried 40,000 pounds of shrimp in her heyday. 29 people don't weigh that." Tomas looked at the boat, looked at the bay beyond the marina, flat and gray, stretching south toward the island. Looked at the causeway, visible from here as a thin, elevated line crossing the water. "Get her ready," Tomas said. "We move tonight." Dewey's grin faded to its usual neutral squint. He looked at the wheelhouse, looked at the companionway that led below deck. His hands, resting on the helm, tightened. "There's something I should tell you," he said, "about the boat." "What about it?" Dewey was quiet for a long moment. The engine idled beneath them, a patient rumble. "My wife is aboard," he said. "Your wife. Perline. She turned. Day 2. We were on the boat when it happened. She'd been feeling poorly all day, the sweats, the fever. I didn't know what it was. Nobody knew yet." He swallowed. The sound was audible over the engine. By evening, she wasn't talking anymore. By midnight, she wasn't Perline anymore. Tomas waited. "I couldn't—" Dewey's voice cracked. A single fracture in the flat, drawling monotone, sealed almost immediately. "I couldn't do what other people did. I couldn't put her down. She's my wife. She's been my wife for 41 years. I married her when I was 21, and she was 19, and she told me I was the ugliest man she'd ever seen, and she loved me anyway, and I—" He stopped, pressed his 3-fingered hand against his eyes. The stumps of his missing fingers were white with pressure. "She's in the hold. I chained her. To the bulkhead. She can't get out. I go down there every day, and I talk to her, and I feed her, and I—" His hand dropped. His eyes were wet, but his face was granite set, immovable. "She's my wife, young'un. I won't hurt her. And I won't leave her." Tomas stood in the wheelhouse of the Jeanette Marie and looked at Dewey Pruitt, 62 years old, missing 2 fingers, skin like cracked leather, a man who had chained his infected wife in the hold of his shrimp boat and continued to love her with the obstinate, irrational, magnificent stubbornness of someone who refused to accept that love had an expiration date, even when the beloved had been reduced to something that would kill him given the chance. "Okay," Tomas said, "okay? She stays. We work around it. The hold stays sealed." Dewey looked at him. The wetness in his eyes didn't fall. It sat there, contained, a tide held back by 70 years of practice. "Thank you," Dewey said. "Don't thank me. Thank me when we're on the island." Dewey nodded, turned back to the controls, started checking gauges, grateful clearly for something mechanical to focus on. From below deck, through the planking, Tomas heard it, a low, rhythmic sound. Not the standard infected drone, something more confined, more resonant, shaped by the enclosed space of the hold. The sound of a woman who had been Perline Pruitt, breathing through a throat that had forgotten her name but still knew the dimensions of the boat that had been her home. Tomas went above, said nothing to the group about what was in the hold. Some things were not his to share. They spent the day preparing. The group moved from the gas station to the marina in stages, avoiding the foundry's patrol routes that Wally had mapped, arriving at the Jeanette Marie in groups of 5 and 6 throughout the afternoon. Alma commandeered the bait shop as her workshop. She spread the scavenged chemical supplies across Jimmy's gutting table and began the precise, methodical work of constructing demolition charges from ammonium nitrate, fuel oil, and detonation cord. Her hands were steady, and her movements were exact. The same hands that had drawn structural diagrams on every available surface now measured explosive compounds with the care of a jeweler setting stones. 4 charges, she said, not looking up from her work, each one placed at a pylon connection on the center span. The charges create localized structural failure at the connection points. Without the connections, the bridge deck loses support. Gravity does the rest. She paused in her measurement. The center span is 800 feet. When it goes, it takes the two adjacent spans with it. Total gap, approximately 2,400 feet. Nothing's crossing that. How do we place them? From below. The pylon access ladders Dewey described. Each charge needs to be secured to the pylon cap, the top of the support column where it meets the bridge deck. I'll need someone who can climb, carry 20 pounds of explosive, and follow precise instructions about placement. I can climb, Tomas said. You'll be doing other things. Alma's gaze was direct, expectant. She was the expert, and she expected that to be respected. This requires someone who follows instructions exactly, not someone who improvises. She was right. Tomas was an improviser, a man who looked at problems and saw solutions that weren't in the manual. But demolition wasn't improvisation. Demolition was math, and math demanded compliance. Byron, Tomas said. The accountant looked up from his notebook. What? You follow instructions exactly, right? Numbers, measurements, precise placement? That's literally my entire personality. Alma's going to teach you how to place explosive charges on bridge pylons. Byron stared at him, stared at Alma, stared at the demolition charges taking form on the gutting table. I'm an accountant, he said, and now you're a demolitions assistant. Congratulations. Byron's mouth opened, closed. He pushed his taped glasses up his nose with a gesture that had become as reflexive as breathing. Do I get a raise? He asked. Nobody laughed, but something in the air shifted. A lightning, a moment of human absurdity that acknowledged the lunacy of their situation and chose to meet it with dry humor instead of despair. It was, Tomas thought, the most courageous thing he'd heard all day. While Alma worked on the charges and Byron received his crash course in explosive placement, Tomas dealt with the group dynamics that had been building for days and were now in the confined proximity of the marina, reaching critical pressure. It started with Crystal. He found her behind the bait shop, sitting on an overturned bucket, staring at the bay. Her platinum hair, grown out to an inch of dark roots, was matted with sweat and grime. Her sleeve tattoos, elaborate floral designs that she'd told him cost $4,000 and 60 hours in the chair, were barely visible under the layer of dirt and dried blood that coated her arms. She was holding something in her closed fist, turning it over with a repetitive motion that Tomas recognized from working with addicts in the school system. The physical compulsion of a craving given form. Crystal. She flinched, closed her fist tighter. What? What's in your hand? Nothing. Crystal. She looked at him. Her eyes were defiant, hostile. The confrontational default that she used the way other people used please and thank you, as social armor, deployed automatically, requiring no thought. It's none of your business, coach. It is if it affects the group. Everything affects the group. Me breathing affects the group. Me taking a piss affects the group. You want to manage that too? Tomas sat on the ground across from her. The gravel was sharp through his jeans. He didn't adjust. He waited. Crystal's defiance held for 30 seconds. Then, it cracked. Not broke. Cracked. The same hairline fracture that Tomas felt in his own armor on a daily basis. She opened her hand. 2 pills, white, oblong, stamped with markings that Tomas didn't recognize, but whose general category he could guess. Found them in the pharmacy, she said. Her voice had changed. The confrontational edge was gone, replaced by something smaller and more honest, and infinitely more frightened. Back in Dickinson, the church's medicine cabinet. I didn't plan to, I just saw them and they were there. And I put them in my pocket and I've been carrying them for 3 days and I haven't taken them. I swear to God I haven't, but I can't, her hand was shaking. I can't throw them away either. How long were you clean? 14 months. 14 months and 9 days. I was counting. Every day I was counting. She looked at the pills. And now the world ended and nobody's counting anymore. And there's no meetings and no sponsor and no structure. And the only thing between me and these is me. And I am, She pressed her lips together. The muscles of her jaw worked. I am not always enough. Tomas looked at the pills, looked at Crystal. She was 27 years old, and she had rebuilt herself from the ground up, kicked opioids, enrolled in school, gotten a job, constructed a life from the rubble of the life she'd demolished. And now the structures that supported that reconstruction had been swept away, and she was holding the thing that had nearly killed her in the palm of her hand, and asking, without asking, for someone to help her, not put it in her mouth. Give them to me, he said. I can't. You can't throw them away, so give them to me. I'll carry them. If you need them, if we're in a situation where you're injured and the pain is real, I'll give them back. But you don't carry them. I carry them. She stared at him. The defiance was trying to reassert itself. He could see it in the set of her jaw, the narrowing of her eyes, the instinct to reject help, because accepting help meant admitting need, and admitting need meant admitting weakness, and weakness in this world was death. You're not my sponsor, she said. No, I'm your group. That's all I've got. She held the pills for another 5 seconds. Then she put them in his open palm. Her hand was shaking and the pills were warm from her body heat, and the transfer had the quality of a sacrament, something sacred and terrible being passed from one vessel to another. Tomas pocketed the pills, nodded, stood. Doc Hollywood and Captain Birdseye, Crystal said. He turned back. The nicknames I gave Nadine and Dewey, they hate them. That means they're working. A ghost of a smile, thin as paper. What's yours again? Coach. Right, Coach. She stood up from the bucket, wiped her hands on her jeans, picked up her machete from where she'd laid it against the wall. Okay, Coach. What do you need me to do? Scout the causeway approach from the shoreline. I need to know the Foundry's positions on the south end. Consider it done. She walked off toward the shore, her stride returning to the aggressive, take-no-prisoners gait that was her natural mode of locomotion. The vulnerability of the bucket was gone, sealed behind the armor of motion and purpose. Tomas touched the pills in his pocket. 2 small, smooth objects. Someone's entire war, compressed into a gram of pharmaceutical chemistry. He carried them. Another weight. Another trust. The second confrontation came that afternoon, and it was worse. Elijah found it. He'd been scanning radio frequencies from the wheelhouse of the Jeanette Marie, and he intercepted a Foundry transmission that changed the shape of everything. Tomas, come here. Now. Tomas climbed aboard and found Elijah hunched over the radio, his voice recorder running, his face a map of competing emotions. Excitement, fear, the journalist's instinct to share information, warring with the human instinct to keep terrifying knowledge contained. Listen, Elijah said, and played back the recording. The voice was clipped, military, the flat effect of a tactical communication. Foundry actual, this is Echo 7. Target convoy reached the processing facility at 0400. Package includes 37 civilians, of which 12 are minors. Standard intake protocol. Adults processed for labor assessment. Minors transferred to the education wing. Foundry designations assigned per SOP. Over. A second voice. Deeper, colder, with an authority that was not performed but inherent. Confirmed. Ensure minors are separated from adults immediately. No exceptions. The attachment period must be minimized. Hask out. Elijah clicked the recorder off. They're taking children, he said. The Foundry is intercepting survivor groups and taking their children, separating them from parents, assigning them, what, numbers? Foundry designations? Tomas's hearing had narrowed to a single frequency. The blood was loud in his ears, a rushing sound that drowned the engine idle and the bay wind and Elijah's voice. His vision had telescoped to a point, the radio, the recorder, the information that had just restructured his understanding of everything. Minors transferred to the education wing, Foundry designations assigned. Emilia. Play it again, he said. Tomas, play it again. Elijah played it again. Tomas listened with the total consuming focus of a man parsing a message from the person who held his child. The counselor who took Emilia from NRG, Jonah Wakefield. He was heading south, toward the coast, he pointed south toward the refinery complex, toward the Foundry's territory. He walked right into them. You don't know. He was heading south with 19 children. The Foundry intercepts survivors heading south. She's in there. She's in that place. Tomas, that's a military compound. You heard the transmission? They have structure, protocol, chain of command. You can't just, I can, I will. I'm going to get her. The words came from a place below strategy, below calculation, below the rational surface of his mind that knew Elijah was right. The words came from the place where a father held his daughter's shoe and her stuffed armadillo, and the memory of her voice saying, "Daddy, can we go to the rodeo again?" And the promise he'd made to Lucia before Amelia was born. No matter what, the kid comes first. Not now, Wally said. Tomas hadn't heard him approach. The pharmacist was standing in the wheelhouse doorway, his wireframe glasses catching the afternoon light, his expression mild and reasonable, and absolutely uncompromising. The Foundry is between us and the causeway. We have to go through their territory to reach the bridge. When we do, we can look for your daughter. But going in now, without a plan, without the rest of the group, without the charges in place, that's not rescue, that's suicide. I don't care. You have 29 people who do. The words hit. Tomas felt them. The weight of the 29, the ledger of names and faces, the accumulated responsibility that had attached itself to him step by step, yard by yard, mile by mile, from the auto shop to the Bayou Bridge to the highway to here. 29 people who had followed him south because he'd said, south, and they'd believed him. He wanted to shed them. In this moment, with the knowledge of Amelia's probable location burning in his chest like a swallowed coal, he wanted to be free of every obligation except the one that mattered most. He wanted to be a father, not a leader. He wanted to run into the Foundry's compound with the pry bar and kill anything between him and his daughter and bring her home. But Wally was right. The truth was a cage, and Tomas was in it, and the bars were made of responsibility, and he could not break them without breaking every promise he'd made to every person who was counting on him. Tomorrow night, Tomas said. His voice was flat, controlled, a surface over depths. We take the boat south, we approach the causeway, we place the charges, and we go through the Foundry on the way. Reconnaissance first, Wally said. We need to know their layout, their numbers, where they keep the children. Then we reconnoiter. Tonight. You and me. Wally studied him for a moment, then nodded. Once. Tonight, he agreed. Elijah watched them both. His recorder was still running, the red light blinking. He looked down at it, looked up at Tomas. His face was doing the thing it did when the journalist and the coward were fighting for control. The excitement of the story pulling in one direction, the terror of being part of the story pulling in the other. I'm going to want to come with you, Elijah said. No. For the record, someone needs to... No, Elijah. I know. I know I'd be a liability. I know I'd probably freeze or run or do something stupid. I know. He swallowed. But I want to come. I want you to know that I want to come, even if I can't. It was, Tomas recognized, the most honest thing Elijah had said since they'd met. Not brave, not heroic, honest. The admission of both desire and limitation. The acknowledgement that wanting to be courageous and being courageous were not the same thing, and that the gap between them was the space in which Elijah Rook lived and suffered. I know, Tomas said. Stay with the group. Keep recording. If we don't come back, take the boat and go. I'm not a boat person. Dewey'll show you. I can't be in charge of people. I can't be what you are. Then don't be. Just get them to the island. Elijah looked at the recorder, clicked it off, clicked it on again, off, on. Okay, he said. Tomas and Wally left the marina at 10 p.m., moving south along the Texas City dike toward the Foundry's perimeter. The dike was a man-made structure, a 3-mile-long rock and concrete causeway extending into Galveston Bay, built as a breakwater to protect the Texas City industrial complex from storm surge. It was the longest man-made fishing pier in the world, a fact that Dewey had shared with the group over dinner in the specific encyclopedic tone of a man for whom Gulf Coast trivia was a love language. Tonight, the dike was a pathway into enemy territory, They moved along the dike's western face, using the rock revetment as cover. The foundry's territory began where the dike met the mainland, the refinery complex's eastern edge, where industrial infrastructure gave way to the road network, connecting Texas City to the causeway. Wally navigated by instinct and training, choosing routes that offered cover and concealment, pausing at intervals to listen and observe before moving forward. The foundry's perimeter was a revelation. They had fortified a half-mile radius around the main refinery complex, using a combination of shipping containers, concrete jersey barriers, and industrial wreckage arranged into a wall that was roughly 12 feet high and, Tomas could see by the welding marks, reinforced with steel plate. Guard towers stood at 100-yard intervals, constructed from scaffolding and plywood, each manned by a figure with a rifle and, at the nearer towers, what appeared to be night vision equipment. Inside the perimeter, the compound was lit with a functional dimness. Generator-powered floodlights illuminated the main areas. A vehicle depot, where the armored trucks they'd seen were parked, a supply warehouse that had been converted from a refinery storage building, residential quarters in a cluster of portable buildings, and, set apart from the rest, surrounded by its own inner fence, a complex of buildings that Wally identified through binoculars as the education wing. 2 buildings, Wally murmured, his eye to the binoculars, his body pressed flat against the dike's rock revetment. Single story, windows barred, exterior lighting, 2 guards at the entrance. No movement visible inside. The children would be sleeping. How many children? Can't tell from here. The buildings could hold 50, maybe more. But I see a playground, fenced, between the buildings. The equipment looks used, maintained. They're taking care of them. In their fashion. Their fashion includes separating them from their parents and giving them numbers. Yes. Wally lowered the binoculars. The perimeter is professional. Former military, likely Hask himself, if the radio traffic is any indication. There are weak points, though. The western approach, through the refinery, they can't patrol the burning sections. The chemical fires create a no-go zone that they've left unguarded because nobody in their right mind would approach through it. Nobody in their right mind. Precisely. Tomas studied the compound, the layout, the guard positions, the children's buildings. His mind was doing what it always did, reading structure, finding weakness, imagining how the pieces fit together and how they could be made to fit differently. We don't have the people for a direct assault, he said. We can't fight through those walls. No, but we don't need to fight through the walls. We need to get in, get the children, and get out. While the foundry is distracted. Distracted by what? Tomas looked at the refinery. The burning sections, the scorchers, the chemical storage tanks that Alma had said would create an explosion visible from orbit if they ignited. Distracted by the biggest fire this coast has ever seen. Wally looked at him. In the moonlight, the pharmacist's face was unreadable. The glasses reflected the distant flames, hiding his eyes, making his expression a blank page. That would kill foundry personnel, soldiers, people. I know. You're comfortable with that? Tomas thought about the transmission. Miners transferred to the education wing. Foundry designations assigned. He thought about Amelia, given a number, told her parents were dead, taught to obey. He thought about the man on the radio, Hask, whose voice carried the cold, absolute authority of someone who viewed children as resources to be processed. Comfortable isn't the word, Tomas said, but yes. Wally was quiet for a long moment. The bay lapped against the dike's rocks. The distant refinery fires crackled and popped. There may be another way, Wally said. The refinery fire doesn't have to be the diversion. The horde can be. What horde? Any concentrated noise. An explosion, sustained gunfire, vehicle sirens will draw every infected in a 5-mile radius, including the scorchers, if they're within audible range. If we create a noise event on the foundry's eastern perimeter, the infected will converge on the sound. The foundry's guards will respond to the infected. That's the diversion. We'd be using the infected as a weapon. They're already a weapon. We'd just be aiming them. Tomas processed this. The mechanics of it were sound. The infected responded to sound, and a large enough noise would draw them like iron filings to a magnet. The foundry's perimeter defenses were designed to stop human intrusions, but a horde of infected, hundreds, maybe thousands converging from the industrial zone, would be a different kind of problem. A problem that required every guard, every gun, every resource the foundry could muster. While they were fighting the horde on the east, Tomas's group would enter from the west, through the burning sections, through the scorcher territory. "Get in, get the children, get out," Tomas said. "Get in, get the children, get to the marina, get on the boat, get to the causeway, blow the bridge." Wally paused. Simple in concept. Every step could kill us. That's been true since day one. Fair point. They lay on the dike and watched the compound until 2 a.m., mapping guard rotations, timing patrol intervals, noting the generator schedule and the floodlight coverage. Wally sketched the layout on a scrap of paper with the precise, unhurried hand of a man who had drawn operational diagrams before and understood that accuracy was the difference between a plan that worked and a plan that killed everyone involved. At 2 a.m., they withdrew, crawled back along the dike, retraced their steps to the marina, and arrived at the Jeanette Marie as dawn was graying the eastern sky. Tomas was exhausted. His eyes burned, his legs ached, his mind was a swirl of logistics and fear, and the singular incandescent urgency of a father who now knew where his daughter was and could not reach her yet. He sat on the deck of the shrimp boat and looked south, toward the foundry's compound, toward the buildings where Amelia might be sleeping behind barred windows with a number instead of a name. And he clenched his fists until his nails cut his palms, and the pain was a focus point, a tiny, controlled agony that kept the larger agony at bay. Tomorrow. I'm coming. From the hold below, the sound of Pearline Pruitt's breathing drifted up through the planking. Slow, rhythmic. The sound of something that had been human and was now patient and contained and waiting. The group convened on the deck of the Jeanette Marie at noon. 29 people arranged on fishing crates and coils of rope, shaded by the outrigger booms that Dewey had extended to create a makeshift canopy. Tomas laid out the plan. The foundry has Amelia. They have other children too. The radio intercept suggests dozens. We're going to get them out. He described the compound, the guard positions, the western approach through the burning refinery, the horde diversion. Wally added tactical details. Alma added structural analysis of the refinery sections they'd need to pass through. Dewey described the water route from the marina to the causeway. The timeline is tight, Tomas said. We move tomorrow night. Phase 1, noise event on the eastern perimeter, draws the infected and the foundry's response. Phase 2, infiltration team enters from the west, through the refinery. Phase 3, locate and extract the children. Phase 4, retreat to the marina, board. The Jeanette Marie crossed the bay to the causeway. Phase 5, place Alma's charges and bring the bridge down. The silence that followed was dense with the weight of 29 people, processing 5 phases of increasing danger. Who's on the infiltration team? Rennie asked. Me. Wally. Rennie. I didn't ask who else. I asked to confirm I'm on it. You're on it. Good. I'll come too, Darnell said. He was sitting on a crate that bowed under his weight, his massive frame hunched forward, his hands clasped between his knees. His breathing was audible, the labored, slightly arrhythmic cadence that Nadine had been monitoring with increasing concern. You'll need someone who can carry kids. Darnell, Nadine began. I can carry what needs carrying, Doc. That's what I do. Nadine's jaw tightened. She looked at Tomas with an expression that carried a medical opinion she couldn't voice in front of the patient. An opinion about hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, and extreme exertion, and the probability of sudden cardiac death in a man who was volunteering to sprint through a war zone, carrying children. Tomas read her face. Understood, filed it away alongside Byron's secret rations and Dewey's infected wife, and Crystal's pills, and the 4 unnamed carriers of dormant LZ7, all the secrets he carried that nobody had asked him to carry, but that had accumulated anyway, the way silt accumulates in a river bend. Darnell's on the team, Tomas said, because Darnell was right. They needed someone who could carry children, and Darnell could carry children, and the alternative was leaving children behind. And Tomas was not yet the man who could do that. Not yet. What about the rest of us? Byron asked. You're with Alma, placing the charges. Dewey takes the boat to the causeway rendezvous point with the main group. Byron and Alma approach the pylons by water, the maintenance access ladders. Place the charges while we're in the foundry. While the horde is converging on the foundry, the horde will be focused on the compound, not the causeway. You'll have a window. How big a window? I don't know. Big enough. That's not a number. No, it's not. Byron looked at his notebook, looked at Alma, looked at the demolition charges sitting in the bait shop, wrapped in canvas, labeled in Alma's precise handwriting. I'll need exact placement coordinates, Byron said. You'll have them, Alma said, and a detailed sequence for the detonation triggers. You'll have those too, and a miracle. That, Alma said, is not in my area of expertise. Ask the principal. Connie, who had been sitting with the children in the shade of the outrigger boom, looked up. Her face was the same composed, authoritative mask she'd worn since Pearland. The principal's face. The face that said, I am in control of this situation even when the situation is beyond any rational person's control. I'll ask, she said, but I wouldn't count on an answer. That evening, Tomas made his rounds. He checked the demolition charges, the boat, the approach routes. He verified the noise event device, a propane tank from the bait shop, rigged with a timer and a spark igniter, designed to detonate on the foundry's eastern perimeter and create the sustained explosion needed to draw the horde. And he sat with Nadine. She was in the bait shop's back room alone, sorting medical supplies into go bags for each phase of the operation. Her movements were precise, automatic, the hands of a doctor who had packed trauma kits so many times that the motions existed independently of conscious thought. You've been wanting to say something to me, Tomas said. Her hands paused, resumed. Yes, say it. She continued packing. Gauze, tape, sutures, antibiotics. Each item placed with a specificity that Tomas recognized as the same coping mechanism she used in surgery. Control what you can, ignore what you can't. I was a consulting physician for Vanguard Pharmaceuticals, she said. The words hung in the air. Tomas waited. 3 years ago, they hired me to review clinical data from a Phase 3 trial of an experimental neurological compound. Compound LZ7, regenerative therapy for Alzheimer's patients. Her hand stopped, the gauze she was holding compressed in her grip, the white fabric crinkling. The data showed promising results. Neural tissue regeneration, cognitive improvement. But there were anomalies. Patients in the trial exhibited elevated aggression markers, abnormal neural pathway formation. The compound wasn't just regenerating damaged tissue, it was rewriting functional tissue as well. You saw this. I saw the data. I flagged it. I wrote a report recommending additional study before moving to extended trials. She paused. The gauze was crumpled now, a white fist in her dark hand. And then Vanguard's legal team called me. They said the anomalies were within acceptable variance. They said additional study would delay the drug by 2 years. They said the patients, the Alzheimer's patients, the ones whose families were desperate, couldn't wait 2 years. They asked me to amend my recommendation. And you did. I did. Her voice was almost inaudible. I signed off on continuing the trials. I took my consulting fee and I went back to my ER, and I told myself that the anomalies probably were within acceptable variance, that I was overcautious, that the compound would help people. She swallowed, tried again. Help people. She dropped the gauze, pressed both hands flat on the table, as if pushing down something that was trying to rise. 14 nursing homes. 312. She stopped. Started over, and the clinical enumeration she'd used her whole career as armor was failing her, the numbers sticking in her throat. Patients. 312 patients. That was the extended trial I approved. The compound worked. The patients improved. For weeks. And then they started to change. And then they started to turn. And then her voice broke. Not a clean break. A grinding structural failure. The sound of a beam giving way under accumulated weight. Her shoulders bent forward. Her head dropped. Her hands flat on the table shook. "I did this," she whispered. "I signed the paper." I tell myself I could have stopped it, refused, blown the whistle, gone to the FDA. The sentences had fractured, the smooth compound structures she normally spoke in broken into shards. But the truth is worse than that. Even if I had refused, Vanguard would have found another reviewer. They had 3 other consultants on standby. I wasn't the gatekeeper. I was the rubber stamp they chose, because my credentials were the most impressive. And I knew that, Tomas. I knew I was being used, and I signed anyway, because the money was good and the science was interesting, and I told myself that the anomalies were someone else's problem to catch. I didn't end the world alone, but I had my hands on the wheel and I chose not to turn it. Nadine. And the worst part is, I'll never know. I'll never know if my refusal would have made any difference at all, or if the machine would have ground forward without me. That uncertainty is the thing I can't carry. Not the guilt of action, the guilt of never knowing whether inaction would have mattered. Nadine. She looked up. Her face was devastated, the clinical mask shattered, the competence stripped away, the person underneath exposed, in all her guilt and terror and self-loathing. She looked like someone standing on the edge of a cliff, leaning forward, waiting for permission to fall. Tomas sat across from her. He did not touch her. He did not offer comfort. He sat and he looked at her, and he let the silence hold the space between them, the space where judgment could live, or forgiveness could live, or some third thing that was neither, but contained both. "You didn't create the compound," he said. "I approved it. You were one person in a system designed to distribute responsibility until no single person felt accountable. That doesn't absolve me." "No, it doesn't. Nothing will." He paused. "Here's another fact. You're the only doctor we have. You're the only person who understands how LZ7 works. You're the only person who might be able to develop a treatment or a countermeasure or something that helps the people carrying dormant compound. You think that matters? I think it's the only thing that matters right now. What you did, that's done. You can't undo it. You can hate yourself for it every day for the rest of your life, and the world will still be what it is. Or you can use what you know, the knowledge that makes you guilty, to help the people who are still alive." Nadine stared at him. The devastation on her face was beginning to crystallize into something harder, the specific, bitter recognition of a person who has been offered a deal they hate but cannot refuse. "You want me to use my Vanguard knowledge? I want you to use everything you have, including the things you wish you didn't." She was quiet for a long time. The bait shop was silent except for the distant sound of the bay and the intermittent rumble of the Jeanette Marie's engine as Dewey ran maintenance checks. 4 people in this group carried dormant LZ7, she said finally. "I've been monitoring them, stress managing their exposure risk. If any of them spikes a fever above 103 or sustains a significant wound infection, they will turn, without being bitten, without any external vector. The compound inside them will activate, and they will become infected." "Who are they?" She shook her head. "I told you. The names stay with me." "Even now?" "Especially now. Tomorrow we're going into combat. If the group knows who the 4 are, those 4 become targets. Expendable. Left behind first, protected last. I will not be the instrument of that." Tomas wanted to argue. The tactical part of his brain, the part that was growing larger and colder every day, said that knowing who carried dormant LZ7 was essential intelligence, that deploying those 4 into high-stress, high-injury situations was irresponsible, that the calculus of group survival required this information. But Nadine was right. She was right the way she'd been wrong about LZ7. Not in the comfortable abstract rightness of theory, but in the brutal, personal rightness of a person who had learned the cost of treating humans as variables in an equation. Keep monitoring them, he said. If any of them starts to turn, I'll handle it. How? The way I handle everything, with precision and without drama. She straightened, reassembled herself. The mask went back on. Not the same mask, not the flawless clinical surface she'd worn before, but a repaired version. The cracks visible but sealed, functional if not beautiful. Now, get out of my workspace. I have go bags to pack. Tomas left. He walked out of the bait shop into the evening air, and the Gulf Coast humidity wrapped around him like a living thing, and the distant fires of the refinery painted the clouds in shades of orange and black, and the smell of salt and petrochemicals and tidal marsh filled his lungs. He stood there and processed what Nadine had told him. The weight of it was different from other weights. Not the crushing gravity of lost people or the relentless drag of responsibility, but the specific toxic heaviness of complicity. Nadine had approved the compound that destroyed the world. She had done it out of deference, out of cowardice, out of the institutional momentum that carried people past their own objections into decisions they couldn't take back. He should hate her. Part of him did. The part that heard Lucia screaming every night, that counted the 47 unanswered calls, that held Amelia's shoe, and wondered what his daughter's voice sounded like now, after days of foundry conditioning. That part wanted to grab Nadine by the shoulders and scream, "You knew, you saw the data, and you signed anyway. And my wife is dead and my daughter was stolen, and you could have said no." But he didn't. Because the woman who had signed the paper was also the woman who had stitched Gerald's leg in a Jiffy Lube and organized triage on a pedestrian bridge and monitored Darnell's failing heart and protected the identities of 4 people carrying a death sentence in their blood. She was both things, and Tomas needed her knowledge, her skill, her guilt-driven devotion to every living person she could still save. He didn't forgive her. Forgiveness was a luxury for a time that might never come. But he let her stay. He let her carry her guilt and her knowledge and her go-bags, and he added her secret to the others he carried. The pills, the wife in the hold, the 4 dormant carriers, the eidetic accountant who was starving himself. And the accumulation of human complication grew heavier and heavier, and Tomas carried it because someone had to, and he was the one who had said, "South," and they had believed him. The escape from Grace Abundant had not been Tomas's plan for that evening. They had bypassed the mega-church compound, Pastor Levi Abernathy's congregation, on their approach to the marina, giving it a wide berth based on the intelligence Dewey had gathered from radio traffic. But on the night before the foundry operation, everything collapsed into everything else, because that was how the apocalypse worked. You planned for one crisis, and another arrived uninvited and demanding attention. It started with Connie. She had taken the 4 refugee children to the shoreline to wash. The bay water was salt, but it was water, and the children hadn't bathed in days. And Connie's unshakable belief in routine and normalcy demanded that they wash even when the world was burning. She was waist-deep in the warm bay, the 3-year-old on her hip, when she saw the lights. Not the foundry's lights. Those were to the south. These were to the northwest, moving along Highway 146, a convoy of vehicles with headlights and, behind the headlights, the distinctive glow of torches, actual fire-on-stick torches, the kind that belonged in a medieval painting or a bad horror movie. "Tomas," Connie said, and her voice carried the particular quality of a teacher who has seen something that the students have not yet noticed and is determining whether to evacuate the building. Tomas looked northwest. The convoy was moving south on 146 toward the marina. 3 vehicles, pickup trucks with people standing in the beds, some holding rifles, some holding torches. Behind the trucks on foot, a larger group, maybe 40 people walking in a ragged column. That's the congregation, Dewey said, appearing at Tomas's elbow with the silent, bow-leg materialization that was becoming his trademark. Levi's people. They're heading south. Why? Same reason we are. Same reason everybody is. The island. But the congregation was not heading for the island the same way Tomas's group was. They were heading for the foundry, and the foundry was heading for the causeway, and all of it was converging on the same point. The bridge, the island, the only defensible position on the Gulf Coast. They're going to hit the foundry's perimeter, Wally said, watching through binoculars, in about 20 minutes at their current speed. That's not our problem. It is if the foundry responds by locking down and going to high alert. Our infiltration plan depends on their eastern perimeter being undermanned when the horde hits. Tomas closed his eyes, opened them. The variables were multiplying again. The congregation's arrival, the foundry's response, the horde diversion, the infiltration, the bridge charges, the extraction. Each variable interacted with every other variable, creating a combinatorial complexity that would have made Byron reach for his calculator and weep. We move the timeline up, Tomas said. We go tonight, now. The charges aren't fully prepped, Alma began. How close? 3 of 4. The 4th needs another hour. Prep it on the boat. Dewey, get the engine warm. Byron, help Alma. Everyone else, gear up. We're leaving in 30 minutes. The group erupted into controlled chaos, not panic. They had been drilled by circumstance into a unit that responded to urgency with motion rather than paralysis. Packs were shouldered, weapons were checked. The children were gathered, dressed, given snacks to keep them quiet. Connie organized. It was what she did. The principal's instinct for order, asserting itself in every crisis. Her voice calm and authoritative, as she assigned positions, checked supplies, ensured that every child was accounted for, and every adult knew their role. The children ride below deck, she told Dewey. Away from the edges, with me. Below deck is... Dewey paused. His face went through a calculation that Tomas could read. The hold, purline, the chains. Below deck has some space issues. I don't care about space issues. I care about keeping children alive. There's something in the hold you should know about. I already know. Crystal told me this morning. Connie's expression did not change. The principal had been told worse things by worse people in faculty meetings. Your wife is chained and contained. The children will be in the forward cabin separated by a bulkhead. It's manageable. Dewey looked at her with surprise and respect, and the quiet gratitude of someone whose secret had been received without judgment. Yes, ma'am, he said, and went to start the engine. The Jeanette Marie slipped her mooring at 11:47 p.m. on day 12. Dewey guided the trawler out of the sheltered water behind Jimmy's bait shop and into the open bay. His hands on the wheel were sure, unhurried. He'd navigated these waters in the dark 1,000 times. The engine ran at quarter power, the diesel heartbeat muffled by the water in the distance. No running lights. They moved in darkness, the boat a shadow on the dark water, the shore a line of distant fires to the west. 29 people aboard a 50-foot shrimp trawler that rode low in the water, the gunnels barely 18 inches above the surface. The main group was distributed across the deck, sitting on nets and crates, their faces pale in the moonlight. Connie and the children were below in the forward cabin, separated from the hold by a steel bulkhead, through which the sound of Perline's breathing was barely audible. Tomas stood at the bow with Rennie and Wally, watching the water ahead. The bay was flat, calm, the surface broken only by the slight chop of a wind coming from the southeast. Somewhere to the northwest, the congregation's torchlit convoy was approaching the foundry's perimeter, and whatever was about to happen between them would either help or hinder Tomas's plan in ways he couldn't predict. The propane tank, Tomas said to Wally. Is it set? Timer activated. It detonates on the foundry's eastern perimeter in 45 minutes. The congregation's arrival from the northwest may complicate the response pattern, or simplify it. If the foundry's already engaged with the congregation on one side, and the horde hits from another, multiple axis attack, chaotic, unpredictable. Dangerous for us, but more dangerous for them. We use whatever happens. We always do. The boat moved south. The shore slid past. The Texas City dike, the refinery fires, the dark outline of the foundry's compound visible as a cluster of lights against the darker backdrop of the industrial zone. Ahead, growing larger with every minute, the Galveston Causeway stretched across the bay like a line drawn between two worlds. Tomas looked at the causeway, looked at the children's buildings in the foundry compound, visible now as two rectangular shapes within the lit perimeter, looked at the dark water passing under the hull. He touched Amelia's backpack, which he wore on his chest now. The straps reversed, the pink fabric against his heart. "I'm coming, Mia. Right now, I'm coming." The boat moved south. The water parted around the hull. The night held its breath. They split at the southern tip of the Texas City dike. The main group, Connie, the children, Byron, Alma, Elijah, Linda, and her congregation members, the remaining survivors, stayed aboard the Jeanette Marie with Dewey. Their mission: continue south along the dike to the causeway's approach, where Dewey would position the boat beneath the bridge's center span. Byron and Alma would disembark into the maintenance access system and begin placing charges on the pylons Alma had identified. The infiltration team, Tomas, Rennie, Wally, Darnell, Crystal, and Nadine, went ashore. They landed on a stretch of muddy beach at the dike's southern terminus, where the industrial shoreline met the bay. From here, it was a half-mile north to the foundry's western perimeter, through the burning refinery sections. Tomas looked at his team, 5 people, each carrying weapons, each carrying fear, each carrying the particular burden of the thing they were about to do. Rennie, the hammer, the screwdriver, the stone face, 17 years old. Wally, the quiet presence, the hidden skill set, the fin filter in his pack even now, even tonight, because some rituals were non-negotiable. Darnell, the size, the strength, the heart that might stop at any moment. The grin. Crystal, the machete, the platinum roots, the sobriety that was 14 months and 12 days old, and counting every second. Nadine, the go bags, the guilt, the knowledge that made her both the group's greatest asset and its deepest wound. "Stay close," Tomas said, "and stay quiet." When we reach the children's buildings, Wally and I go in. Rennie covers the exit. Darnell carries. Crystal and Nadine provide medical and rear security. "What about the guards?" Rennie asked. "Wally handles the guards." Wally adjusted his glasses. Said nothing. His face was mild, his posture relaxed, and the disconnect between his appearance and the task he'd just been assigned was so profound that it felt like looking at one of those optical illusions where the image shifts between two incompatible interpretations depending on how you focus. "Let's go," Tomas said. They went north, into the refinery. The burning sections of the refinery at night were a landscape from a deranged painting, towers of flame rising from ruptured tanks, the fire reflected in 1,000 metal surfaces, the shadows leaping and writhing as the flames danced. The heat was staggering. Not the moist, oppressive heat of the Houston summer, but a dry, radiant heat that came from the fires themselves, pressing against exposed skin with the insistence of a physical force. And the scorchers were there. Tomas counted 7 in the first 200 yards. They moved through the burning infrastructure with an eerie grace, blind, wide-eyed, their charred and blistered skin glowing in the firelight, their movements guided by the sounds and heat patterns of the living things around them. They were different at night, more active than the standard infected's sentinel mode, perhaps because the fires provided sufficient ambient heat to keep their metabolism elevated. They patrolled the burning sections with a purposefulness that bordered on territorial, moving between structures and patterns that covered ground and overlapped, creating a surveillance network of the blind. The team moved in single file, Wally on point. The pharmacist soldier navigated the refinery with a precision that awed Tomas, choosing paths that maximized distance from the scorchers, timing movements to coincide with the fluctuations of the fires that masked the team's heat signatures, using the industrial noise of burning infrastructure to cover their footsteps. They passed within 12 feet of a scorcher. Tomas could see the details: the bubbled, blackened skin with its wet sheen, the fused fabric and flesh, the white eyes tracking nothing, perceiving everything, The clicking vocalization, different from the standard drone, rapid, mechanical, like a sonar ping. The Scorcher's head turned as they passed, following something, not them directly, but a disturbance in the thermal environment that their passage created. A ripple of slightly cooler air moving through the heated atmosphere. Tomas held his breath. The Scorcher's head tracked the ripple, following it past the team's position, then turned away. It had sensed something but couldn't resolve it. They were ghosts in the heat, invisible as long as the ambient temperature swallowed their signatures. They passed. They kept moving. 300 yards. 400. The foundry's western wall came into view, the line of shipping containers and barriers that marked the compound's perimeter. And then the propane tank detonated. The sound came from the east, a sharp percussive boom that echoed across the refinery complex and rolled over the bay. A fireball rose above the foundry's eastern wall, orange and black, visible for miles. The timer had worked. Wally's device had performed as designed. The effect was immediate and cascading. Every Scorcher in the burning sections froze. A full-body lock, heads snapping toward the sound, white eyes pointed east. Then they moved. All of them. At once. Toward the explosion, toward the sound, toward the heat signature of a new and massive fire that their damaged senses interpreted as a priority. And from the east, the south, the north, the horde answered. The drone rose from the industrial landscape like a tide coming in. The sound of hundreds of infected awakening, activating, turning toward the explosion and beginning to converge. The sound grew as they moved, feet on concrete, feet on gravel. The massed vocalization of a crowd that hunted by instinct and hunted together. Now, Wally said, they ran. Wally. The western wall was breached in a section where a pipe system had ruptured and collapsed, taking a shipping container with it, and creating a gap 10 feet wide. The team flowed through the gap and into the foundry compound. Inside was chaos. The propane tank explosion had triggered a general alarm. Sirens, floodlights, the shouts of soldiers mobilizing. Vehicles were moving toward the eastern perimeter. Guards were running. The compound's attention was focused east, where the explosion had occurred, and east was where the horde was arriving. Tomas could hear them hitting the perimeter, the sound of bodies against barriers, the rapid pop of gunfire as the foundry's defenders engaged. The children's buildings were 300 yards ahead. 2 guards at the entrance, as Wally had observed. But the guards were distracted, looking east, listening to the gunfire, their radios crackling with urgent traffic. Wally moved, not running, gliding, the word that came to Tomas's mind, a movement that was silent and fluid and 30 years in the making. He crossed the open ground between the team's position and the guard's position in a diagonal that used a parked generator as intermediate cover. And then he was there. And then the guards were not. It was fast. It was almost invisible. 2 motions, each one precise to a degree that made Tomas's throat tighten, with something that was not admiration and not fear, but some uneasy blend of both. Clear, Wally said, and his voice was the same mild, polite tone he used for everything. The team reached the children's buildings. Tomas tried the door, locked. He looked at the lock, industrial, keyed, a deadbolt mounted on a reinforced frame. He pulled the set of picks he'd made from a shop teacher's understanding of pin tumbler mechanisms. 2 pieces of spring steel, 1 tension wrench, 1 rake. He'd made them at the marina from scavenged materials, and he'd practiced on every lock he'd found since, because Tomas Delgado was a man who looked at problems and saw solutions, and a lock was just a problem waiting for the right tool. The lock opened in 14 seconds. Inside, a dormitory. Rows of cots, institutional. Dim emergency lighting, and children. Dozens of them. Sleeping on the cots in rows, each one covered with a standard-issue military blanket. Each cot had a placard at the foot. Not a name, a number. Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3. The numbering system continued down the row, each child reduced to a digit in the Foundry's organizational schema. Tomas moved down the row. His heart was a hammer in his chest. His vision tunneled. He was looking for one face, one specific arrangement of curly black hair and small features, and the expression that Amelia wore when she slept. The slight frown, the way her mouth puckered as if she was tasting something in her dream. Unit 4, Unit 5, Unit 6. Not her, not her, not her. Unit 7, a girl. Curly black hair, cut short, shorter than Amelia had ever worn it, cropped close to the skull in the institutional style that the Foundry apparently applied to all its wards. Small, thin, thinner than she should be. Sleeping on her side with her knees drawn up and her hands tucked under her chin, the fetal position of a child who had learned to make herself small. Tomas's legs gave out. He knelt beside the cot. The floor was cold concrete. The emergency light cast a yellow pall that made everything look sickly and wrong. He looked at the face on the pillow, and his body knew before his mind confirmed. The shape of the jaw, the curve of the cheekbone, the particular placement of the ears that she'd gotten from Lucia. The frown, the puckered mouth. Amelia. He reached for her, stopped. His hand hung in the air 6 inches from her face, trembling with a force that had nothing to do with muscle fatigue and everything to do with the 14 seconds and the 47 calls and the 12 days between the last time he'd touched his daughter and this moment. 12 days, that felt like a lifetime, that had aged him by decades, that had turned the world into something unrecognizable. "Mija," he whispered. She didn't stir. "Amelia, it's Dad. Wake up." Her eyes opened. Brown, not amber. Human. Alive. She looked at him. The expression was not blankness. It was worse. A flicker of something alive and terrified behind a mask she'd been taught to wear. The flat, evaluative gaze of a child who had learned that safety lay in compliance, and that showing the wrong emotion brought consequences. "I'm Unit 7, she said. Her voice was small, precise, rehearsed. It was her voice, but the cadence was different. The warmth pushed down and covered over by a carefully learned neutrality that sounded like an echo of Colonel Hask's radio transmissions. Her fingers, though, were gripping the edge of her cot hard enough to whiten the knuckles. "Visitors are not authorized in the dormitory. Please identify yourself and state your authorization code." The words hit Tomas like bullets, each one an impact point in his chest, each one carrying the damage of what had been done to his daughter in the 12 days since he'd last seen her. She was alive. She was physically whole. And she had been buried, not erased, but driven underground, her real self hiding beneath layers of fear and obedience. 12 days. It shouldn't have been enough to make a child disappear behind a number. But a 7-year-old in a war zone, ripped from everything familiar, surrounded by armed strangers who punished the use of her real name and rewarded compliance. 12 days of fear was more than enough to teach a child to pretend she was someone else. "Amelia," he said. His voice broke. "It's me. It's Dad." Something moved behind her eyes. A flicker. The ghost of recognition. A memory pushing against the surface of conditioning like a hand pressing against glass from the other side. "I don't..." She blinked. Her brow furrowed. The frown deepened in a way that was purely, heartbreakingly Amelia. The expression she wore when she was trying to remember something important. "My parents are dead. Colonel Hask told me. My parents died in the outbreak." "He lied. Your mother..." Tomas's throat closed. "Lucia." He couldn't. Not now. "I'm alive, Amelia. I'm here. I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you since day one." The flicker again, stronger this time. She was staring at him with an intensity that was too old for 7, too deep. A focus that came from a child who had been taught to evaluate threats and was now evaluating something that didn't fit any category she'd been given. "You look like the man in the picture," she said. "What picture?" "The picture I had. Before. They took it, but I remember." She touched her own face, a gesture that was achingly familiar, the same thing Lucia did when she was thinking. The man in the picture had a scar on his hand. Tomas held up his left hand. The jagged scar across his palm. The fishing knife, age 8. The emergency room in Brownsville where his mother had held him while they stitched. Amelia stared at the scar. Something shifted in her face. A slow structural change, like watching ice melt. The institutional blankness receded by degrees, and underneath it, pushing upward, the face of a child who was beginning to remember that she had a name that was not Unit 7, and a father who had a scar on his hand, and a mother who was a nurse, and an armadillo named Senor Bump. "Dad?" she said. Tentative, fragile. A question, not a statement, as if the word was a bridge she was testing before putting her full weight on it. "Yeah, mija, it's me." She did not throw herself into his arms. She did not cry. She sat on the cot and looked at him with the careful, flinching wariness of a child who had been taught that hope was dangerous, and the distance between them, 6 inches of air between his hand and her face, was the longest distance Thomas had ever failed to cross. "We need to go," he said. "I'm taking you out of here. Can you walk?" She nodded, swung her legs off the cot. She was wearing the Foundry's standard-issue clothing. Gray pants, gray shirt, no shoes. She was so small. He'd remembered her as bigger, as taking up more space. But she was 7 and she was malnourished and she had been compressed by trauma into something compact and cautious and afraid. "The other children," Nadine said from the doorway. She had entered behind Tomas and was moving down the rows, checking each child, her medical instinct overriding every other consideration. "We can't leave them." Tomas looked at the rows of cots. Dozens of children. Unit 1 through unit, he counted, Unit 31. 31 children in this building alone. They couldn't carry 31 children. Not through the refinery, not through the scorchers. Not in the time they had before the horde diversion wore off, and the Foundry's full attention returned to the compound's interior. But he couldn't leave them. The man who couldn't leave anyone behind looked at 31 sleeping children and felt the familiar, terrible tension, the pull of the one against the many, the daughter against the strangers, the heart against the math. "Wake them," he said, "all of them, quietly. We're taking everyone." "Tomas," Nadine's voice carried warning, "everyone." She looked at him, read his face, saw whatever she saw there, the stubbornness, the guilt, the refusal to become a man who left children in cages. "Okay," she said, "everyone." They woke the children, quietly, quickly, with the firm gentleness of adults who had practice. Connie would have been better at this, but Connie was on the boat, so Nadine and Crystal did what they could. The children woke confused, frightened, conditioned to obey. "We're going outside," Nadine told each one. "Stay quiet, stay together. Do what the adults tell you." 31 children. Plus Amelia. 32. Darnell appeared in the doorway. His face was grim, his breathing audible. "The eastern perimeter is still engaged. The horde hit them hard. I can hear it from here. But they're organizing a response. We've got maybe 20 minutes before they push the horde back and start checking the compound. Then we move in 20 minutes. That's not..." "We move. Now. Everyone." They moved. Tomas carried Amelia. She allowed it stiffly, her small body rigid against his chest, not clinging but not resisting. The posture of a child who had been carried by strangers before and had learned to neither trust nor fight. Darnell scooped up 3 of the smallest children, 1 on each arm and 1 on his shoulders, the tendons in his neck standing out like cables, his breathing a ragged, whistling effort. Rennie and Crystal herded the older children, the 8 and 9 and 10-year-olds, who could walk on their own, wide-eyed and silent, moving in a cluster that stayed close to the adults, with the instinct of herd animals sensing predators. Wally cleared the path. He moved ahead of the group in the shadow-fluid way that was his combat mode, checking corners, neutralizing threats, his mild face and wireframe glasses incongruous above hands that did things Thomas tried not to look at directly. They retraced the route through the gap in the western wall into the refinery. The fires still burned. The scorchers had moved east, drawn by the explosion, but not all of them. 2 remained in the burning sections, patrolling their territory with the blind, clicking insistence of things that lived in fire and had nowhere else to be. 32 children in a burning refinery at night with scorchers. Tomas felt the impossibility of it pressing against him from every direction. The children were too slow, too noisy, too many. A 3-year-old tripped on a pipe and started to cry, and the sound in the firelit darkness was like a flare going up. Bright, visible, impossible to miss. The nearest scorcher turned, clicked, oriented on the sound, began to move toward it. "Silence the child," Wally said, his voice barely audible. Nadine was already there, scooping the 3-year-old up, pressing the child's face against her shoulder, muffling the cry, but the scorcher had locked on. It was moving through the burning infrastructure with the purposeful gait of something that had found a target and was closing. Rennie stepped forward, hammer in hand. She was between the scorcher and the children, and her face was the stone mask. The mask that cost her everything to maintain, and that she wore because the alternative was feeling what she felt, and feeling what she felt would make her stop functioning. "No sparks," Tomas whispered. "Rennie, no sparks." She shifted her grip on the hammer. The ball peen, steel on steel, would spark. She set it down. Picked up a piece of pipe, PVC, plastic. No spark potential. Shorter reach, less impact force. The scorcher was 10 feet away. Its clicking was rapid now, the sonar pulses coming faster, zeroing in on the heat and sound of the group. Its mouth opened, and the vocalization changed. From clicks to a rising tone, a call that was different from the standard drone, something that sounded like... Darnell stepped past Rennie. The big man set the 3 children down. Gently, carefully, the way he did everything. Then he stood in front of the scorcher with his bare hands up and his feet set in the stance of an offensive lineman. Low, balanced, ready. "Hey," he said, his voice a deep rumble that somehow managed to sound friendly even now. "Over here, ugly." The scorcher lunged. Darnell caught it. His hands closed on its shoulders, careful, avoiding the burned skin where residual chemicals waited to ignite, and he redirected its momentum sideways, pivoting his hips, using the thing's own speed against it. The scorcher hit the wall of a processing unit with a wet impact and went down. Darnell stomped. The sound was definitive. The scorcher did not ignite. Darnell's boot was rubber-soled. No spark, no metal on metal. Just the blunt application of 280 pounds through a 12-inch contact area. He stepped back, picked up the 3 children again, turned to the group. "Let's keep moving," he said. His grin was in place. His heart was hammering. Tomas could see it in his neck, the pulse wild and irregular. And Nadine's face was a study in controlled medical horror. They kept moving. Near the refinery's southern edge, where the fires had burned down to smoldering wreckage, and the view opened up toward the foundry's eastern perimeter, Tomas saw them. A group, 15, maybe more, huddled against the outer wall of a maintenance building 50 yards east, where the refinery's perimeter met the foundry's southern fence line. Civilians. He could tell by the way they moved, the clumsy, terrified clustering, the absence of tactical spacing. They had a small fire going, and in its light, he could make out details. A woman sitting cross-legged, nursing an infant by firelight, the baby's face pressed against her chest. A man standing at the edge of the group with a piece of rebar in his hands, facing outward. Others sitting, lying, crouched. Survivors who had come to the foundry's perimeter looking for the same thing everyone looked for. Walls, structure, someone in charge, and had found instead a war between soldiers and a horde. The horde had found them. Tomas could see it happening. The leading edge of the infected mass, drawn by the propane explosion, now spilling south along the perimeter wall. The 15 survivors hadn't seen the horde yet, but they had seen Tomas. The man with the rebar came toward him. Walking fast, not running, the careful gait of someone who had learned that running attracted the wrong kind of attention. He reached Tomas at the fence line, and up close he was younger than expected, maybe 30. With a patchy beard and eyes that held the same fractured, desperate focus Tomas had seen in every survivor since day one. "You're getting out," the man said. Not a question. He looked at the children behind Tomas, at the route south, at the gap in the fence that led to the shoreline. "Take us with you, please. We've been here 2 days. The soldiers won't let us in, and the infected are getting closer, and we have a baby. He extended his hand. An absurd gesture in a burning refinery at 1 a.m., with a horde converging. The handshake of a man who still believed in the social contract, who still thought that if you asked politely and shook someone's hand, they would help you, because that was how things worked in the world that used to exist. Tomas shook it. The man's grip was firm, calloused, hopeful. Tomas had 32 children behind him, 6 adults. A route to the shore that led south and west, away from the perimeter, away from the horde, away from these 15 people who were about to die. He could take them. He could add 15 people to his group and try to get 47 children and 21 adults through a burning refinery with scorchers and a converging horde. The math said no. The math said that 15 additional bodies meant more noise, more movement, more heat signatures, more chances for a 3-year-old to trip or a baby to cry or a scorcher to lock on. And the margin between survival and annihilation was already measured in footsteps and heartbeats and luck. Or he could go south, to the boat, to the bridge, to the island, to the future that required his daughter to be alive. He let go of the man's hand. "I can't," Tomas said. "I'm sorry, I can't take you." The man's face did something that Tomas would see every night for the rest of his life. Not anger, not disbelief, a collapse. The structural failure of hope. The moment when the last load-bearing wall gives way and everything behind it comes down at once. "The baby," the man said. "At least take—" "I'm sorry." Tomas turned south. He did not look back. He heard it. Later, as they cleared the refinery's southern fence line, the sounds carried across the industrial wasteland with the clarity that open air and fire gave to human voices. Screaming. Not the formless vocalization of the infected. Structured, word-shaped screaming. The kind that contained names and prayers and the raw animal frequency of people who knew they were going to die. He kept walking. Emilia was rigid against his chest. 32 children followed in silence. The screaming faded behind them, absorbed by distance and fire, and the sound of Tomas's own breathing, which he controlled with the 4-count method Lucia had taught him. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Steady, steady, steady. While the weight of 15 names he would never learn settled onto the structure of him and stayed. They reached the shoreline at 1:15 a.m. The beach was the same muddy stretch where they'd landed, dark, smelling of salt and tidal mud, the bay water lapping softly at the shore. The Jeanette Marie was gone. Dewey had taken the boat south to the Causeway rendezvous, as planned. But a second boat was there. A flat-bottomed skiff, aluminum, maybe 16 feet long, with an outboard motor that Dewey had left for them. A note, scrawled on a piece of cardboard, tucked under the throttle. "Young'un, gas is full. Head south. Look for the shrimp boat under the big bridge. D, 32 children, 6 adults, 1 16-foot skiff." "That boat holds maybe 10, Crystal said. 12 if they're kids. Then we make 2 trips, Tomas said. 2 trips with the foundry, 2 trips. They loaded the first group. 12 children, Nadine and Crystal. Rennie piloted. She'd learned outboard motors in Tomas's shop class, the only student who'd aced the marine engine module. The skiff sat dangerously low in the water, the gunnel inches from the surface, but it moved, puttering south into the dark bay with its cargo of rescued children and the 2 women who would die before letting anything touch them. Tomas waited on the beach with Wally, Darnell, and the remaining 20 children. Emilia was among them. She sat on the mud beside him, her knees drawn up, her arms wrapped around them, not touching him but positioned close enough that if he moved, she would feel it. "Are we going to the island?" she asked. Her voice was still the careful, institutional tone, but underneath, like water under ice, there was something that sounded like a child. Just a child asking a question. "Yes. Colonel Hask says the island is dangerous." Colonel Hask is wrong about a lot of things. She considered this, her brow furrowed. the thinking frown. He said my parents were dead. He was wrong about that, too. My mom. The word came out smaller than the others, compressed, afraid. Is my mom? Tomas opened his mouth, closed it. The truth sat in his throat like a stone. Your mother is dead. I heard her die. I heard her scream, and then I heard her stop screaming, and then I heard static for 14 seconds, and then nothing, ever again. We'll talk about Mom when we're safe, he said. It was a dodge, a cowardly, necessary dodge. But Amelia was 7, and she was sitting on a muddy beach in the dark after being rescued from a paramilitary indoctrination facility. And telling her that her mother was dead was not something Tomas could do right now, in this place, in this moment. He would tell her. He would tell her the truth, all of it, when there were walls around them and something resembling safety. Not now. Amelia nodded. She accepted the dodge with the adaptability of a child who had learned that answers came when adults decided they came and not before. The skiff returned. Rennie brought it in fast, the outboard at full throttle, the bow cutting a white line through the dark water. Second trip, she said, load up. They loaded, 20 children, Tomas with Amelia on his chest, Darnell, and Wally. The skiff sat even lower this time, water sloshing over the gunwale at every wave. The children packed shoulder to shoulder, their faces white and terrified in the moonlight. Darnell sat in the stern, acting as ballast, his massive frame counterbalancing the weight distribution. His breathing was worse, much worse. A wheeze on every inhale, a rattle on every exhale, the sound of lungs working against a heart that was failing its most basic function. Darnell, Tomas said, I'm fine, coach. The grin, always the grin. Just seasick. They crossed the bay. It took 20 minutes that felt like 20 hours. The water was dark, the sky was dark, and in the darkness, the sounds of the Foundry's battle with the Horde carried across the water. Distant gunfire, distant screaming, the massive tidal drone of hundreds of infected converging on the compound. And then, ahead, the causeway. The Galveston Causeway rose from the bay like a wall, a 2.5-mile concrete and steel structure that was simultaneously the most welcome and most terrifying sight Tomas had ever seen. The bridge was packed with vehicles, the same frozen gridlock that covered every major roadway. But here, elevated 40 feet above the water, the vehicles and the infected among them were silhouetted against the sky in a tableau that looked like a bas relief carved into the surface of a nightmare. Below the bridge, in the shadow of the center span, the Jeanette Marie was waiting. Her hull gleamed faintly in the moonlight, and Dewey was at the bow with a lantern, waving them in. They pulled alongside, handed the children up. Tomas passed Amelia to Connie, who received her with the practiced ease of a woman who had been receiving children from crisis to comfort for 20 years. Amelia went without protest, without reaching back, without looking at Tomas. He watched her go and felt the distance that remained between them. Not the physical distance of arm's length and boat's width, but the immeasurable distance of 12 days that had been enough to destroy a child's trust in the word father. He would cross that distance, not tonight, not in the chaos and the fire and the water, but he would cross it. She said Dad. She said it once. She remembers. He held onto that the way he'd held onto the shoe and the drawing and the stuffed armadillo, a thread, thin, fragile, but unbroken. Charges are placed, Alma called from the boat's wheelhouse. 3 of 4. Byron's on the final pylon now. Where? Center span, pylon 4. He's on the maintenance ladder. Tomas looked up at the bridge. The maintenance access system was a network of steel ladders and platforms, bolted to the underside of the bridge deck, designed for inspection crews. In the moonlight, he could see a figure on one of the ladders, small, pale, bespectacled, moving with the careful, precise motions of a man who had spent his entire career working with exact numbers and was now applying that exactness to the placement of an improvised explosive charge on a pylon 40 feet above the water. Byron Lisk, accountant, embezzler, secret saint, placing the charge that would bring down a bridge. The absurdity of it struck Tomas with a force that was almost physical. The whole thing. The shrimp boat, the propane tank, the children in the dark, the pharmacist who was a soldier, the accountant placing explosives, the engineer who built bridges building a way to destroy one, was so far beyond any reality he'd prepared for that the only appropriate response was the one he gave. A short, sharp laugh that hurt his throat and ended as quickly as it began. "Something funny, Coach?" Rennie asked. "Everything," he said. "Nothing. Let's finish this." The detonation would wait. Not yet. Not until they were across. Not until every person in the group was on the island side of the bridge. The charges were placed. The triggers were set. The engineering was done. What remained was the crossing. But the crossing would have to wait too, because between them and the island, on the causeway above, the Foundry's forces were still present. The southern checkpoints, the guards at the causeway's island-side terminus. And the infected were on the bridge too, among the vehicles, in the vehicles, the same highway gauntlet, magnified by elevation and narrowness, and the complete absence of anywhere to run except forward or backward or off the edge into 40 feet of dark water. "We rest," Tomas said. 2 hours, then we cross." "Cross how?" Elijah asked. His voice was thin and exhausted, but the recorder was running. "We go up. We go across. We go through whatever's in the way." "That's not a plan." "It's the next step. I'll have a plan by the time we take it." He sat on the deck of the Jeanette Marie and held his daughter's backpack in his lap and tried to think. The engine idled beneath him. The bay lapped at the hull. Around him, 61 people, his original group plus 32 rescued children, tried to rest on a 50-foot shrimp boat that had been designed for commercial fishing and was now carrying the future of a species across a dark bay toward an island they hadn't reached yet. In the hold, Perlin breathed. On the bridge above, the infected stood sentinel. To the north, the Foundry burned. To the south, the island waited. And Tomas sat and thought and planned and carried the weight. All of it, every name and every number and every promise. And when the 2 hours were up and the sky was graying with the first light of a dawn that would bring the worst heat yet, he stood and he had the plan, and it was terrible, and it was the best he had. "We cross at dawn," he said. "We cross together. We cross fast. And when the last person is on the island," he looked at Alma. She looked back with the eyes of an engineer who understood forces and vectors and the mathematics of collapse. "We bring it down." The dawn came, pink and gold over the gulf, the light touching the water first, and then the bridge, and then the island, Galveston, sitting on the horizon like something you could reach if you were brave enough and fast enough and willing to pay the cost. Tomas looked at the bridge, looked at the island, looked at Amelia, sleeping in Connie's arms on the foredeck, her face still wearing the frown, her small body still rigid, still guarded, still a country he had not yet been granted entry to. He picked up the pry bar, adjusted the backpack, looked at his group. "Let's go," he said, and they went. The maintenance ladder on the underside of Pylon 4 was slick with condensation and bird droppings, and Byron Lisk, accountant, embezzler, man who had never climbed anything more demanding than the stairwell in his Sugarland office building, clung to it with the white-knuckled desperation of someone who had discovered that the gap between theoretical courage and practical courage was approximately 40 feet of open air above dark water. The demolition charge was strapped to his back in a canvas pack that Alma had rigged with shoulder straps and a waist belt. The explosive materials wrapped in layers of cloth to prevent jostling. 22 pounds. Byron knew the weight precisely because he had weighed it 3 times on the fish scale aboard the Jeanette Marie, and precision was the only thing standing between him and the screaming terror that lived in the space behind his sternum where his courage was supposed to be. He climbed, 1 rung, 2, 3. His glasses slipped down his nose with every upward reach, and he couldn't spare a hand to push them back, so he climbed half blind, the concrete underside of the bridge deck a blur of gray 6 feet above him, the water a blur of black 40 feet below. Alma's instructions were specific. She had drawn the placement diagram on the back of his hand in permanent marker, the exact location on the pylon cap where the charge needed to sit, the angle of the detonation cord, the firing sequence that would daisy-chain this charge to the three already in place. She had explained the physics. The pylon cap is the connection point between the vertical support and the horizontal bridge deck. Sever that connection on 4 pylons simultaneously, and the center span loses support on both sides. Gravity handles the rest. The weight of the bridge deck, the vehicles, everything. It all becomes a lever working against the remaining connections. Cascading failure. In structural engineering, we call it progressive collapse. What do you call it in non-engineering terms? Byron had asked. Falling down, Alma had said. Byron reached the pylon cap. The maintenance platform here was a steel grate, 3 feet by 4 feet, bolted to the pylon's concrete face. He hauled himself onto it and lay flat on his back, breathing hard, staring up at the underside of the bridge deck, a landscape of concrete beams and steel reinforcement that looked, from this angle, like the rib cage of something enormous. He unslung the pack, opened it. The demolition charge inside was a cylinder of ammonium nitrate and fuel oil, packed around a core of detonation cord, wrapped in duct tape and housed in a section of PVC pipe. It looked homemade because it was homemade. It also looked like it could blow a hole in the side of a building, because it could blow a hole in the side of a building. Byron placed the charge against the pylon cap, orienting it according to the diagram on his hand. He secured it with heavy-gauge wire, wrapping the wire around the pylon cap's lip and twisting it tight with pliers. He connected the detonation cord to the daisy chain line that ran along the underside of the bridge to the other 3 charges. His hands were shaking, not a little, a lot. The pliers slipped twice. He caught them before they fell. If he dropped them, they were gone. 40 feet down into the bay, and with them, any hope of completing the connection. He finished, checked the placement against the diagram, checked the detonation cord connection, checked the wire securing. Everything matched. Everything was precise. Everything was the way the numbers said it should be. He lay on the maintenance platform and looked at the bridge above him, and the water below him, and the explosive charge beside him, and he thought, I was 3 days from being caught for embezzlement, 3 days from prison, and instead I'm lying on a steel grate under a bridge rigging demolition charges to save 60 people from zombies. The universe has a sense of humor. He almost laughed. Almost. The laugh was there, pressing against his ribs, wanting out. But laughter required a release of tension, and Byron could not afford to release anything right now because he was holding himself together with the same precision he applied to everything else. Calculated, measured, exact. And if any part of that structure gave way, the rest would follow. He climbed back down, rung by rung. 40 feet. His glasses slid, his hands cramped. His shoulders burned from the weight of the pack he was no longer carrying, but his muscles hadn't yet forgiven him for. He reached the skiff that was waiting at the base of the pylon. Alma was in it, sitting upright, her small white-haired frame rigid with the attention of an engineer, overseeing the most important demolition of her career. Placement? She asked. Exact, per your specifications. Detonation cord connection? Secure, tested continuity. Wire securing? 6 wraps, plier twisted. It's not going anywhere. Alma looked at him. In the pre-dawn light, her face was a map of lines and angles, the geometry of a life spent understanding how things held together and how they fell apart. Well done, Mr. Lisk, she said. Thank you. You may throw up now if you need to. Byron leaned over the side of the skiff and vomited into Galveston Bay. It was brief and efficient, like everything he did. When he was done, he wiped his mouth, pushed his glasses up his nose, and sat back. Charges are set, he said. What's next? Now, Alma said, looking up at the bridge that she had helped build 25 years ago, and was about to help destroy. We wait for the signal. They waited. 20 minutes. The dawn lightened by degrees, and then Byron heard it. A sound from above. A low, grinding scrape, metal on concrete, followed by a sharp ping that he recognized immediately because he had just spent 40 minutes working with wire under tension. "The charge is moving," he said. Alma looked up. In the growing light, they could see it. The fourth charge, Byron's charge, had shifted. Not much. 2 inches, maybe 3. But 2 inches was the difference between a directed blast severing the pylon cap and a directed blast expending its force into open air. The wire securing had held, but the pylon cap's lip, the concrete edge he'd wrapped the wire around, was crumbling. 25 years of salt air and tidal erosion had weakened it, and the 22-pound charge was slowly, inexorably pulling free. "I need to go back up," Byron said. "The securing will need to be repositioned. There's a steel reinforcement bar exposed 6 inches above the original placement. Wrap the wire around that instead." "I saw it." "Mr. Lisk," Alma's voice was very precise, "when the charges detonate, anyone on that platform will not survive." "The blast radius?" "I know the blast radius. You told me the blast radius." He was already reaching for the ladder. "I go up, I resecure the charge, I climb down, and we both row to the island. That's the plan." That was the plan before the wire slipped. The new plan accounts for the possibility that you cannot descend in time. Byron looked at her. She looked back. The engineer and the accountant, 2 people whose lives were governed by precision, regarding each other across the mathematics of a situation that had only one honest calculation. "Row to the island," Byron said. "Take the detonator. Wait for the signal. If I'm down in time, I'll swim." "You can't swim. You told me on the boat." "Then I'll learn fast," he smiled. It was a terrible smile. The smile of a man who had run the numbers and found them final. "Go, Ms. Reyes. Someone has to push the button, and it can't be the guy standing next to the bomb." Alma did not argue. She was an engineer. She understood structural failure, and she understood that arguing with a man who had made his final calculation was a form of structural failure in itself. She took the detonator, a modified radio transmitter wired to the daisy chain, and began rowing the skiff south toward the island, her small frame working the oars with a fierce, contained efficiency. Byron climbed, again. The rungs, the glasses sliding, the burning shoulders. 40 feet up, the maintenance platform, the charge that had shifted and the wire that had pulled free of the crumbling concrete lip. He found the exposed rebar, rewrapped the wire. 6 wraps, plier twisted, tighter this time. The charge was seated against the pylon cap again, precisely where Alma's diagram specified. He checked it, rechecked it. The numbers were right. The placement was perfect. He looked down at the water. 40 feet. He couldn't swim. He'd never learned. A fact that seemed absurd for a man who'd spent 2 weeks on a shrimp boat. But Byron Lisk had spent his life with numbers on paper, not with his body in water. The skiff was gone. Alma was a dark shape on the bay, rowing south. He could climb down. He should climb down. But below him, the first infected were already reaching the bridge pylons. The horde from the foundry battle, flowing south along the causeway, their vocalizations rising in the dawn air. The ladder descended into a space that was no longer empty. Byron sat on the maintenance platform. He pushed his glasses up his nose. He thought about the numbers. 60 people on the island side. 1 person on the pylon. The math was clean. The signal would come when Tomas's group reached the island side. That was the plan. Cross the bridge, get everyone to Galveston, then blow the causeway behind them. Simple in concept. In practice, the causeway crossing was 2.5 miles of elevated nightmare, a bridge packed with abandoned vehicles and an unknown number of infected, with the foundry's forces potentially blocking the island-side terminus, and the horde from the refinery battle potentially pursuing from the mainland side. Tomas stood on the foredeck of the Jeanette Marie as Dewey guided the boat toward the causeway's mainland approach. The dawn was breaking in layers, gray to pink to gold, and the bridge was emerging from the darkness in increments, its details sharpening as the light grew. The vehicles on the bridge surface were visible now, a wall of metal and glass stretching to the horizon, and among them, the dark silhouettes of infected standing in the sentinel posture, hundreds of them, a forest of ruined human forms waiting for the sun to bring them back to life. The Foundry's battle had ended, or paused. The gunfire from the north had tapered off around 4 a.m., replaced by the mechanical sounds of vehicles moving and the distant shouts of orders being given. Whether the Foundry had pushed the horde back or been overwhelmed was impossible to tell from this distance. Either way, the diversion's window was closing. "We need to go now," Tomas said, "before full daylight, before the sentinels activate." Dewey brought the boat alongside a fishing pier that extended from the mainland near the causeway's southern approach. The pier was damaged. Several sections had collapsed into the water, but enough remained to serve as a boarding point. The group disembarked. 59 people. Byron was on the pylon. Alma was rowing the skiff south with the detonator, including 32 children, climbing from the shrimp boat onto the pier and then onto solid ground. The process was slow, careful, agonizingly loud in the pre-dawn quiet. Children whimpered. Adults whispered urgently. The pier creaked and groaned under the combined weight. As the last person stepped off, Dewey was already easing. The Jeanette Marie away from the pier. "I'll take her under the center span," he called softly. Same spot Alma and Byron launched from. "If we need a fast exit, she'll be there." He didn't wait for a response. The trawler slipped backward into the dark water, her engine barely audible, and Dewey guided her south along the bridge's shadow toward the center span moorings. 20 minutes later, as Tomas was organizing water distribution on the embankment, a bow-legged silhouette came scrambling up the rocks from the waterline. Dewey, breathing hard, salt spray on his shirt, three-fingered hand waving off concern before anyone could voice it. "Tied her off on the pylon ladder," he said. "She ain't going nowhere." Thomas organized the column, the same formation as the highway march, adapted for the bridge, himself and Rennie at the front, Wally and Darnell flanking the center where the children walked, Crystal and Dewey at the rear. Nadine moved through the group distributing the last of her medical supplies, bandages in pockets, antiseptic wipes tucked into waistbands. Connie managed the children with the quiet, absolute authority of a woman who had been managing children through crises since before most of the group was born. "The bridge is 2.5 miles, Tomas told the group. "We move fast and quiet. The infected on the bridge are in sentinel mode right now, motionless, listening. When the sun hits them, they'll activate. We need to cover as much distance as possible before that happens." "And the Foundry?" Elijah asked. His recorder was running. His hands were shaking. But he was there, standing in line, his pack on his back, present. "If we encounter Foundry forces, we go through them or around them. There is no stopping. What if we can't go through them? Then we go through them harder." It was not a plan, it was a statement of intent, raw and unsubtle, the verbal equivalent of lowering your shoulder and running straight at the thing that stood between you and survival. But intent was what they had, and Tomas had learned, across 50 miles in 12 days, and the loss of more people than he could count on both hands, that intent, applied with sufficient force and sufficient desperation, could substitute for planning when planning was no longer possible. They climbed the embankment to the causeway approach. The road surface was concrete, cracked and stained, stretching ahead in a straight line that dwindled to a point on the horizon. The vehicles began 50 yards from the approach. The first wave of the day one exodus, cars that had reached the bridge and found it already clogged and had simply stopped, their drivers getting out to walk or getting out to die. Tomas led the column into the vehicle corridor. The dawn was brightening. The air was still cool, 82 degrees, which in any other context would have been oppressively warm, but which, after 12 days of triple-digit heat, felt almost comfortable. The infected on the bridge were visible now, standing between and among the vehicles, sentinels still, their amber eyes catching the growing light with a wet, reflective gleam. The first quarter mile was silence and shadow. The group threaded through the vehicles, over hoods, between bumpers, through open doors, moving with the practiced efficiency of people who had been doing exactly this for the better part of 2 weeks. The children were quiet, clinging to adult hands, their faces pale and determined. Amelia walked beside Connie, not holding her hand but staying close, her eyes scanning the vehicles with an alertness that no 7-year-old should have possessed. Tomas watched her from the corner of his eye as he moved. She was different. Not just the institutional haircut and the thin frame and the careful, neutral expression. There was something in the way she moved, a watchfulness, a readiness to react, that was simultaneously too old for her age and perfectly appropriate for the world she'd survived. She had been trained. The Foundry had taught her to be vigilant, to assess threats, to respond to commands. And while the content of that training was monstrous, a child turned into a unit, a number, a component of a machine. The survival skills it had imparted were keeping her alive right now, keeping her quiet, keeping her moving. The perverse gift of the people who had stolen her, they had made her harder to kill. Tomas didn't know how to feel about this. He let it settle alongside everything else he couldn't reconcile. At mile marker 0.5, the sun crested the horizon and poured liquid gold across the bridge surface, and the infected began to wake. It happened the way it always happened. The slow shift from sentinel to active, the heads turning, the bodies swaying, the drone rising from individual throats and harmonizing into the ambient frequency that was the soundtrack of the new world. But on the bridge, in the enclosed corridor of vehicles, the sound was amplified and distorted, bouncing off metal and glass, creating echoes that made it impossible to determine direction or distance. The drone came from everywhere and nowhere, a three-dimensional wall of sound that pressed against the eardrums and sat in the chest like a weight. Tomas increased the pace. Move. Faster. Now. The group accelerated from a careful walk to a hurried jog that was the fastest the children could sustain. Adults carried the youngest. Darnell had 3 again, his breathing a ragged whistle, his face set in the grin that was his battle mask. Connie had the 3-year-old and was half carrying another child who had twisted an ankle. Rennie and Crystal flanked the column, their weapons up, their eyes scanning. The first contact came at mile 0.7. An infected, Stage 3, male, wearing the remnants of a business suit, emerged from behind an overturned truck and lunged at the column's center. Wally intercepted. The motion was the same fluid, invisible thing Tomas had seen before. A redirect, a strike, a silence. The infected dropped. Wally stepped over it and kept moving. 3 more contacts in the next 200 yards. Each one handled by the outer defenders, Rennie, Wally, Crystal, Tomas himself. The infected on the bridge were scattered, not concentrated. Individual sentinels that activated as the group passed within their trigger radius. Easy to handle. Manageable. Almost routine. Which was a word Tomas hated, applying to the killing of things that had been people. At mile 1.0, the bridge entered its longest span, the 800-foot center section that Alma's charges were designed to collapse. Below, Tomas could see the water of Galveston Bay, gray-green, the current visible as a ripple pattern on the surface. The wind was from the south, salt air, clean, carrying the smell of the Gulf and the faint, organic funk of the Barrier Islands marshes. The island was visible ahead, growing with every step, a flat line of sand and buildings and vegetation. The Galveston seawall, a pale ribbon along its northern edge. Close, so close. And then the sound from behind, not the drone, not the click of scorchers. Something bigger, something louder. The sound of engines, multiple, heavy, diesel, approaching from the mainland side of the bridge at speed. Tomas turned, looked back along the bridge surface, past the column of survivors, past the infected waking in their rows, past the vehicles and the concrete, and the flat straight line of the causeway stretching north. 3 vehicles were on the bridge, the same armored convoy they'd seen on Highway 146, the flatbed semi, the Humvee, the pickup with the spotlight, the Foundry, coming south, coming fast. Behind the vehicles, filling the bridge from rail to rail, a massive movement that Tomas's brain took a full 2 seconds to process. The Horde. Not hundreds, thousands. The infected from the refinery battle, from the industrial zone, from the surrounding lowlands. Drawn by the noise, by the fires, by the massive, chaotic noise event that the Foundry's engagement had created, all of them now converging on the causeway, filling the bridge behind the Foundry vehicles in a tide of gray flesh and amber eyes, and at the front of the horde, walking with the deliberate, unhurried gait that Tomas had seen from the Dickinson overpass, was the figure, the Leviathan, nearly 7 feet tall, hunched under its own grotesque growth, the skull ridged and crested, the bone plating visible even at this distance as a helmet-like dome that caught the morning sun. The arms long, the hands fused into club-like masses. Walking, not running. Walking. Behind it, the horde followed. "Oh, God," Elijah whispered. His recorder was in his hand, forgotten. His face was white. "Run," Tomas said. The next mile was a blur of adrenaline and geometry. The group ran south along the bridge. Behind them, the Foundry's vehicles pushed through the vehicle corridor at speed, forcing Rex aside with armored bumpers, their engines roaring. Behind the vehicles, the horde flowed onto the bridge like water pouring through a channel, filling every gap, covering every surface, the collective movement of thousands of infected bodies, creating a visual effect that Tomas's brain rejected. It looked like the bridge itself was moving, the concrete surface rippling and shifting as the mass of bodies flowed south. The Foundry vehicles were faster than the group. The lead vehicle, the Humvee, was 200 yards behind and closing. Tomas could see figures in the Humvee, armed, armored, and behind the Humvee's windshield, a face he had never seen but immediately recognized from the radio transmissions. Hard, angular, gray-haired, with the flat authority of a man who commanded by nature rather than assignment. Colonel Raymond Hask. The Humvee's mounted spotlights swung toward the group, a voice on a vehicle-mounted PA system, amplified and distorted. "Halt! Stop where you are. This is Foundry authority. You are in possession of Foundry assets. Stop, or we will—" "Keep running!" Tomas shouted. They kept running. The children were crying now, some of them, the youngest, the ones too small and too exhausted to sustain fear without expressing it. The sound carried across the bridge, and the infected ahead of them, the sentinels that had not yet been reached, began to activate, turning toward the sound of running feet and screaming children, caught between the Foundry behind and the infected ahead. The bridge was a trap, a 2.5-mile-long, 40-foot-wide strip of concrete with no exits, no cover, no escape except forward or over the edge. Forward. Tomas ran forward, the pry bar in his right hand, Emilia's backpack against his chest. Rennie was beside him, hammer up, her breath controlled even at a sprint. They hit the first of the activated sentinels at full speed. Tomas struck left, Rennie struck right, the impacts barely slowing their stride, the infected going down under their momentum. Behind them, the Foundry's Humvee had stopped. The horde was catching up to the vehicles, flowing around them like water around stones. Tomas risked a glance backward and saw Foundry soldiers climbing onto the roofs of their vehicles, firing into the horde, the muzzle flashes strobing in the dawn light. The horde didn't stop, didn't slow. The front ranks fell, and the ranks behind climbed over them and kept coming. The Foundry's vehicles were being swallowed. Good. Terrible, but good. The horde was the diversion again. Not planned this time, but functional. The Foundry's forces pinned between the infected behind them and the fleeing group ahead. But the horde was also coming for them. "Faster!" Tomas shouted. They were at mile 1.5 now, 1 mile to the island. 1 mile of bridge packed with vehicles and waking infected, and the horde behind gaining ground, because the horde didn't tire, didn't slow, didn't stop. The LZ-7 compound driving them forward with the relentless, mindless persistence of a chemical reaction that could not be reasoned with. Dewey appeared at Tomas's side. The old shrimper was running with the bow-legged, ungainly gait of a man whose body was 30 years past its running prime. But he was keeping up, his face set in the squint that Tomas knew was his expression for everything from catching shrimp to watching the end of the world. "Young'un," Dewey panted, "I need to go." "Go where?" "The boat. The charges." Alma's plan was to detonate from the island side, but the horde's going to reach the center span before we get across. If somebody doesn't weaken those pylons before the detonation, the charges will do the job. Alma said so. Alma said 4 charges would create cascading failure. But look behind us. That horde is going to put 10,000 pounds of additional weight on the center span. The charges might crack the connections, but the span might hold just from the mass of bodies pressing it down. "We need—" He paused, breathing hard, his face contorted with exertion and calculation. "We need to hit the pylons from the water side too. Physical impact, something heavy, moving fast, to break what the charges weaken." "The boat." "My boat?" Dewey's eyes were bright and hard and absolutely certain. "The Jeanette Marie is 50 feet of fiberglass and steel with a full tank of diesel and the ammonium nitrate crystal found in the refinery. I pile that into the center span pylons at full throttle." "Dewey, no. And the impact plus the charges plus the weight of the horde plus 40 years of deferred maintenance equals that bridge coming down like it was made of cards." "I said no. It ain't up to you, young'un." Dewey's voice was calm. Not resigned. Calm. The calm of a man who had seen the shape of what needed to happen and accepted it the way he accepted tides and weather and the Gulf's endless, indifferent power. "She's my boat, and my wife is on her." Tomas ran. His legs were burning. His lungs were burning. The pry bar was heavy in his hand. Behind them, the horde was closing. He could hear the drone growing louder, could feel the vibration of thousands of feet on concrete transmitted through the bridge surface into his own feet. "You can't—" "I can. I've been heading here since day 2, young'un. Since Pearline turned and I chained her in the hold and sailed north looking for, I don't know what. A reason, a purpose. Something that made keeping her alive on that boat mean something." He looked at Tomas. "This is what it means. She and I bring this bridge down, and your girl gets to grow up on an island. That's a hell of a reason." Tomas's vision blurred. He blinked hard. The tears, sweat, grief, wind. He didn't know, and it didn't matter. Cleared, and Dewey was still running beside him, still squinting. Still the same leathery, stubborn, impossible old man who called everyone young'un and knew more about the Gulf Coast than anyone alive. "How do you get to the boat?" Tomas asked. "Over the rail. There's a maintenance ladder on the outside of the next pylon. I watched Byron use one. I get down 20 feet, drop the last 20 into the water. Done it off shrimp boat rigging in worse conditions." The twitch at his mouth. The ghost of a grin. "Swim to the boat. She's moored under the center span. I start the engine. I aim for the pylons. I go full throttle. Then I talk to Pearline one last time." He paused. "That's all I need, young'un. One last conversation with my wife." Tomas wanted to refuse. Wanted to find another way. Wanted to exercise the compulsive, self-destructive rescuer's instinct that had defined his entire life. The refusal to let anyone go. The pathological need to save everyone. The guilt-driven conviction that if he just tried hard enough, he could bend the physics of catastrophe to spare the people he cared about. But the horde was coming, and the bridge needed to fall. And Dewey was right. The math was the math, and Byron Lisk himself couldn't have argued with the numbers. "You're the best of us, Dewey," Tomas said. "Huh? Nah, I'm just old, and I miss my wife." Dewey reached out and gripped Tomas's arm, his 3-fingered hand, rough as ship rope, strong despite its incompleteness. "Get your girl to the island. Build something worth building. And every time you eat shrimp, you think of me." He let go, veered right toward the bridge railing. He swung over it and found the maintenance ladder on the pylon's outer face. Rusted, slick, barely there. He descended fast, hand over hand, his bow-legged frame moving with the sure-footed economy of a man who had climbed rigging in storms. Halfway down the rungs ended, corroded to nothing. He didn't hesitate. He pushed off, dropped the remaining 20 feet, and hit the bay in a graceless, committed plunge. The splash was lost in the noise of the horde and the wind and the running. Tomas did not stop. He could not stop. He ran south with the tears drying on his face in the salt wind and the weight of one more name that he would carry forever. Mile 1.8. The island was close. Less than a mile ahead, the seawall visible as a concrete barrier. Buildings beyond it, the flat landscape of Galveston stretching south toward the Gulf. The bridge here was less congested. The vehicles thinned, perhaps because many had cleared this section during the initial exodus, or perhaps because the foundry had cleared it to maintain their approach route. The open space was a relief from the claustrophobia of the vehicle corridors, but it was also exposed. No cover, no concealment. The bridge surface, a bare stage under the morning sun. The infected ahead had fully activated. The heat was climbing past 95 now, and the bridge-bound infected were moving with the accelerated coordination of their hot weather mode. Faster, more responsive, their movements more purposeful. A group of 7 came at the column from the left, flowing between vehicles with the loose, converging pattern that Tomas had learned to dread. The flanking defenders engaged, Rennie on the left, Wally on the right, Crystal dropping back to cover the children. Darnell was in the center. He had 3 children again, the youngest ones, the ones who couldn't run anymore, whose legs had given out, whose small bodies had spent everything they had. He carried them the way he carried everything, without complaint, without drama, with the simple, enormous physical generosity of a man who had been given a body capable of extraordinary feats and had used it all his life to help. His breathing was wrong. Tomas could hear it even over the noise of the bridge, a wet, labored sound that had rhythm, but the wrong rhythm, the syncopation of a heart that was misfiring, skipping beats, the electrical system that governed its contractions losing coherence. Darnell kept running. The grin was gone now. The first time since the outbreak that Tomas had seen Darnell's face without it. In its place was something raw and focused and afraid, the expression of a man running a race he knew he couldn't finish, but running it anyway because the children in his arms needed one more minute from him, one more 100 yards, one more heartbeat. Almost there, Tomas said, not to the group, to Darnell. I know, Coach. Darnell's voice was a whisper, a wisp. I know. Mile 2.0, half a mile. The island terminus of the causeway was visible, the road surface widening as it met the island, the guardrails ending, the concrete giving way to asphalt, and at the terminus, foundry vehicles. 2 of them, a pickup truck and a transport van, parked across the road, blocking the approach. Soldiers behind them, rifles leveled. The foundry's southern checkpoint, still manned. We can't stop, Tomas said. How many? Wally asked, not breaking stride. 8, 10. Armed. Wally said nothing. He adjusted his glasses, shifted something in his posture. A subtle change, a lowering of his center of gravity, a repositioning of his hands that looked casual and was anything but. I'll go ahead, he said. Wally, stay with the children, keep them moving. Don't stop when you hear what happens. He accelerated. The pharmacist from Bel Air, slight, wire-framed, soft-spoken, pulled ahead of the group and ran toward the foundry checkpoint, with a stride that was no longer the careful, measured gait of a civilian, but the controlled, ground-eating sprint of a man who had been trained by people whose business was the precise application of violence. Tomas wanted to call him back, wanted to say, we'll find another way, we'll go around, we'll negotiate. But there was no around on a bridge. There was no negotiation with the horde 200 yards behind. There was only through. Wally reached the checkpoint. What happened there took less than 30 seconds, and Tomas did not watch all of it. He was running, carrying the weight of Amelia's backpack, and the pry bar, and the responsibility of 60 people, and the memory of Dewey going over the rail. He heard sounds, specific sounds, sounds that he filed away in the category of things Wally had been and things Wally could do, and things that the 30 years of pharmacy and coffee making had not erased. When the group reached the checkpoint, the vehicles were still there. The soldiers were not standing. Wally was leaning against the pickup truck, breathing hard, his glasses askew, his hands, his precise, measured, coffee-making hands, red. "Clear," he said. One of the soldiers groaned, "Alive." Wally looked at the sound, then looked away. He had not killed them. Not all of them. Some were unconscious, some were wounded, some would survive. "I made a choice," Wally said to nobody in particular. "I chose not to kill them all, in case you're wondering." Nobody was wondering. Nobody had the bandwidth to wonder about anything except the island, which was right there, 50 yards ahead, the causeway meeting the land, the concrete becoming earth, the bridge becoming ground. They ran onto the island. Tomas's feet hit Galveston soil, sandy, silty, the packed dirt of the causeway approach road, and the sensation traveled up his legs into his chest and bloomed there, a physical release that was not joy and not relief, but something older and more fundamental. The animal recognition of solid ground after a crossing, the primate's triumph of reaching the other side. The group poured off the bridge behind him, 58 people, including 32 children, flowing from the causeway onto the island in a ragged, gasping, weeping stream. Connie was counting, her lips moving, her eyes tracking each person, the principal's instinct for head count overriding exhaustion and terror. 58, she confirmed. Plus Alma, she's already on shore with the detonator. That's everyone except... She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Dewey. Byron. Darnell? Connie's face changed. A micro-expression controlled immediately, the kind of thing that only someone who had spent years reading students' faces would catch. "He's here," she said. Darnell was sitting against the guardrail at the bridge's terminus. He had set the 3 children down. They were standing, alive, crying, being gathered by other adults. He was sitting with his back against the metal rail, and his legs straight out in front of him and his hands at his sides, palms up, and his head was tilted back and his eyes were open, and he was looking at the sky. His chest was not moving. Nadine was already there. She knelt beside him, her fingers on his neck, feeling for the pulse that Tomas could see was absent. The visible throb in Darnell's throat that had been racing for days was still now, the skin smooth and quiet. "Darnell," Nadine said. Not clinical. His name. Just his name. She started compressions, her hands on his massive chest, pressing down with the rhythm that was the same rhythm she'd used on hundreds of patients in her ER. 30 compressions, 2 breaths, 30 compressions, 2 breaths. She worked with the controlled, desperate precision of a doctor who knew the math of cardiac arrest and was fighting against it with the only tools she had, her hands and her knowledge, and her refusal to stop. Tomas watched. The group watched. The children, gathered in a cluster by Connie, watched with the wide, uncomprehending eyes of young things witnessing the death of something large and kind. Nadine worked for 20 minutes. She stopped because she had to, not because she wanted to. Her arms gave out, the muscles failing, the precision degrading, the compressions becoming irregular and shallow. She sat back on her heels and pressed her bloody hands against her face and breathed in a way that sounded like the opposite of breathing. Like she was trying to pull the air back out of her lungs, to reverse the process, to undo the last 20 minutes by sheer force of rejected oxygen. Darnell Washington, 33 years old, former offensive lineman, construction foreman, gentle giant, man with the grin. Dead of hypertrophic cardiomyopathy on the island side of the Galveston Causeway, after carrying 3 children across a bridge and through a horde and to safety. His heart had stopped the way it had been threatening to stop for years. Suddenly, silently, with no warning and no negotiation. His face still wore the expression of the last thing he'd been doing, looking at the sky, not the grin. Something quieter, something that might have been surprise or peace, or just the absence of pain that comes when a heart that has been working too hard finally stops working at all. Rennie stood beside Tomas. She looked at Darnell. She looked at the bridge behind them, where the horde was visible now, a mass of bodies filling the causeway from rail to rail, flowing south, the Leviathan walking at its head. "He was the best of us," Rennie said. Her voice was steady. Her eyes were not. Thomas nodded. He could not speak. He could hear Dewey's voice in his memory. "Your girl gets to grow up on an island, that's a hell of a reason." And he could see Darnell's hands, the massive, gentle hands that had lifted children and carried burdens and offered kindness without thought or calculation, now still and open on the sandy ground. Darnell. The name settled into Tomas's chest like a stone dropped into deep water. "The charges," Alma said. Her voice cut through the grief like a scalpel. Precise, necessary, painful. "The horde is on the center span. We need to detonate now." Tomas looked at the bridge. The horde had reached the center section, the 800-foot span that the charges were designed to collapse. Thousands of infected packed rail to rail, their combined weight loading the bridge deck with forces that Alma could calculate in her sleep. And at the front of the horde, walking onto the center span with the deliberate, unhurried gait that made every other infected look primitive, the Leviathan. Its massive, hunched form was visible even at this distance. The ridged skull, the elongated arms, the calcified armor plating that turned its body into a fortress of bone and mutation. "Dewey," Tomas said. "He said he was going to hit the pylons. Give him time. The horde will cross the center span in minutes. If they reach the island side before detonation, give him time." Alma looked at him. Her engineer's mind was running calculations, weight loads, structural tolerances, the relationship between mass and momentum, and the breaking point of reinforced concrete. She could see the numbers. She could see the clock. 5 minutes, she said. "After that, I detonate with or without his impact." They waited. 5 minutes on an island at the edge of the world, watching a horde of thousands cross a bridge that was rigged to fall. The infected flowed south with the mindless, relentless momentum of water downhill, filling the bridge surface, their combined drone audible even at this distance. A sound that was beyond individual voices, beyond any recognizable source, a vibration that came from the earth and the air and the water and was the voice of the thing that the world had become. The Leviathan walked. It did not hurry. It did not need to hurry. It had led the horde here, not by command, not by language, but by some pheromonal or behavioral mechanism that the infected recognized and followed. It was the apex, the first of what LZ-7 would eventually create. And it was walking toward the island with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. 4 minutes. 3. And then, from the water beneath the center span, the sound of an engine. Not the idling put-put of the Jeanette Marie at quarter power. The full-throated diesel-fueled roar of a 50-foot shrimp trawler at maximum throttle. The engine screaming. The hull cutting through the bay at speed. Tomas ran to the seawall. Looked down. Looked north. The Jeanette Marie was coming. She was moving fast, faster than Tomas had thought a shrimp boat could move. The bow riding high, the wake spreading behind her in a white V. Dewey was visible in the wheelhouse. A small bow-legged figure at the helm, his three-fingered hand on the throttle, his face set in the permanent squint that was the only expression he'd ever needed. The boat was aimed at the center span pylons, a straight line, full speed, no deviation. In the hold, visible through the open companionway that Dewey had left unlatched, a shape moved, lurching, straining against chains, the vocalization audible even over the engine. Purline. Tomas watched through the binoculars that Crystal had handed him. He could see Dewey clearly now. The old shrimper had opened the intercom that connected the wheelhouse to the hold. He was talking. His lips were moving, forming words that Tomas couldn't hear. Words meant for the woman in the hold, the woman who had been his wife for 41 years, and was now something else but was still, in Dewey's heart, the person he'd married, when he was 21 and she was 19 and she'd told him he was the ugliest man she'd ever seen. What was he saying? Tomas would never know. But he imagined it. He imagined Dewey telling Pearline about the day they met, the shrimp festival in Kemah, the way she'd laughed at his sunburn. He imagined Dewey telling her about their wedding, the justice of the peace in Galveston, the reception at a bar on the Strand, the Gulf breeze carrying their vows out over the water. He imagined Dewey telling her he was sorry. Sorry he couldn't fix this. Sorry the world had taken her away from him. Sorry he'd kept her chained in the dark for nearly 2 weeks because he couldn't bear to let her go. He imagined Dewey saying, "All right, darling, let's go home." The Jeanette Marie hit the center span pylons at full speed. The impact was enormous. 50 feet of fiberglass and steel and diesel fuel and ammonium nitrate striking reinforced concrete at 30 knots. The sound was not an explosion, not yet, but a deep tectonic crack that traveled through the bridge structure and through the water and through the island beneath Tomas's feet, a vibration that he felt in his teeth and his bones and the soles of his feet. The pylon cracked. Didn't collapse. Cracked. A fracture line running up the concrete face like a lightning bolt frozen in stone. And then Alma pressed the detonator. 4 charges, 4 pylons. Simultaneous detonation. The sound was different from the impact. Sharper, more defined, the concentrated percussive force of demolition charges releasing their energy in a directed pattern. Crack, 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 crack. So close together, they merged into a single rolling thunder that echoed across the bay and off the island and back again. The pylon connections shattered. The steel and concrete joints that held the bridge deck to the vertical supports failed. Not gradually, not with the slow drama of structural degradation, but with the sudden absolute finality of engineering mathematics proven correct. Alma's calculations were right. The connections broke. The bridge deck, deprived of its support, hung in the air for one impossible, suspended moment. 800 feet of concrete and steel and vehicles and infected, all of it hovering above the bay as if gravity hadn't yet received the memo. Then it fell. The center span dropped. Not straight down. The progressive collapse that Alma had described propagated outward. The failure of the center connections, pulling the adjacent spans off their supports. The weight of the bridge deck and the vehicles, and the horde becoming the lever that tore the structure apart. The sound was beyond description, a roar of concrete and steel and water that swallowed every other sound, a physical force that pushed against Tomas's chest and made his ears ring and vibrated the ground beneath his feet. The Leviathan was on the center span when it fell. Tomas saw it through the binoculars, the massive, hunched figure, mid-stride, walking south with that unhurried patience, and then the ground beneath it simply ceasing to exist, and the figure dropping with the concrete and the steel and the thousands of infected surrounding it, all of them falling in a slow-motion cascade into Galveston Bay. The water received them, a splash that was more like an explosion, a wall of white water erupting from the bay, rising 50 feet, catching the morning sun in a prism of spray. The debris plunged into the water and kept going, concrete and steel and bodies sinking into the deep channel that ran beneath the bridge. The bridge fell for 30 seconds. 30 seconds of continuous, escalating collapse as span after span gave way. The progressive failure racing north and south from the center, each section pulling the next down. The mathematics of destruction playing out with the precision of an equation being solved. When it stopped, the Galveston Causeway, the 2.5-mile bridge that had connected the island to the mainland, the only land route to Galveston, the road that 7 million people had driven and that Tomas's group had just crossed, was gone. Not damaged, not broken. Gone. A gap of 2,000 feet where the center had been, the remaining sections of the bridge standing like broken teeth on either side, their jagged ends reaching toward each other across the water, but not meeting. Between them, the bay. Deep, dark, churning with debris and bodies and the remains of the Jeanette Marie. The infected that had been on the bridge were in the water. Thousands of them, sinking, thrashing, the weight of the concrete and vehicles carrying them down. Some surfaced, arms flailing, the vocalization continuing even underwater. A drone that bubbled up through the bay's surface like methane from a swamp. But the current took them. The deep channel that ran through the bay's center pulled them down and south, toward the Gulf, away from the island. The Leviathan did not surface. Tomas lowered the binoculars. His hands were shaking. His face was wet. Tears, spray, sweat. He didn't know. He looked at the gap where the bridge had been and felt something that was not victory, and not grief, but something between. Something that had the quality of a door closing, final, irrevocable. The sound of a world being divided into two parts that would never rejoin. They were on the island. The bridge was gone. The horde was in the water. The Foundry's forces, those that had survived the bridge's collapse, were stranded on the mainland side. Behind him on the seawall, 58 people stood in silence, looking at the water, looking at the gap, looking at the future that had just been purchased at a price that some of them were only beginning to understand. Rennie was the one who broke the silence. She was standing next to Tomas, her hammer at her side, her face wet, her jaw set in the stone mask that was cracking. Not breaking, cracking, the hairline fractures spreading through her composure, like the fractures in the pylon before the charges blew. "He was the best of us, Coach," she said. "Captain Birdseye, he was the best of us." Tomas nodded. He could not speak. He could not speak because the words were trapped behind the weight of all the names. Dewey and Byron and Darnell, and the 6 people lost on the highway, and the 2 people lost to heat, and the 1 person who sat down on a curb and chose to stop, and the names he'd never learned, and the ones that existed only as absences in the group's thinning ranks. He stood on the Galveston seawall and looked at the ruins of the bridge, and the churning water and the distant mainland where smoke still rose from the refineries, and he held his daughter's backpack against his chest. And he did not speak, because some silences were the only honest response to what had been lost. The first day on the island was chaos controlled by exhaustion. 58 people, 26 original survivors, 32 rescued Foundry children, one of whom had been Darnell's final carry, and who clung to Connie now with the desperate, unbreakable grip of a child whose carrier was gone, stood on the seawall and tried to comprehend what had just happened and what happened next. Tomas did not give them time to comprehend. Comprehension was dangerous. It led to processing, which led to grief, which led to paralysis. They would grieve later. Now, they worked. "The island isn't cleared," he said. His voice was hoarse, stripped of everything except the functional minimum. "Infected were here before we arrived. Residents who turned, refugees who washed ashore, whatever. We need to secure our perimeter before we do anything else." He organized teams. Wally led a clearing squad, himself, Rennie, Crystal, and 4 of the more capable adults, to sweep the buildings surrounding their landing point. Nadine set up a triage station on the seawall, checking injuries from the crossing, sprained ankles, cuts from vehicle metal, dehydration, heat exhaustion. Connie managed the children, both the original 4 and the 31 from the Foundry, organizing them into the shade of a beachfront hotel that the clearing squad confirmed was empty. Byron's body was on the mainland side. The realization hit Tomas at 9 a.m., when the chaos of arrival had settled enough for details to surface. Alma told him, sitting on the seawall with her hands folded in her lap, her voice flat with the precision of an engineer delivering a structural report. The 4th charge shifted. The wire anchor was failing. Salt erosion on the pylon cap. Mr. Lisk climbed back up to resecure it. He told me to take the detonator and row to the island. She paused. The horde reached the pylon base before he could descend. He was on the maintenance platform when I pressed the button. He told you to go. He told me to go because he'd done the math. 1 person on the platform, 60 on the island. He knew the charge needed to hold, and he knew someone needed to press the detonator from a safe distance, and he made the calculation. Her voice did not waver, but her hands, folded in her lap, were white-knuckled. His calculation was correct. Tomas sat down, on the seawall in the sun, with the salt wind in his face. He sat down because his legs stopped working, not from exhaustion, but from the weight of what Byron had done. Climbed a ladder twice, re-secured a bomb to the structure he was standing on, and then sat down on the platform and waited. Because the numbers said someone had to, and the horde had closed the only exit. The ledger. Byron's name joined Dewey's and Darnell's. 3 names in one day. The weight was becoming structural, not something Thomas carried on his back, but something built into his frame, load-bearing, permanent. Alma was still beside him. She tapped the seawall with her finger. The old habit, reading forces through her fingertips. The bridge fell because a man who counted things for a living counted the things that mattered, she said. He decided the number of lives on this island was worth more than the number of years he had left. That's not my kind of engineering. That's his. She stood, limped away toward the hotel, where her next project was already taking shape in her mind. The infrastructure of the island, the fortification plan, the engineering of a future from the rubble of a present. Thomas sat on the seawall and looked at the water and felt the structure of himself shift under Byron's name, the load redistributing, the cracks in his composure lengthening by increments that were measurable only by the increase in silence between his words. The clearing of the island's immediate area took 3 days. Galveston Island was 27 miles long and no more than 3 miles wide. The group had landed on the island's north side, near the Strand Historic District, a stretch of Victorian-era buildings that had been Galveston's commercial center before the hurricane of 1900 and had become a tourist attraction in the century since. The buildings were brick and stone, solidly built, with the kind of structural integrity that Alma assessed with approving taps and murmured calculations. The infected on the island were scattered and, compared to the mainland concentrations, sparse. Galveston's permanent population was around 50,000, small by Houston standards, and many had evacuated before the bridge clogged. Those who remained, those who had turned, numbered in the hundreds rather than the thousands. Still dangerous, still lethal in enclosed spaces and ambush scenarios, but manageable. The infected were not the only threat. Wally's count at the Causeway checkpoint had been definitive. He'd incapacitated the soldiers there, but the foundry had maintained other positions on the island. A fuel depot near the port, a supply cache at Fort San Jacinto. Soldiers who had been stationed further south, away from the causeway, who hadn't been at the checkpoint when the group crossed. At least 3, possibly more, were unaccounted for, armed without a chain of command and stranded on the same island. Thomas filed this under the list of problems that needed addressing and moved it lower than it deserved, because the immediate demands of water, food, and shelter consumed every available hour. Tomas's approach was methodical. He divided the immediate area, a 10-block zone around their landing point, into sectors and assigned clearing teams to each one. The teams worked building by building, room by room, the same process they'd used at the middle school and the Costco and every structure they'd entered since the outbreak. But now systematized, organized, the chaotic improvisation of survival giving way to the structured engineering of permanence. He built traps. The mechanical intuition that had made him a good shop teacher found its fullest expression in the engineering of death. Spring-loaded doors that slammed shut behind entering infected, funneling them into kill zones. Noisemakers that drew infected into dead-end alleys, where the clearing teams waited. Barricades that channeled movement, created choke points, turned the urban landscape into a machine designed to separate the living from the infected. Rennie worked beside him. She wielded tools with the same ease she wielded the hammer. Her hands found wrenches and bolts the way other people's hands found light switches, by instinct and memory. She didn't speak much during the work. She hummed. Selena. Always Selena. The melodies drifting through the empty buildings like ghosts of a world that still had music. You okay? Tomas asked her on the second day, while they were rigging a spring-loaded gate across Mechanic Street. Define okay. Functioning. Functioning, yes. She tightened a bolt with a 3/4 turn that was precise to the degree. Okay is a different question. So answer the different question. She stopped working, set down the wrench, looked at the building across the street, a former candy shop, its window display still arranged with jars of saltwater taffy that had melted in the heat into pastel-colored puddles. I watched my family turn, she said. Tomas said nothing. Waited. Day 1. They were all home. Mom, Dad, my 2 brothers. I was at the school with you, so I wasn't there. But I went home. After, she picked up the wrench, put it down again, picked it up. They were in the living room. All 4 of them. They'd turned. They were just walking around the living room, bumping into the furniture, that shuffling thing they do. My mom was still wearing her apron. She'd been making enchiladas. The wrench in her hand was motionless. Her face was motionless. Everything about her was motionless except her eyes, which were moving. Looking at the candy shop, looking at the gate, looking at the wrench, looking everywhere except at Tomas, because looking at Tomas would mean seeing her own reflection in his sympathy. And she could not afford to see that right now. I locked the front door from the outside, and I walked away. She paused. I didn't even I just locked the door and walked away, and I haven't thought about it since then, because if I think about it, I can't be the person you need me to be, Coach. I can't be the one with the hammer and the engine knowledge and the stone face. If I think about my mom in her apron walking into the couch over and over and over, her voice cracked, just once. A single fracture in the stone, and she sealed it with a breath that was more like a gasp and a swallow that looked like it hurt. You don't have to be the person I need you to be, Tomas said. You can be whoever you are. I don't know who that is anymore. Then figure it out. You've got time now. We're on the island, the bridge is gone. You've got time. She looked at him. For the first time since he'd known her, the stone mask was down. Not because she chose to lower it, but because the weight of what she'd been carrying had finally exceeded its capacity. Underneath was a 17-year-old girl who had locked her family in a house and walked away, and had spent every day since then building a version of herself that could survive the knowledge of what she'd done. I don't want time, she said. I want them back. I know. You can't fix this, Coach. I know that too. She picked up the wrench, turned back to the gate, tightened the bolt. 1/4 turn. Precise. Functional. The humming resumed. Como la flor. The melody hanging in the salt air between them, carrying nothing and everything. On the 3rd day, Connie came to Tomas with a concern that he'd been avoiding. The Foundry children, she said. They were in the lobby of the Tremont House Hotel, which had become the group's headquarters, a Victorian-era building with solid walls, good sightlines, and a kitchen that still had gas from a line that the refinery fires hadn't reached. They're not integrating. What do you mean? They don't interact with our children. They don't play. They don't talk unless spoken to. They respond to commands, but they don't initiate. They're waiting. Waiting for what? For someone to tell them what to do. For a schedule. For structure. She sat across from him at a table that had once held a continental breakfast display, and now held Nadine's medical supplies and Byron's notebook, which Tomas had taken from the accountant's body, and which now sat open to the last page, the final entry reading 4 demolition charges, 22 lbs each, 88 lbs total, Causeway Center span, D-Day. Byron had been tracking the demolition supplies with the same precision he tracked calories. They've been institutionalized, Connie continued. The Foundry ran them on a military schedule. Wake, eat, drill, education, work, eat, sleep. Everything regimented, every moment accounted for. They had numbers instead of names. Their identities were systematically suppressed and replaced with unit designations. Can you undo it? Some of it. Maybe. With time, with patience, with consistent kindness, and the restoration of individual identity. But it won't be fast. Some of these children have been with the Foundry since the first days of the outbreak. Even 10 days under that regime is enough at their age. The younger ones. She glanced toward the hotel's ballroom, which had been converted into a children's dormitory. The younger ones are already showing signs of recovery. Children are resilient. But the older ones, the 9 and 10-year-olds, they've internalized the Foundry's value system. They believe in hierarchy. They believe in obedience. They believe their parents are dead. Some of their parents are dead. Yes, and some aren't. And the Foundry told all of them the same thing. Your parents are gone. The Foundry is your family now. We need to undo that lie, which means we need to figure out which children have surviving parents and reunite them, which means we'd need to find their parents. Their parents are on the mainland, on the other side of a gap where a bridge used to be. Tomas looked at Connie. She looked back with the same composed, authoritative gaze she'd brought to every crisis. The principal's face, steady and certain, but underneath, in the lines around her eyes and the slight tremor of her jaw, the strength was thinning. She'd been holding everyone else together for so long that the muscles of it were finally failing. We'll figure it out, Tamar said. Not today, but we'll figure it out. Today would be better. I know, but today I need to finish clearing the perimeter, and I need to find water that isn't contaminated, and I need to establish a food supply that lasts more than 3 days, and I know what you need to do, Thomas. I'm telling you what they need. Those children need to be seen as children, not as units. They need names and stories and someone who asks them what they dreamed about and what their favorite color is. They need to be put back together. And Amelia? Connie's expression softened. Amelia, most of all. Tomas looked at the ballroom doorway. Through it, he could see the children, arranged on cots and sleeping bags, some sleeping, some sitting, some staring at the ceiling with the flat, patient expression of small humans who had learned to wait for instructions that might never come. Amelia was among them. She sat on her cot with her knees drawn up, her arms wrapped around them, her cropped hair sticking up in tufts that would have been endearing in any other context. She was not interacting with the other children. She was not looking at anything in particular. She was waiting. Unit 7, waiting for a command. Tomas crossed the lobby, walked through the ballroom doorway, and sat on the floor next to Amelia's cot. The concrete was cold through his jeans. The ballroom smelled of dust and salt, and the collective, unwashed humanity of 32 children who had not bathed in days. Hey, mija, he said. She looked at him. The assessment, the careful, neutral evaluation of a child who had been taught that adults were authority to be obeyed and strangers were threats to be endured. Hello, sir. You don't have to call me sir. What should I call you? The question was a knife. Quiet, precise, cutting through every layer of armor and composure and functional denial that Tomas had built over 12 days of survival. The question was, what should I call you? And the answer was, Dad. Call me Dad. Please. Please call me Dad because I walked 50 miles and fought through hell and lost people I loved and listened to your mother die on the phone. And all of it, every step, every loss, every scar, was to hear you say that word again. Whatever you want, he said. She considered this. The thinking frown, Lucia's frown, the expression that was so perfectly her mother's that Tomas's chest constricted. The colonel said names don't matter. Numbers are more efficient. The colonel was wrong. He said a lot of things. Were they all wrong? She thought about this with the seriousness that 7-year-olds brought to important questions. Total, consuming, without the adult capacity for hedging or irony. He said my parents were dead. That was wrong. You're here. A pause. Is my mom here? The knife again, deeper. No, Tomas said. Your mom isn't here. Is she coming? No, mija. She's not coming. Amelia looked at him. The assessment shifted. The neutral evaluation giving way to something rawer, something that had been suppressed by days of conditioning, but was pushing through now. Pushing through the way Tomas had seen plants push through concrete. The irresistible force of something alive refusing to be contained. She died, Amelia said, not a question. Yes. In the hospital? Yes. The colonel told me. I didn't believe him because he lied about other things. But this one was true. This one was true. Amelia looked at her hands. Small hands, the fingernails bitten down to the quick. A habit Tomas didn't remember from before, something she'd developed in captivity, the physical expression of anxiety given form in the destruction of her own small surfaces. I don't remember what she looked like, Amelia said. I try to remember and I can't. I remember her voice. She used to sing to me, but I can't see her face. Thomas reached into the backpack, Amelia's backpack, the pink one with the glittery armadillo patch, the one he'd carried from the community center across 50 miles in 12 days, and the loss of everything except the contents. He pulled out the coloring book, opened it to a page Amelia had drawn on, not the printed horses and unicorns, but a blank page in the back, where she'd drawn a family in crayon, a tall figure with curly hair, Lucia, a shorter figure with a scar on his hand, Tomas, a small figure between them, Emilia, and a four-legged creature with a long tail, Senor Bump. He held the drawing out to her. Emilia looked at it. Her eyes widened, not dramatically, not with the cinematic intensity of a movie moment, but with the slow, dawning recognition of a child seeing something she had made with her own hands in a life she was only now beginning to remember having lived. I drew that, she said. You did. At camp. The day before, she stopped. The frown deepened. The day before, everything changed. You drew your family. She took the drawing, held it in both hands, studied it with the intensity of a child reading a map to a place she used to live. That's Senor Bump, she said, pointing at the armadillo. Yeah. Where is he? Thomas reached into the backpack again, pulled out the stuffed armadillo, gray corduroy, one button eye missing, the tail resewn twice, smelling of the backpack and the road and the salt air. Emilia took Senor Bump, held him against her chest. Her hands were shaking, a tiny, visible tremor that traveled through her arms and into the stuffed animal, making its worn corduroy ears vibrate. She did not cry. She did not throw herself into Tomas's arms. She sat on the cot and held the armadillo and the drawing, and she looked at her father with an expression that was not the institutional blankness of Unit 7, and not yet the open trust of Emilia Delgado, but something in between. A face in transit, moving from one identity to another, the journey visible in the shifting of her features, like weather moving across a landscape. Can I keep these? She asked. They were always yours. She nodded, held Senor Bump tighter. The tremor in her hands transferred to her shoulders, to her jaw, to the muscles around her eyes. Something was building inside her, a pressure, a reservoir of feeling that had been dammed by indoctrination and was now finding cracks in the structure, seeping through in tremors and tightened grips, and the frown that was her mother's frown. I want to go outside, she said. It's okay. Will you come? Of course. They went outside, into the salt air and the morning light and the sound of the Gulf rolling against the Galveston seawall. Endlessly, indifferently, the ocean doing what it had always done. Moving, never stopping, never caring, just being the ocean, which was both the loneliest and the most comforting thing in the world. The group settled into the rhythms of island life with the speed of people who had been denied routine for weeks and craved it the way they craved food and water. Connie established a schedule: wake, eat, work, rest, eat, sleep. That was the opposite of the Foundry's regimentation in every way that mattered. Voluntary, flexible, built around need rather than control. She assigned responsibilities based on skill. Rennie and Wally on perimeter security, Crystal on scavenging, Alma on infrastructure, Nadine on medical, Elijah on communications. Tomas built. That was his contribution, the one thing he could do that no one else could, the mechanical genius that he didn't think of as genius, but that manifested in every trap, every fortification, every improvised device that made the island safer. He rigged rainwater collection systems from gutters and tarps. He built filtration devices from sand and gravel and activated charcoal. He reinforced doors and windows with scavenged metal. He constructed a greenhouse from the glass roof of a damaged restaurant, extending the growing season for whatever seeds they could find. His hands knew the work, his body knew the motions, and the work occupied the part of his mind that, left idle, replayed 14 seconds of static and the sound of gunfire from the foundry's eastern perimeter and the splash of a shrimp boat hitting a pylon. He worked. He did not stop working, because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant facing the accumulation of damage that 12 days of survival had inflicted on the interior architecture of Tomas Delgado. The cracks, the fractures, the load-bearing walls that were bowing under weights they were never designed to hold. On the 5th day after the crossing, Wally found him at 3 a.m., sitting on the seawall in the dark, staring at the water. "You're not sleeping," Wally said. "No." The pharmacist sat beside him. He had his fin filter and a thermos of hot water, the camp stove running on propane scavenged from a restaurant, the coffee grounds found in a grocery store stockroom. He set up the filter with the ritualistic precision that was his trademark, placed it on the thermos cap, and waited for the drip. "How long since you slept?" Wally asked. "I sleep. You lie down, you close your eyes. You get up 4 hours later looking worse than when you went down. That's not sleeping." "It's what I've got." Wally poured the coffee, handed Tomas a cup. The smell was dark and rich and impossibly normal, a sensory anchor to a world where people sat and drank coffee and watched the water and did not carry the names of the dead in their heads. "I killed 11 people getting across that bridge," Wally said. His voice was conversational, mild, the tone of a man discussing the weather. "Foundry soldiers, infected, others, 11. I remember each one, the angle of approach, the point of contact, the amount of force." He sipped his coffee. "I remember them the way you remember engine specifications, precisely, permanently, without the ability to unsee. Is that supposed to make me feel better? It's supposed to tell you that you're not alone in carrying things you can't put down." Wally looked at the water. The bay was dark, the surface reflecting the stars in broken, shifting fragments. "I carried 20 years of things from the Gulf War. I buried them under pharmacy shelves and coffee rituals, and a wife who never asked about the nightmares, because she was kind enough to pretend they didn't happen. And they stayed buried. For 30 years, they stayed buried. And now? Now the world dug them up. And I used them. And they worked. And I am grateful that they worked. And horrified that they needed to. And both of those things are true at the same time. And that's the thing about carrying heavy loads. The contradictions don't cancel out. They accumulate." Thomas held the coffee. The cup was warm in his hands, the warmth traveling up his wrists and into his arms, a comfort so simple it felt transgressive, as if warmth and comfort were currencies he hadn't earned and didn't deserve. 4 people in our group are carrying dormant LZ-7, he said. Wally nodded. "I know." "Nadine told you?" "No. I figured it out. The pharmacy run in Dickinson. She took specific immunosuppressants and antivirals that only make sense if she's managing a prion-viral hybrid dormancy. She's treating them, quietly, without telling them. You're not concerned? I'm concerned about everything. I manage it by making coffee and maintaining a useful skill set. Concern without action is just anxiety, and anxiety is a luxury I can't afford." He finished his cup, began the ritual of cleaning the fin filter, disassembling it, wiping each piece, reassembling it with the attentive care of a man for whom the ritual was the point, not the product. "What I'm concerned about right now is you, Mr. Delgado. I'm fine. You're the man who holds everyone together. If you break, we break. That's not a criticism, it's a structural observation. Alma would understand. She sees everything in terms of load-bearing capacity. You are this group's load-bearing wall, and I can see the cracks. What do you suggest? Talk to your daughter, not about the apocalypse, not about survival. Talk to her about pancakes and armadillos and the things that made you her father before the world told her to forget. She doesn't remember me. Not fully. Then help her remember. Because the thing that's breaking you isn't the dead. It's the distance between you and the living person you did all this for." He stood, collected his filter and thermos, adjusted his glasses. Good night, Mr. Delgado. Good night, Wally. The pharmacist walked into the dark. The sound of his footsteps faded. The bay lapped against the seawall. The stars turned overhead, indifferent and permanent, the same stars that had watched the bridge fall and the horde drown, and Dewey drive his boat into a pylon, and Darnell's heart stop, and Byron's charges detonate. And all of it, reflected in the water, in fragments that never cohered into a complete picture. And Gerald, lying on the floor of a Jiffy Lube office in Southwest Houston, with a crowbar and a bottle of ibuprofen and a broken leg that Nadine had splinted with parts from a shelf bracket. Come back for me. They hadn't. Tomas had told himself they would, and they hadn't, and he didn't know if Gerald was alive or dead, and he would never know, and the not knowing was its own kind of weight, not heavier than the names of people he'd watched die, but different, unresolved, a door he'd never be able to close. Tomas sat on the seawall and drank his coffee and thought about pancakes. On the 6th day, Tomas made pancakes. Not real pancakes. There was no buttermilk, no baking powder, no griddle. But there was flour from the grocery store, water from the rainwater collection system, a pinch of salt, and a flat piece of scavenged sheet metal that he heated over the camp stove until it was hot enough to sizzle when he flicked water on it. The result was something between a pancake and a tortilla. Flat, dense, slightly charred on the edges, where the sheet metal's heat distribution was uneven. Tomas didn't care about the result. He cared about the process. He stood at the camp stove in the hotel kitchen and poured batter and flipped with a spatula, and remembered Saturday mornings in the house on Fondren, Emilia sitting on the counter with her legs dangling, Lucia standing behind him with her arms around his waist, the smell of real butter and maple syrup and the sound of Emilia's voice saying, "Daddy, make the funny one, the one that looks like Senor Bump." He had made armadillo-shaped pancakes, with a squeeze bottle of batter, drawing the outline on the hot griddle, the round body, the pointed nose, the segmented tail. They never looked right. Emilia always said they looked perfect. He couldn't make them now. No squeeze bottle, no griddle. But he could make pancakes, and that was enough. Because the act of making them, the measuring, the mixing, the pouring, the waiting, was a bridge of its own. A 2.5-mile span between who he was now and who he had been. And if he could cross it, maybe Emilia could too. He carried a plate of not-quite pancakes to the ballroom. The children were awake, sitting on their cots in the institutional patience that the foundry had taught them. Emilia was in her usual position, knees up, arms wrapped, Senor Bump held against her chest. "I made breakfast," Tomas said. He set the plate on her cot. The pancakes steamed in the morning air, their smell simple, floury, slightly burnt, filling the space between them. Emilia looked at the plate, looked at Tomas. The assessment was still there, the institutional evaluation, the foundry's programming, running its subroutines. But underneath, pushing through the other thing, the thing that had recognized the scar on his hand and remembered the drawing and reached for Senor Bump. "The Colonel said breakfast is at 0700, she said. "It's 7:15. We're flexible here." "Flexible?" "Yeah, it means things happen when they happen, not on a schedule." She considered this. The concept of flexibility, of time without regiment, of actions without commands, was clearly foreign, a language she'd once spoken and was now relearning. "Can I eat them with my hands?" she asked. "You can eat them however you want." She picked up a pancake, tore it in half, ate one half in 3 bites, chewing fast, the way she'd been taught. Eat quickly, eat everything. Don't waste, don't linger. Then she stopped, looked at the other half, and did something that Thomas had not seen her do since he'd found her. She ate slowly, deliberately, tasting. "It tastes like before," she said. "Before what?" "Before everything." She took another bite, smaller. The frown was there, the thinking frown, but it was softer, the hard edges of institutional conditioning giving way to something that was trying, tentatively, to be a child's face again. "You used to make pancakes on Saturdays?" "You remember." "I remember the taste, and the smell, and—" She stopped. Her eyes filled, not overflowing, just filling, the tears sitting on the surface of her brown eyes like water on the surface of the bay, present, visible, held. I remember Mom dancing in the kitchen. Tomas's throat closed. His eyes burned. He pressed his palms against his thighs. The old habit, the one that stopped trembling by converting it into pressure, and held. She danced to Celia Cruz, he said. She said you can't not dance to Celia Cruz. I don't remember what Celia Cruz sounds like. I'll find you some music. There are record stores on the Strand. We'll find a turntable. Amelia ate the rest of the pancake, set down the plate. Held Senor Bump. Can you make the funny ones? She asked. The ones that look like him? She held up the armadillo. I'll try. They never looked right. I know, but they tasted right. Yeah, mija, they did. She looked at him. And for the first time since the dormitory, since Unit 7, since the barred windows and the numbered cots, she smiled. Not a full smile, a fraction of one. A micro-expression that lasted maybe half a second. The corners of her mouth lifting by millimeters, the frown easing for an instant before resettling. But Tomas saw it. He saw it, and he held it in his mind, the way he held Senor Bump and the shoe and the drawing. A small, fragile thing that proved the world before was real, and that the world after might, with time and patience and armadillo-shaped pancakes, become real too. On the 8th day after the crossing, Alma presented her infrastructure plan to the group. They gathered in the Tremont House lobby, 61 people now, the 58 who had survived the crossing, plus 3 more who had been found hiding in a warehouse on the island's east end and brought in by Crystal's scavenging teams. Alma stood at a whiteboard she'd scavenged from a school and covered with diagrams that looked like the blueprints of a city, which is exactly what they were. The island is 27 miles long and 3 miles wide, she said, tapping the whiteboard with a marker. We don't need all of it. We need a defensible perimeter, a water supply, a food supply, and shelter for current and future population. She outlined the plan. Fortify a 2-mile section of the island's north end, centered on the Strand District, using the existing seawall as the primary barrier. Establish rainwater collection and filtration at scale. Convert the hotel and surrounding buildings into permanent housing. Create agricultural zones in cleared lots, using seeds from the grocery stores and a growing season extended by the greenhouse Tomas had already started. Power is the challenge, she continued. The island's grid is down, and the infrastructure, to restore it, is beyond our current capacity. But there are solar panels on several buildings, residential installations that survived the outbreak. Mr. Delgado has already identified 12 functional arrays that can be harvested and centralized. Tomas nodded from his seat in the back. He'd spent 2 days on rooftops, mapping solar installations, calculating wattage, designing a distribution system from scavenged wire and junction boxes. The work was familiar, the language of circuits and loads and efficiency, and it occupied his hands and mind in the way that only mechanical work could. UTMB Galveston, Nadine said. She was standing by the lobby windows, where the morning light caught the planes of her face and highlighted the circles under her eyes. The University of Texas Medical Branch, it's on the island. If the labs are intact, they may not be. If they are. The medical school has research facilities, biochemistry labs, equipment for analyzing compounds, developing cultures, running assays. She looked at the group with an expression that carried the weight of her secret, the knowledge she'd carried since Vanguard, the guilt that was also, potentially, the key to understanding LZ7 well enough to fight it. I need those labs. If I can analyze the compound, understand its structure, its mechanisms, its weaknesses, there may be a way to develop a treatment, not a cure. I'm not promising a cure, but a treatment. Something that could help the dormant carriers. Something that could slow the transformation in newly infected patients. Something. That's a lot of somethings, Crystal said. It's more than nothing, which is what we have now. The group considered. Thomas watched faces, the same calculus playing out in different expressions, each person weighing hope against risk, possibility against probability. They had lost so much. Hope was expensive, but hope was also the thing that kept people standing when every rational assessment said they should sit down. I'll clear a path to UTMB, Tomas said. Rennie, Wally, and I, we assess the labs. If they're functional, we escort Nadine and Wally in. Wally? Nadine asked. Wally has pharmaceutical knowledge and other useful skills. Tomas looked at the pharmacist, who was sitting in his usual unobtrusive position at the edge of the group, his coffee in hand, his face mild. Plus, he makes good coffee, and researchers need coffee. Wally raised his cup in acknowledgement. The labs are the long game, Alma said. The short game is the perimeter. The medium game is food and water. We work all three simultaneously. Then we work, Tomas said. The meeting ended. People dispersed to their tasks. The routines that Connie had established, the work that gave shape to days that would otherwise dissolve into the formless anxiety of survival without structure. Tomas watched them go, watched Rennie head for the perimeter with her hammer and her Selena, watched Crystal shoulder her pack for the day's scavenging run, her machete swinging at her hip, her step carrying the aggressive forward motion of a woman who had been sober for 14 months and 13 days and was not going to let the apocalypse take that from her. Watched Elijah set up his radio equipment on the hotel roof, scanning frequencies, recording transmissions, maintaining the voice recorder that had become his identity and his purpose. Watched Amelia cross the lobby with Senor Bump, heading for the ballroom, pausing at the door to look back at him. Will you make pancakes tomorrow? She asked. Every day until we run out of flour? What happens when we run out? Then I'll figure something else out. She considered this, the frown, the assessment, and then, small, fleeting, almost invisible, the smile. Okay, she said. She went into the ballroom. The door swung shut behind her. Tomas stood in the lobby of the Tremont House Hotel on Galveston Island and felt something shift. Not a collapse, not a fracture, not another name joining the dead. Something different. Something that felt, against all probability, like the beginning of a structure being built rather than a structure falling down. Not hope. Not yet. Hope was too large and too fragile for this moment. But the material of hope, the raw ingredients, the flour and water and heat that, combined with enough time and enough patience, could be made into something that nourished. He picked up the whiteboard marker that Alma had left on the lobby desk, drew a small armadillo in the corner of the infrastructure plan. Round body, pointed nose, segmented tail. Nobody would notice. Nobody needed to. It was there for him. A reminder, a promise, a mark on the wall of a building where a future was being assembled, one piece at a time, from the wreckage of the past. He capped the marker, went to work. The island waited. The sun rose. The Gulf rolled against the seawall, endlessly, indifferently, the same water that had swallowed the bridge and the horde and the shrimp boat and the man who had driven it home. And on the horizon, where the mainland smoked and the ruins of the causeway stood like broken teeth against the sky, the world beyond the water continued to be what it was, dangerous, infected, evolving. The infected were still out there. The Foundry's remnants were still out there. The Leviathan had fallen into the bay, but Nadine had warned them. The compound regenerated. Catastrophic brain destruction was the only permanent solution, and they had not confirmed brain destruction. They had confirmed submersion. Submersion was not the same thing, but that was tomorrow's problem. Today's problem was water systems and solar panels and pancakes and a 7-year-old girl who had smiled once and might, given time and armadillos, and the stubborn, unreasonable love of a father who had walked through hell to reach her, smile again. Today was enough. Today had to be enough. Tomas went to work. The island hummed with the sound of people building. The sun climbed. The gulf breathed. And somewhere in the water beneath the broken bridge, in the deep channel where the current ran strong and the light did not reach, something that had been Albert Pogue and was now something else entirely lay in the silt and the darkness. And the compound in its cells continued to work, continued to regenerate, continued to build, because LZ7 did not stop, did not rest, did not die. It waited. The water kept its secrets. The island kept its people. And between them, the gap where the bridge had been was a promise and a prayer and a question that had not yet been answered. How long? The labs at UTMB Galveston were intact. Tomas had expected ruin, the same shattered infrastructure, the same blood-stained hallways, the same evidence of institutional collapse that had characterized every medical facility they'd encountered since Memorial Hermann. But the University of Texas medical branch had been different. Someone, a faculty member, a security team, an automated protocol triggered by the outbreak, had sealed the research wing before the infected could breach it. The biohazard containment doors, designed to contain level 3 pathogens, had dropped into place and locked with the kind of finality that only government-funded engineering could achieve. The infected had never gotten in. The humans had never gotten out. Tomas found them on the 3rd floor. 7 researchers and 2 security guards, dead from dehydration behind the sealed doors. They had survived the initial outbreak, barricaded themselves in the research wing, and died waiting for rescue that the containment line at the Red River ensured would never come. Their bodies were desiccated, mummified by the building's climate control system that had run on backup power until the generators died, then by the Texas heat that baked through the walls. They sat at their workstations, in their chairs, at their desks, the postures of people who had worked until they couldn't work, and then sat down and waited for the end. Nadine walked among them with an expression that Tomas recognized as the particular grief of a professional, encountering the death of colleagues, not people she knew personally, but people who spoke her language, who understood her work, who had died surrounded by the instruments that defined their lives the way wrenches and torque specifications defined Tomas's. The spectrometer is functional, she said, running her hands over a machine that looked like a microwave oven, designed by an alien civilization. The centrifuge, the PCR thermal cycler, the gel electrophoresis unit. She was moving faster now, her hands checking equipment with the practiced urgency of a doctor assessing a patient's vitals. The cold storage. The backup freezer ran on its own power system. If the cultures survived, she opened the freezer, looked inside, was silent for a long moment. They survived, she said. Her voice was thick. Tissue samples, blood cultures, viral isolates, and she pulled out a rack of sealed vials, each one labeled in precise academic handwriting. LZ7, research-grade samples, multiple concentrations. She held the rack with shaking hands, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what she was holding. They were studying it. These researchers, they were studying the compound. They had data. She moved to the nearest workstation. The computer was dead. No power, but the researcher had printed data. Stacks of paper, organized in binders, labeled with dates and experimental protocols. Nadine opened the first binder and began reading, her eyes moving across the pages with an intensity that shut out the room, the dead researchers, the island, the apocalypse. She was a doctor reading medical data. She was home. Tomas left her to it. He and Rennie cleared the rest of the building while Wally stood guard at the research wing entrance, his mild face and wireframe glasses at odds with the screwdriver he held loosely at his side and the absolute stillness of his posture that said, "Nothing is getting through this door while I'm standing here." The building was clear. The sealed containment doors had done their job in both directions, keeping the infected out and keeping the researchers in, creating a sterile bubble in the middle of the apocalypse that had preserved not just equipment and samples, but knowledge. The data in those binders, the cultures in those freezers, the instruments on those benches, they represented the possibility of understanding. which was the first step toward fighting, which was the first step toward winning, which was a word that Tomas hadn't allowed himself to think since day one. He didn't think it now, but he let himself think maybe, which was almost the same thing. Nadine worked in the UTMB labs for 3 weeks. She moved into the research wing, sleeping on a cot in a faculty office, eating meals that Crystal delivered twice daily with the editorial commentary that constituted Crystal's version of care. Here's your dinner, Doc Hollywood. It's rice and canned tuna again. Michelin star pending. Wally assisted in the lab. His pharmaceutical knowledge, combined with his medic training, made him an effective research partner, and the two of them developed a working rhythm that was part medical collaboration and part therapeutic ritual, the repetitive precision of lab work serving the same function as Wally's coffee ceremony. A container for chaos, a structure for the unstructurable. The rest of the group built the island. Tomas's days settled into a pattern that was almost normal, which was itself disorienting. He woke at dawn, made pancakes, the daily ritual that had become his anchor, and Amelia's bridge, the act of pouring batter and flipping with a spatula, connecting them to the before world through the simple language of breakfast. He ate with Amelia, who was eating more slowly now, tasting rather than consuming, the institutional habits of the foundry giving way incrementally to the rediscovered experience of being a child who was allowed to enjoy food. After breakfast, he worked. The solar array was his main project. 12 residential panels harvested from rooftops, combined into a centralized system that powered the hotel's essential systems: lights, refrigeration, the water filtration pumps. The work was complex and satisfying, the engineering challenges absorbing enough to keep his mind occupied, the physical labor exhausting enough to make sleep possible, though sleep remained broken and shallow, interrupted by the 14 seconds and the sounds of the bridge and Dewey's voice saying, "Let's go home." Rennie worked beside him, always beside him. The 17-year-old who had been his student and was now his protege, his partner, his... The word sat uneasily in his mind because it felt like a betrayal of the daughter he'd searched for and the daughter he'd found, his second family. She had started talking more since the island. Not much. Not about her parents, not about the house she'd locked, not about the things that lay beneath the stone mask, but about other things: engine specifications, structural problems, the best angle for mounting solar panels to maximize southern exposure, the language of the shop, the vocabulary of making, the grammar of a shared skill that was also a shared identity. She still hummed Selena. But sometimes when she thought nobody was listening, she sang the words, quietly, under her breath. The lyrics of Beady Beady Bom Bom, drifting through the salt air of the island, like a memory of a world where music existed for its own sake and not as a survival mechanism. Crystal ran the scavenging operation with the aggressive efficiency of a woman who had found, in the organizational challenge of resource management, a substitute for the structure that recovery meetings and sponsors had once provided. She cataloged every item, organized supply runs with military precision, and maintained a verbal running commentary that served as both morale management and personal therapy. Found 6 cases of canned peaches at the Kroger on Seawall Boulevard, she reported at the daily briefing. Also found a dead cat in the cereal aisle, which I am choosing to see as a metaphor for something, but I haven't figured out what yet. Peaches are in storage. Cat is where I left it. Connie managed the children. All of them. The original 4 she'd carried from Pearland, the 31 from the foundry, the handful of island children discovered during the clearing operations. She established a school in the hotel ballroom. Not a formal school. There were no textbooks, no curriculum, no standardized tests. But she taught, reading from books scavenged from the island's library and bookstores, math from problems she invented on the whiteboard, history from memory and from the books that lined the shelves of the Strand District's antique shops, science from observation, the tides, the weather, the plants growing in the greenhouse. They need to learn, she told Tomasz, when he asked if the school was a priority given everything else. Learning is how you build a person. If all we teach them is survival, we've just created a different version of the foundry. She was right. She was always right about children. It was her gift, her purpose, the thing that had brought her from Perlin to the island with 4 small lives clinging to her backpack straps. The absolute, unshakable belief that children deserved more than survival. They deserved futures. Elijah managed communications. From the hotel roof, using a combination of scavenged radio equipment and the satellite uplink he'd found at the UTMB campus, he monitored military frequencies, ham radio operators, and the occasional burst of civilian broadcast that flickered across the airwaves like distant lightning. The news was not good. The containment line held, the Gulf Coast exclusion zone remained active, and the military's posture was containment, not rescue. But there were other survivors, communities forming, islands of human persistence in the sea of the infected. There's a group in Pensacola, Elijah reported at the briefing. Maybe 200 people. They've secured a section of the Naval Air Station. And another group in the Florida Keys. They did the same thing we did, blew the bridges, isolated the islands. There are more of us than anyone thought. He said this with a quality that Tomas hadn't heard in his voice before. Certainty. Not the performed certainty of his podcast persona. The fearless truth-seeker mask. Real certainty, earned through weeks of listening and recording and bearing witness. Elijah Rook had found his purpose not in the bravery he'd always pretended to possess, but in the quieter, steadier discipline of documentation. The conviction that someone had to remember that the record mattered, that the truth of what had happened and what was happening was worth preserving especially when the truth was terrible. His recordings had become the group's archive. Every evening, after the briefing, he played back selections from the day's recordings, voices from other survivor communities, fragments of military communications, his own observations narrated in the jittery but increasingly steady voice that had become, for the 60 people on Galveston Island, the sound of their own story being told. Alma designed and Tomas built, and together they created a perimeter that was, in Alma's professional opinion, adequate. Adequate is not a compliment in engineering, she told Tomas, standing on the seawall surveying the fortifications. Adequate means it will hold under expected loads. It does not mean it will hold under unexpected loads. What kind of unexpected loads? That's the thing about unexpected loads, Mr. Delgado. If I could predict them, they wouldn't be unexpected. The perimeter extended along the seawall, from 25th Street to 14th Street, roughly 1 mile of fortified coastline. The seawall itself was the primary barrier, a concrete structure built after the 1900 hurricane, 17 feet high, designed to hold back the Gulf of Mexico. It was, as Alma noted with the dry pride of an engineer appreciating a predecessor's work, significantly overbuilt for zombie defense. Behind the seawall, Tomas had constructed a secondary barrier using vehicles, shipping containers, and structural debris, creating a layered defense that channeled any approaching threat into kill zones where the clearing teams could engage. The island's interior was being cleared block by block. The infected remaining on the island were relatively few. Rennie estimated 300, based on the clearing logs she'd been maintaining with the precision of an auto shop inventory. Every day, the clearing teams pushed the perimeter outward, working in sectors, systematically reducing the infected population. The work was routine, almost boring. After the highway and the highwaymen and the bridge and the horde, the methodical clearing of suburban blocks felt anticlimactic, a word that Tomas rejected because anticlimax implied that the preceding events had been a story with a dramatic arc, and they had not been a story. They had been survival. There was no arc in survival. Only a line extending forward, each day a continuation of the decision to keep breathing. But the routine hid fragility. Tomas could feel it, in the group dynamics, in the individual breakdowns that were becoming more frequent as the adrenaline of survival wore off and the accumulated trauma surfaced. Without the constant pressure of external threat, the internal pressures found room to expand. Arguments broke out over resource allocation. A man from Linda's congregation accused Crystal of hoarding supplies, a charge that was baseless but fueled by the simmering class resentment between the original group and the later arrivals, each faction believing it had earned more through the severity of its suffering. Tomas mediated badly, because mediation required patience he didn't have, an objectivity he couldn't maintain, and the diplomatic skills of someone who hadn't spent 2 weeks killing things with a pry bar. Rennie and Elijah clashed. The friction had been building since the bridge. Rennie's contempt for Elijah's fear, Elijah's shame at Rennie's contempt, both of them operating from wounds they wouldn't name, and projecting outward, because projection was easier than introspection. "You froze on the bridge," Rennie said during a clearing operation on 19th Street. Her voice was flat, not cruel, the stone mask delivering facts. "When the horde came, you froze and Wally had to pull you forward." "I didn't." "You did. I saw it. You stood there with your recorder and your mouth open, and you didn't move until Wally grabbed your arm." Elijah's face went through a cascade of emotions. Shame, anger, the desperate desire to defend himself, warring with the knowledge that the defense was indefensible. He had frozen. He knew it. Everyone knew it. "I'm not you," he said. His voice cracked. "I'm not Wally. I'm not Coach. I can't do what you do." "I know." "Then why?" "Because you need to learn. Because next time, and there will be a next time, you can't freeze. You don't have to fight. You don't have to be brave. But you have to move. Moving is the minimum." She walked away. Elijah stood on 19th Street with his recorder in his hand and his shame on his face, and Tomas, watching from the end of the block, saw both sides of it. Rennie's necessary cruelty, the tough love of a 17-year-old who had learned that sentimentality was a luxury and who pushed others because she couldn't afford to carry them. And Elijah's genuine anguish, the daily humiliation of a man who had built an identity around courage he didn't possess and was now being stripped of the performance, exposed to the reality, asked to become something he had always only pretended to be. Tomas didn't intervene. Both of them needed this. The confrontation was a kind of truth-telling that the group required, a reckoning with who they actually were, as opposed to who they presented themselves to be. The apocalypse was a mirror. Not everyone liked what they saw. 3 weeks after the crossing, Nadine emerged from the UTMB labs with findings that changed everything and nothing. She convened the group in the Tremont House lobby. Her appearance was shocking. She'd lost weight she didn't have to lose. Her close-cropped hair was unwashed and standing in wild tufts, and her eyes had the fever-bright intensity of a researcher who had been staring at data for 21 days straight and had seen something in it that no one else had seen. LZ7 is a synthetic prion bonded to a modified rabies variant virus, she said without preamble. The prion component drives the neural rewriting. It replaces higher brain function with primitive brainstem impulses. The viral component drives the regenerative properties, the cellular repair that keeps the infected alive despite injuries that should be fatal. She paused, looked at the group. 58 faces. They'd lost 2 more, not to the infected but to the slower attrition of infection, illness, the body's mundane vulnerabilities that the apocalypse had not eliminated, but had merely made more lethal through the absence of proper medical care. The compound is heat-activated. We knew that. But what I've learned from the UTMB data is why. LZG7's prion component has a temperature-dependent folding mechanism. Above 95 degrees Fahrenheit, the prion folds into its active conformation, the shape that allows it to bind to neural tissue and begin the rewriting process. Below 95, it folds into a dormant conformation. The infected aren't faster in the heat because the heat excites them. They're faster because the heat literally activates more of the compound in their systems, rebuilding more neural pathways in the brainstem, creating more complex motor and sensory function. "Can you stop it?" Tomas asked. "I can't cure it. The neural rewriting is permanent. Once the prion has replaced a neural pathway, that pathway is gone. The person who existed before transformation cannot be recovered. They are gone. She said this with a flatness that cost her. Thomas could see the cost in the muscles of her jaw, the micro-expression of a woman who had just pronounced a death sentence on millions of people, including the woman in the hold of a shrimp boat at the bottom of Galveston Bay. But, she continued, I can address the dormant carriers. The room went still. The 4 people in this group who carried dormant LZ7, and the unknown number of people across the Gulf Coast in the same situation, their compound is in the dormant conformation. It can be activated by extreme stress, fever, or wound infection, but it can also be deactivated permanently. How? Byron's voice. Except Byron was dead. The question came from Connie, who had picked up Byron's notebook and had been maintaining it since the bridge. The same precise tracking of supplies and calories, the same quiet, uncredited devotion to the group's survival through numbers. An immunosuppressant protocol combined with targeted antiviral therapy. The immunosuppressants prevent the body's stress response from triggering the prion's conformational change. The antivirals attack the rabies variant viral component, degrading the regenerative mechanism. Together, they can reduce the dormant LZ7 load to undetectable levels within 2 weeks of treatment. You have these medications? The UTMB pharmacy has a limited supply, enough for the 4 carriers in our group. Not enough for large-scale treatment. She paused. But the formulas are documented. The synthesis is reproducible. Any functioning pharmaceutical facility could manufacture the protocol in quantity. There are no functioning pharmaceutical facilities, Elijah said. There are military facilities beyond the containment line. There are research institutions in unaffected regions. There are pharmaceutical companies with manufacturing capability. Nadine looked at Elijah's radio equipment. If we can transmit the protocol, the full medical data, the synthesis instructions, the treatment regimen, to a functioning communications network, the information can reach the people who can use it. Tomas looked at Elijah. Elijah looked at his radio equipment. His face did the complicated thing. The journalist and the coward, fighting for control. The desire to matter, warring with the terror of mattering. The satellite uplink at UTMB, Elijah said slowly, it's low power, limited range. But if I can boost the signal using the solar array, can you? Maybe. It's not my area of, can you learn? Elijah looked at Tomas, at Rennie, who was leaning against the lobby wall with her arms crossed, watching him with the same flat, appraising look she gave everything, sizing it up, deciding what it was worth. At the group, 58 people who were looking at him, not with the contempt of people who had watched him freeze on the bridge, but with the specific focused expectation of people who needed him to do a thing that only he could do. Yeah, he said, I can learn. The treatment of the 4 dormant carriers happened quietly, privately, in the UTMB research wing. Nadine administered the protocol herself. 2 weeks of immunosuppressant injections and antiviral pills, monitored daily. The blood work tracked in a notebook that she kept separate from Byron's supply notebook, because this was medical data, and medical data was sacred. She did not reveal the carriers' identities, not to Tomas, not to anyone. She treated them individually in private sessions, each carrier arriving at the lab at a different time, leaving at a different time. The schedule designed to prevent anyone from observing who was receiving treatment. Tomas respected this. He understood it. The carrier's anonymity was their safety. In a group of people who had survived by being suspicious of threat, the knowledge that specific individuals carried a dormant version of the thing that had destroyed the world would have been a weapon. Not a weapon against the infected, a weapon against each other. 2 weeks after treatment began, Nadine reported success. All 4 carriers showed undetectable LZ7 levels. The dormant compound had been neutralized. They're clean, she said. Just that. No names, no drama. The clinical mask back in place, repaired and reinforced. Functional, if not beautiful. And the transmission? Elijah and Awali are working on the uplink. The solar array provides enough power for a burst transmission. The question is range. How far? If we can reach a military communications satellite, and there should be several in geostationary orbit over the Gulf, the The signal can be relayed to the containment line command structure. From there, it's a matter of whether anyone is listening and whether they care. They'll care, Tomas said. If they have a treatment protocol that can prevent dormant carriers from turning, they'll care. It changes the math of containment. It means the people inside the exclusion zone aren't all potential threats. Some of them can be saved. Some of them were always savable, Nadine said. The question was never capability. It was will. She left. Tomas stood in the lobby and looked at what they'd built. The solar panels on the roof, the school in the ballroom, the coffee that Wally made every evening, the perimeter that Alma had designed and he had built, the children who were learning to be children again. All of it assembled from the same raw material, the decision repeated every morning to keep going. In Amelia, who had called him Dad 3 times now. Not consistently, not easily, but 3 times. Each one a small seismic event that cracked through the numbness like sunlight through a boarded window. 3 times. He was counting. The way Byron counted calories, the way Elijah counted recordings, the way Dewey had counted tides. You counted the things that mattered. The numbers told you where you were. On the 28th day after the crossing, 6 weeks since the outbreak began, 6 weeks since Tomas had stood in his auto shop and heard the first siren, Elijah transmitted Nadine's protocol. The uplink was on the roof of the UTMB administration building, a satellite dish that Tomas had repaired and realigned using calculations from Alma and power from the solar array. Elijah sat at the control console, a battered laptop connected to the dish's transmitter, and typed the medical data into a formatted file that Nadine had prepared. The complete LZ7 analysis, the treatment protocol, the synthesis instructions, the dosing regimen. Everything a competent medical team would need to reproduce the treatment at scale. Ready? Elijah asked. His hands were not shaking. This was notable. Tomas noticed. Send it. Elijah pressed the key. The dish hummed. The data burst, compressed, encrypted, aimed at the geostationary satellites that still orbited above the Gulf, shot upward at the speed of light and disappeared into the sky. They waited. The dish listened. The sky said nothing. It may take time, Elijah said. If the satellite is functional, it'll relay the signal to ground stations along the containment line. Someone has to be monitoring the frequency. Someone has to decrypt the file. Someone has to read it and understand it and decide it matters. It matters, Tomas said. We know that. They might not. They waited. Hours. The sun moved across the sky. Elijah monitored the return frequency, his earphones on, his face a study in concentration and hope, and the fear that hope was pointless. At 4:17 p.m., the dish received a response. The signal was weak, attenuated by distance, degraded by atmospheric interference, but it was there. A military frequency, a human voice. Unidentified station transmitting on frequency 173.5. This is Northcom Containment Operations. We have received your data burst. Please confirm origin and authenticate. Elijah looked at Tomas. His eyes were wide. His hands were not shaking. Still not shaking. This is Galveston Island Survivor Community, Elijah said into the microphone. His voice was steady. The recorder was running. Population approximately 60. We are transmitting a medical treatment protocol for LZ7, the compound responsible for the Gulf Coast outbreak. The protocol was developed by Dr. Nadine Okafor, formerly of Memorial Hermann Hospital, Houston, using research data and facilities at the University of Texas Medical Branch, Galveston. The protocol has been tested and confirmed effective on 4 dormant LZ7 carriers. It is reproducible at scale, with standard pharmaceutical manufacturing capability. We are requesting relay of this data to all medical facilities within Northcom jurisdiction. A pause. Static. The dish hummed. Galveston Island, Northcom copies all. We are routing your data to Medical Command for analysis. Be advised, we are also routing your location to humanitarian operations for potential support contact. Stand by for further communication. The transmission ended. The dish fell silent. The sky resumed its indifference. Elijah took off his earphones. looked at Tomas. His face was doing something that Tomas had never seen it do before. It was genuinely calm, not performed, not jittery. He'd done a thing that mattered, and he knew it mattered, and he didn't need anyone to tell him. I got through, Elijah said. You got through. Someone heard us. Someone heard us. Elijah looked at his voice recorder, looked at the dish, looked at the sky. For the record, he said, clicking the recorder on, this is Elijah Rook, reporting from Galveston Island. Day 42 of the outbreak. We transmitted a potential treatment protocol for LZ-7 to Northcom containment operations. They received it. They heard us. A pause, his voice was thick. Someone heard us! He clicked the recorder off, pressed it against his forehead, closed his eyes. Tomas put a hand on his shoulder, said nothing. Some moments didn't need words. They needed the weight of a hand and the silence of a shared recognition that something had shifted. Not the world, not the war, not the vast machinery of catastrophe, but the orientation of their relationship to it. They were no longer just surviving. They were contributing, fighting back, sending data into the sky, and receiving acknowledgement that the sky was still inhabited by people who could use it. It was not rescue. It was not salvation. But it was contact. And contact was the beginning of everything. Tomas found Amelia that evening on the seawall. She was sitting in the spot that had become hers, a section of the wall near the hotel, where the concrete was smooth and the view stretched to the horizon in 3 directions: east to the Gulf, north to the bay and the broken bridge, west to the island's interior. She had Senor Bump in her lap and the coloring book open beside her, and she was drawing. Tomas sat next to her, not close enough to crowd, close enough to be present. What are you drawing? She held up the coloring book. On a blank page in the back, she had drawn a picture in crayon, the same crayons from the backpack, the purple and brown that she favored. The picture showed a flat line, the seawall, a blue expanse, the water, a yellow circle, the sun, and 2 figures sitting on the line. One was larger, with short dark hair. One was smaller, with curly hair. Between them, a 4-legged creature. That's us, she said. Yeah? You, me, Senor Bump. It's good. The sun's too big. Suns can be whatever size you want. She considered this with the gravity of a child for whom the rules of art were still being established. Ms. Briard says we should draw things the way they are. The name hit Tomas like a slap. Connie. She'd been dead for, he counted, 29 days. Shot by foundry soldiers in a doorway, standing between armed men and the children she'd sworn to protect. You will not have them. The words she'd said. The last words she'd said. But Amelia didn't know Connie was dead. Amelia was talking about a different Ms. Briard, the one who existed in the present tense of the island school, the one who taught reading and math and art in the hotel ballroom. She was talking about Connie, the way Connie would have wanted to be talked about, as a teacher, as a person who told children to draw things the way they are. Ms. Briard is right about a lot of things, Tomas said. His throat was tight. But art is different. Art is how you see things, not how they are. How do you see the sun? Big. Really big. Bigger than anything. She looked at her drawing, added more yellow around the circle, expanding it until it filled the top third of the page, the crayon strokes radiating outward like beams. Now it's too big, she said. It's perfect. She put the crayon down, looked at the real sun, which was setting over the gulf in the real sky, painting the water in shades of gold and copper and the deep bruised purple of a Texas summer evening. The light caught the surface of the bay in fragments, each one a mirror reflecting a different piece of the sky, the whole effect a mosaic of fire and water that no crayon could capture. Dad? The word. 4th time. Tomas counted. Yeah, mija? Why did the colonel take us? Tomas breathed. The question had been coming. He'd known it was coming the way Dewey had known weather. by the pressure changes, the signs, the accumulating evidence of an approaching front. Because he thought children were resources, things to be used. He wanted you to grow up loyal to him, to his rules, to his way of doing things. He said he was protecting us. That's what people like him always say. Was he wrong? He was wrong about everything that mattered. Amelia was quiet for a while. The sun sank lower. The sky deepened. I was scared, she said. The whole time, every day. I did what they told me because I was scared. And they said that being scared was weak and I should be strong, and being strong meant not being scared. But I was still scared. Being scared isn't weak. They said they were wrong. Being scared is normal. Being scared is what keeps you alive. Every person I know who's still alive is scared. The brave ones are just scared and keep moving. She looked at him. The assessment was still there. It might always be there. The Foundry's gift, the institutional watchfulness, that would take years to fade. But underneath it, something was growing. Not trust. Trust was too grand a word for the incremental, daily accretion of safety that was slowly building between them. Something more basic. Recognition. The growing certainty that this person, this large, scarred, tired man who made pancakes every morning and sat on the seawall every evening and carried a pink backpack with an armadillo patch, this person was hers, had always been hers, would always be hers. I want to go fishing, she said. The non sequitur landed with the perfect, absurd logic of a 7-year-old's priorities, and it broke something in Tomasz that he hadn't known was still intact, a reserve of tension, a held breath, a muscle that had been clenched since the auto shop and the first siren and the phone call and the static. He laughed. It was not a big laugh, not a belly laugh, not the cathartic cinematic release of a man finally letting go. It was a small, surprised, genuine laugh. The sound of a person discovering that he was still capable of being delighted, that the capacity for joy had not been destroyed by grief and guilt and the accumulated weight of everyone he'd lost. Amelia looked at him with an expression that was closer to the child she'd been before than anything he'd seen since the dormitory. Curious, slightly offended. The righteous indignation of a 7-year-old whose serious statement had been met with laughter. What's funny? Nothing. Everything. He wiped his eyes. We'll go fishing. Tomorrow. I'll find a rod. Captain Birdseye would have taken me. The name landed. Crystal's nickname for Dewey, adopted by the group, now used by a child who had never met the old shrimper, but had heard stories about him every evening in the ballroom school. Yeah, Tomasz said. He would have. He'd have taken you on the boat and taught you about tides and told you stories about shrimp. I like shrimp. I know. Can we have shrimp for dinner? I'll talk to Crystal. They sat on the seawall and watched the sun finish its descent. The gulf turned from gold to copper to the deep, dark blue of night coming on, and the first stars appeared, and the air cooled from brutal to merely warm, and the waves rolled against the seawall with the same rhythm they'd always had, the same rhythm they'd have long after every human on the island was gone, the rhythm of a planet that didn't care about apocalypses or bridges or armadillos, but kept turning anyway. Amelia leaned against him. Not fully, not the boneless, total lean of a child who trusts completely. A partial lean, a tentative commitment of weight, testing whether the support would hold. Tomasz held still. Let her lean. Did not move, did not speak, did not breathe too deeply or shift his position, or do anything that might disrupt the fragile physics of a daughter choosing moment by moment to rest her weight against her father. She fell asleep against his arm. Her breathing slowed. Her grip on Senor Bump relaxed. The coloring book slipped from her lap to the concrete, the drawing of the too big sun catching the last light of the real one. Tomasz sat on the seawall with his daughter asleep against his arm, and the gulf stretching to the horizon, and the stars coming out, and the weight of everything he'd carried. Every name, every loss, every compromise, every line crossed, settling into a new configuration, not lighter, not resolved, but rearranged, restructured. The load redistributed from the parts of him that were breaking to the parts that could still hold. He had not saved everyone. He had not saved most people. He had failed and compromised and made choices that he would carry like scars for the rest of his life. The screaming from the foundry's eastern perimeter, the 15 survivors he'd sent to die, the woman nursing an infant by firelight, the man who shook his hand. But he had saved this small, warm weight against his arm, this breathing, this child. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. The dead deserved more than one living girl on a seawall. But it was what he had, and he would hold it and protect it, and build around it the structures of a future that might, with time and work, and the stubborn, unreasonable love that had driven him from the auto shop to the island, become something worth having survived for. The stars turned. The Gulf breathed. Emilia slept. Tomas did not sleep. But for the first time in 42 days, the reason he couldn't sleep was not the 14 seconds or the names of the dead or the cracks in his composure. It was because he didn't want to miss this. The trouble began at dawn on day 45, and it came from the water. Crystal was on the seawall running her morning perimeter check when she saw it. Movement in the bay, north of the island, near the broken pylons where the causeway's center span had collapsed. The water there was still cluttered with debris, concrete chunks, twisted rebar, vehicle remains, and in the weeks since the bridge's destruction, the debris field had become a reef of sorts, attracting fish and crabs and, apparently, other things. "Coach!" Crystal's voice carried across the morning air. Years of projecting over bar noise had given her a voice that could cut through anything. "Get out here!" Thomas reached the seawall in 30 seconds. Crystal was pointing north, toward the debris field, and what she was pointing at made his stomach drop. Bodies in the water, not floating, standing. In the shallows near the debris field, where the depth was 3 to 4 feet, figures stood in the water with only their heads and shoulders above the surface. Their skin was the waterlogged gray-green that Tomas had seen once before in the drainage canal near the Texas City dike. Their eyes were open and amber and directed at the island. Waiters, in the bay, between the mainland and the island. "How many?" Tomas asked. "I count 7, but those are the ones I can see." "How long have they been there?" "I don't know. I didn't see them yesterday. They could have come in overnight. Or they could have been there all along and we didn't notice because we weren't looking at the water." Tomas looked at the bay, the flat gray-green surface that had been their moat, their protection, the mile-wide barrier that Dewey had promised would keep them safe. "Nothing's swimming across Galveston Bay," Dewey had said. "Not people, not them." But waders weren't standard infected. Waders were amphibious. Waders had adapted to water the way scorchers had adapted to fire. The LZ-7 compound reshaping their biology to fit their environment, turning a weakness into a strength, an obstacle into a habitat. "Get Wally," Tomas said, "and Alma, and Nadine." Crystal ran. Tomas stood on the seawall and watched the waders. They were motionless. The sentinel posture, adapted for water, standing in the shallows, mouths slightly open, eyes on the island, waiting, listening. More were visible now. The morning light was strengthening, and as Tomas's eyes adjusted, he could see shapes beneath the surface. Dark forms just below the waterline, lying on the bay floor in the deeper areas, their outlines blurred by the murky water, but recognizably human in proportion. Submerged, dormant, dozens of them. "The bay isn't a moat," he said to himself. "It's a staging area." Alma arrived on the seawall with her tapping fingers and her engineering assessment already in progress. She looked at the waders, looked at the debris field, looked at the distance between the north shore of the island and the mainland. 1 mile, she said. The bay is 1 mile wide at this point. Average depth, 12 feet. Maximum depth in the ship channel, 45 feet. The waders are in the shallows near the debris field, which means they've crossed most of the distance already. Can they reach the island? The north shore is shallow, 3 to 4 feet at low tide. The seawall extends below the waterline, but there are breaks, drains, gaps, where stormwater outlets empty into the bay. A waiter could walk the bay floor from the debris field to the north shore and enter through a storm drain without ever surfacing. "They've been doing it," Tomas said. The realization was cold. The infected we've been clearing from the interior of the island. Some of them weren't here when we arrived. They came across the bay, through the water, under the surface. We've been clearing them during the day, and they've been replacing themselves at night. Nadine joined them. She looked at the waiters with the diagnostic intensity that was her default. "The LZ7 compound adapts to environment," she said. "We knew that. The scorchers adapted to fire. The waiters adapted to water. The heat activation mechanism works both ways. Cold slows them, heat accelerates them. Water temperature in the bay is currently 86 degrees. That's more than warm enough for full compound activation. They're not sluggish in this water. They're at full capacity. Can we seal the storm drains?" Tomas looked at Alma. The engineer tapped the seawall. "We can seal some of them, but the drainage system on the island has dozens of outlets. Sealing them all would take weeks, and some are large enough to drive a car through. The major stormwater mains were designed for hurricane-level flooding. Then we trap them, the same way we've been clearing the interior, channeling systems, kill zones, but at the waterline. That buys time. It doesn't solve the problem." "What solves the problem?" Alma looked at the bay, at the waiters, at the debris field where the bridge had stood. "The problem isn't the waiters," she said. "The problem is what they represent. The infected are adapting. They're finding ways around our defenses. We destroyed the bridge, but we didn't destroy the threat. We just removed one vector. The water was always a vector. We just didn't think about it because we were focused on the bridge." She paused, tapped the seawall again. "We need to think about the water, all of it. Not just the bay, the Gulf side too. The infected can enter the water anywhere along the mainland coast and drift with the current. Galveston Bay has tidal exchange with the Gulf. Water moves in and out twice a day. Anything in the bay can reach the island. You're saying the island isn't safe. I'm saying the island is safer than the mainland. Significantly safer. But safe is a relative term, and the variable is time. Given enough time, the infected will adapt. They'll find ways in. They'll evolve new strategies." She looked at Tomas with the direct, unsentimental gaze of a woman who dealt in forces and vectors and did not have the luxury of optimism. "The seawall holds for now. The traps work for now. The clearing operations keep the population manageable for now. But we need to think beyond now." "How far beyond?" "Months, years. The compound doesn't stop. It regenerates. It evolves. The stage 4 variants, the calcified ones, the ones with enhanced sensory capacity, they're the compound's direction of travel. Given enough time, the infected will become something that our current defenses can't handle. The Leviathan, the thing that had walked at the head of the horde with tactical intelligence. The thing that had fallen into the bay when the bridge collapsed. The thing that Nadine had warned might not have been destroyed." Tomas looked at the water, the flat, deceptive surface that reflected the morning sky in peaceful fragments. The surface that hid waiters and debris and currents, and somewhere in its depths, possibly, the thing that had been Albert Pogue and was now something that the world had never seen before and might never be able to stop. "We build better defenses," Tomas said. "We seal what we can. We trap what we can't seal. We clear every day. And we keep Nadine working on the compound because understanding it is the only way to beat it." "That's the short game," Alma said. Then what's the long game?" Alma tapped the seawall. The rhythm of her fingers was different now. Faster, more complex. The subconscious expression of a mind working on a problem that was larger than any single structure. "The long game is offense," she said. "Not just defense, not just holding the island. Going back to the mainland, to the source. Understanding the compound well enough to neutralize it, and then neutralizing it. Because defense is finite, Mr. Delgado. Eventually, every wall falls. The only permanent solution is to eliminate the threat." Tomas looked at the mainland, the distant shoreline, still smoking. The ruins of the bridge, the Gulf Coast lowlands, stretching north to Houston, where it had all started, where Westbury High School still stood with its auto shop and its bay doors and a paint booth that contained what had been Marcus Chen. One thing at a time, he said. One thing at a time, Alma agreed. But keep the long game in mind. He kept it in mind. He kept everything in mind. The waiters and the scorchers and the Leviathan and the Northcom transmission and the 4 cured carriers and the children in the ballroom and the daughter on the seawall and the dead who walked with him and the woman in the bay and the future that was being built one pancake and one solar panel at a time. He kept it all in mind because that was his job. The man who said south and they followed. The man who carried the weight, the load-bearing wall. The cracks were still there, but the structure held. For now. Tomas built the underwater defenses over the course of a week, engineering a system that was part trap, part barrier, part early warning. He welded steel grating across the storm drain outlets, the same grating material he'd used in the auto shop, the same welding techniques he'd taught to kids who were now scattered across a city he might never see again. The welds were clean and strong, and he took a professional satisfaction in them that was the closest thing to normalcy he'd experienced since the outbreak. In the evenings, he worked on the fish trap that Amelia had requested. Not a commercial trap. A simple wire-frame device baited with scraps, designed to sit on the bay floor and catch whatever swam in. The engineering was basic. The purpose was not. You have to check it every morning, he told Amelia. If there's something in it, we eat it. If there's nothing, we try again tomorrow. What if there's a waiter in it? The question was delivered with the flat, practical tone of a child who had been raised in an apocalypse. A tone that should have been disturbing, but was instead, Tomas thought, evidence of adaptation. She was adapting, not in the LZ7 sense, in the human sense. The sense that had kept the species alive through ice ages and plagues and the accumulated catastrophes of 10,000 years. If there's a waiter, we don't eat that, he said. Obviously. They set the trap together. Tomas showed her how to bait it, how to lower it from the seawall on a rope, how to secure the rope to a cleat so the current couldn't carry it away. Amelia listened with the focus she'd inherited from Lucia. Total, consuming, the kind of attention that made you feel like the most important thing in the world. Mom showed me how to tie knots, she said, working a bowline with small, determined fingers. On the boat, when we went to, where did we go? Matagorda Bay. We rented a boat. You caught a sand trout. I remember the trout. It was silver. And about 2 inches long. It was bigger than that. A little bigger. She finished the bowline, tested it. The knot held. Dad. 5th time. Yeah? Are we going to be okay? The question contained everything. Not just the immediate, the waiters, the supplies, the daily clearing operations, the engineering of survival on an island at the edge of a dead continent, but the totality, the future, the years that stretched ahead. If years existed, if the future was a thing that could be built from the materials at hand. Tomas thought about lying, thought about saying, yes, absolutely, everything's going to be fine. The parent's instinct, the deep protective need to shield the child from the weight of the world's uncertainty. But Amelia had been lied to enough. The Foundry had lied to her since the first days of the outbreak, told her parents were dead, told her the outside was dangerous, told her obedience was love, and numbers were names. She had been lied to by people who used lies as instruments of control, and she had learned at 7 to read lies the way Tomas read engines, by the vibrations, the harmonics, the subtle wrongness that indicated a malfunction. I don't know, he said. I think so. I'm working on it. A lot of people are working on it, but I don't know for sure. She looked at him. The assessment was there. The Foundry's gift, the institutional watchfulness. But it was softening, becoming something else. Becoming the normal, healthy skepticism of a child evaluating an adult's honesty and finding, for once, that the adult was telling the truth. Okay, she said, okay. You said you'd figure things out. You figured out the pancakes and the fishing trap and the solar panels. So, she shrugged, a gesture so perfectly, ordinarily childlike, that it made Tomas's chest ache. You'll figure this out too. The faith was not absolute. It was not the wide-eyed, unconditional trust of a child who had never been betrayed. It was a measured, earned, conditional faith. The kind that came from watching a person do what they said they would do, over and over, until the pattern became a foundation. It was enough. It was more than enough. Yeah, Tomas said. I'll figure it out. The radio call from Northcom came on day 51. Elijah took it on the UTMB uplink, his recorder running, his hands steady. They were always steady now, when the work was communication. It was only in the physical world, the world of violence and running and the intimate proximity of death, that his hands betrayed him. At the radio, he was in command. Galveston Island, this is Northcom Medical Command. We have analyzed your transmitted data. The LZ-7 treatment protocol has been verified by our research staff and is being prepared for production at pharmaceutical facilities in Oklahoma and Kansas. Preliminary estimates suggest we can produce sufficient quantities for treatment of dormant carriers within the exclusion zone within 60 to 90 days. Elijah's eyes widened. His mouth opened. He pressed the transmit button. Northcom. Galveston copies. Can you confirm? Are you saying you're going to enter the exclusion zone? A pause. Static. Galveston. We are not confirming entry into the exclusion zone at this time. We are confirming production of the treatment protocol. Distribution methodology is still under discussion at command level. But your data has changed the strategic calculus. Previously, all individuals within the exclusion zone were classified as potential infection vectors. With a treatment for dormant carriers, that classification no longer applies to the entire population. This opens the door to targeted humanitarian operations. Targeted humanitarian operations. What does that mean? It means we're talking about going in, Galveston, for the first time since containment was established. Your protocol made that possible. Elijah turned to Tomas, who was standing behind him, listening. The journalist's face was doing the thing again. The complicated thing where the coward and the truth seeker fought for control. But this time, the truth seeker was winning. Winning by a mile. We did it, Coach, Elijah said. His voice was thick. We actually did something. Tomas nodded. Couldn't speak. The weight of it, the accumulation of everything, the 51 days, the miles, the names, the losses, the engineering and the medicine and the radio and the girl on the seawall, pressed against his throat and sealed it. He put his hand on Elijah's shoulder. Squeezed. Let go. Outside the window, the Gulf Coast stretched to the horizon in every direction, water and sky and the distant smudge of the mainland, ruined and infected and dangerous and, for the first time, maybe possibly, not irredeemably lost. The radio crackled again. Galveston, one more thing. We've received communications from other survivor communities in the exclusion zone. Pensacola, Florida Keys, Port Arthur, Corpus Christi. Your protocol is being relayed to all of them. You're not alone. The words hung in the air. Tomas felt them settle as fact. Verifiable, solid, the same kind of certainty as a well-tuned engine-holding compression. Real. They were not alone. Tomas walked back to the hotel through the Strand district, past the Victorian buildings and the cleared streets and the perimeter fortifications and the greenhouse where tomato plants were beginning to bear fruit. The first fresh food the group had grown, a tiny, inconsequential miracle of agriculture that Connie's school children had planted and watered and watched with the fierce, possessive attention of young things witnessing creation. He walked past Rennie, who was mounting a solar panel on the roof of a storefront and humming Dreaming of You, the Selena ballad, the slow one, the one she never hummed in public because it was too soft, too vulnerable, too much of the girl underneath the stone. You're humming Selena, he said. She stopped, looked down from the roof. The hammer was in her hand, but for once, it was being used as a hammer. Driving mounting brackets, building infrastructure. the tool of a builder rather than a weapon. So, she said, so you usually only hum when you're working on engines. Maybe I'm branching out. Maybe. She looked at him. The stone mask was there, but it was different. Thinner, more translucent. The person underneath more visible. Not healed, not recovered, but present. Allowing herself to be seen in increments by the one person she'd trusted with her proximity since the auto shop. I heard the radio call, she said, about the protocol. News travels fast. Elijah told everybody. He's downstairs right now playing the recording for the whole group. Doc Hollywood is crying. Wally made extra coffee. She paused. It's a good day, Coach. It's a good day. We don't get many of those. No. So enjoy it. She went back to the panel. The humming resumed. Thomas walked on, toward the hotel, toward the group, toward the daughter who was somewhere inside, learning to read from books scavenged from an island library, being taught by volunteers who had once been accountants and bartenders and pharmacists, and who were now, by virtue of surviving, the faculty of a school that existed because a woman named Connie Briard had believed that children deserved more than survival. He walked into the Tremont House lobby. The group was there, gathered around Elijah's recorder, listening to the Northcom transmission played back at volume. Faces that had been tight with the accumulated tension of 7 weeks of survival were loosening. Not relaxing, loosening. The muscles around eyes unclenching by fractions. Mouths releasing the compression of permanently set jaws. Shoulders dropping from their permanent position near the ears. Nadine was crying. Not the silent, hidden sobs of the bait shop. Open crying, her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking. The clinical mask completely gone. Wally stood beside her with his coffee and his silence and the particular brand of companionship that required no words and offered no judgment. Crystal was grinning. The full, aggressive, take-no-prisoners grin that was her version of joy. Doc Hollywood broke the apocalypse, she said. Who had that on their bingo card? Nobody had any of this on their bingo card, Tomas said. Fair point. She looked at him. The grin softened. Not into sentiment, never into sentiment, but into something that acknowledged the distance between where they'd been and where they were. You did good, Coach. I know I don't do the feelings thing, but you did good. We did good. Yeah, well, I'm not sharing credit. That's a bartender thing. Tomas found Amelia in the ballroom. She was sitting on her cot reading a picture book about a bear who went to the market, a book so mundane, so ordinarily childish, so perfectly calibrated to the developmental needs of a 7-year-old that its presence in this context felt like an act of defiance against the universe. Hey, Mija. Hey, Dad. 6th time. She looked up from the book. The assessment was still there, might always be there, but the smile was there too. Small, fleeting, real. I caught a fish, she said, in the trap. A little one. Crystal said it's a croaker. Are we eating it? It's too small. I put it back. She paused. But I'll catch a bigger one tomorrow. I know you will. She went back to her book. The bear was buying apples. The sun was coming through the ballroom windows in gold bars that fell across the children's cots, like the bars of a cage made of light. And the light was warm, and the air smelled of salt and the distant clean smell of the Gulf. And the sound of the group in the lobby, talking, laughing, the human noise of people who had been given a reason to make noise, drifted through the open door like music. Tomas sat on the floor next to Amelia's cot. The concrete was cold through his jeans. He leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. He thought about the waiters in the bay and the long game and the future that was being built and the past that would never be unbuilt. He thought about Dewey saying, "Let's go home," and Darnell's heart stopping and Byron's charges detonating and Connie standing in a doorway saying, "You will not have them." He thought about the 15 survivors he'd sent to die and the woman with the infant and the man who'd shaken his hand. He thought about these things and he did not seal them away. For the first time, he let them sit. Let them occupy the space they'd always occupied, but that he'd been walling off, partitioning, treating as structural hazards that needed to be contained, rather than loads that needed to be borne. They were part of him, the dead, the lost, the sacrificed. They were part of who he was now. And who he was now was a man sitting on a cold floor next to his daughter while she read a book about a bear. And that man was scarred and broken in places that would never fully heal. And that man was also the man who had built solar panels and caught fish and made pancakes and transmitted a treatment protocol that might save lives across a continent. Both things were true. Both things lived in the same body, occupied the same heart, drew breath from the same lungs. The contradictions did not cancel out. They accumulated. He opened his eyes. Amelia was still reading. The bear was at the checkout. The sun was still gold. The world was still broken. But the fish trap was set. And tomorrow, she'd catch a bigger one. On the morning of day 53, Alma woke Tomas at dawn, with a tap on his door that was urgent in its precision. 3 quick raps, the engineer's Morse code for "Get up, this matters." "The bay," she said when he opened the door. "Come look." He followed her to the seawall. The pre-dawn light was gray and flat, the bay a dark mirror reflecting nothing. Alma pointed north, toward the debris field. The waders were gone. Not reduced, gone. The shallows that had held 7 standing figures 2 weeks ago were empty. The submerged shapes that Tomas had spotted on the bay floor were absent. "They left?" he said. "They moved. Look at the debris field." Tomas looked. The debris from the collapsed bridge, the chunks of concrete, the twisted rebar, the vehicle remains had shifted, not from tide or current. The pieces had been arranged. Concrete blocks stacked against the remaining bridge pylons. Vehicle frames wedged between the stacks. A structure was forming. Rough, asymmetric, but recognizably purposeful. Something was building in the water, building with the debris. "That's not natural," Alma said. Her voice was the flattest Tomas had ever heard it, the voice of an engineer encountering something that violated her understanding of what was possible. "That's construction. Crude construction, but construction. Something is assembling those materials into a structure. The waders! The waders are the labor force, but waders are stage 3. Stage 3 doesn't build. Stage 3 hunts, feeds, patrols. This is something else." Tomas looked at the structure in the debris field, looked at the water around it. The surface was calm, but beneath it, in the depths where the ship channel ran, something was moving. He couldn't see it. The water was too murky, the light too dim, but he could feel it, the same way he'd felt the waders in the drainage canal, the same way he'd felt the Leviathan's attention on the Dickinson overpass. Something was in the water, something that directed, something that built, something that had survived the bridge's collapse and the horde's drowning and had been down there in the dark for 7 weeks, regenerating. "Nadine needs to see this," Tomas said. "Nadine needs to see a lot of things. But this is the one that matters." Alma tapped the seawall. Her fingers were moving fast, the rhythm of a mind running calculations it didn't want to finish. Because if the infected are building, if they're constructing a path from the debris field to the island, then the moat we created by destroying the bridge is temporary. They're building their own bridge, underwater, slow, but they're building. The sun was rising. The light was strengthening. And in the bay, in the deep water, in the darkness where the current ran and the debris lay scattered and the compound worked its silent, relentless chemistry, the future was assembling itself from the wreckage of the past. Tomas stood on the seawall and looked at the water and thought about long games, about offense, about the difference between defense and permanence, and the engineer's warning that every wall eventually falls. He looked at the island behind him, the fortifications, the solar panels, the greenhouse, the school, the hotel where 60 people were waking to another day of building something from nothing, the fish trap in the water, waiting for Amelia to check it, the smell of Wally's coffee drifting from the kitchen, Rennie humming on the roof, He looked at the water ahead of him. The threat, the adaptation, the evolution that never stopped. The compound that rebuilt and rewired and grew and could not be stopped by concrete and steel alone. Between the two, the island and the water, the built and the building, the human persistence and the inhuman patience. The morning light fell, neutral and impartial, illuminating both without choosing. Tomas Delgado stood in that light and felt the weight of the ledger and the warmth of the pancakes and the crack of the bridge and the silence of his daughter's sleep and the hum of Selena and the taste of coffee and the smell of salt and the 14 seconds that would never leave him and the word "Dad" that had been spoken 6 times and would, God willing, be spoken again. He picked up the pry bar. Not because he needed it, because it was his. The tool that had been with him from the auto shop to the island, from the first day to the 53rd, from the man he'd been to the man he was. He held it, and he looked at the water, and he began to plan. Because the work was not done. The wall was holding, but the water was rising. The infected were evolving, and the island was finite, and the future demanded something more than defense, something more than survival, something that looked like the beginning of a fight that would not end with a single bridge or a single island or a single girl calling him Dad on a seawall at sunset. The fight was bigger than that. It was the size of a continent, the size of a species, the size of the question that Alma had asked and that Tomas was only now beginning to answer. How long? Not long enough. Never long enough. But longer than yesterday. And if tomorrow was longer than today, and the day after was longer than tomorrow, then the accumulation of days, the patient, stubborn, unreasonable human insistence on adding one more day to the total, might eventually add up to something that the compound could not outlast, and the water could not erode, and the darkness could not drown. Might. The word was small and uncertain, and it was the most honest thing Tomas had. He held it the way he held the pry bar, tightly, with calloused hands. 53 days and 50 miles, and the loss of everything except the thing that mattered most had taught him. Might was enough. And on Galveston Island, on the seawall in the morning light, a man who had been a shop teacher and was now something else entirely stood, with his tool in his hand and his daughter asleep in the building behind him, and his dead in the water before him. And he began. The thing in the water revealed itself on day 59. Tomas was on the seawall at dawn, his station now, the place where he started every morning with Wally's coffee in his hand and the pry bar leaning against the concrete beside him, watching the bay the way Dewey had once watched the Gulf, reading it, looking for what the surface said about what lay beneath. The debris field had continued to change. The structure growing among the collapsed bridge remains was larger now, more defined. A lattice of concrete and steel that rose from the bay floor to within 3 feet of the surface at low tide, extending south toward the island in a line that Alma had measured at 412 feet. 412 feet of underwater construction, built by things that should not have been capable of building. Tomas watched the debris field. The morning light was gray, the sky overcast for the first time in weeks. A weather system moving in from the Gulf. The barometric pressure dropping in the way that Dewey would have noticed and commented on. The way that made Tomas's sinuses tighten and the air feel heavy and charged. The water near the debris field rippled. Not one ripple, not current ripple. A displacement. Something large moving just beneath the surface, pushing water ahead of it, the way a submarine pushes a pressure wave. The ripple traveled south toward the island, and Tomas tracked it with the coffee, forgotten in his hand, his eyes following the wake as it approached the seawall. It stopped. 50 feet from the wall, the water settled, the surface went flat, and then a shape rose. Not fully. Not a dramatic emergence. Not the cinematic breaching of a monster from the deep. A shape, dark and massive, rising until the top of it broke the surface by inches. A dome of ridged bone. The calcified helmet of a skull that Thomas had last seen silhouetted on the Dickinson overpass, walking at the head of a horde that had flowed like water across a bridge that no longer existed. The Leviathan. It had survived. The bridge collapse, the submersion, the 7 weeks in the bay, it had survived all of it. The LZ-7 compound in its cells regenerating, rebuilding, adapting to the aquatic environment the way the waders had adapted, the way the scorchers had adapted, the way the compound always adapted because adaptation was its function, its purpose, the single relentless instruction encoded in its synthetic DNA. The dome of bone broke the surface and stopped, 2 inches above the waterline. Just the crown of the skull, the ridged crest, the calcified armor plating that made headshots nearly impossible. Below the waterline, invisible, the rest of it, the 7 feet of grotesque muscular overgrowth, the elongated arms, the club-like hands, the body that had been Albert Pogue and was now the apex of what LZ-7 could create. It was facing the island, facing Tomas. He could not see its eyes. The skull was too low, the water covering everything below the crest, but he felt its attention the same way he'd felt it on the overpass. A physical weight, a thermal pressure, the regard of something that processed information in ways that human neurology could not comprehend. It held position for 30 seconds. Tomas counted. 30 seconds of motionless assessment. The dome of bone still as a rock, the water around it flat and undisturbed. Then it sank. Smoothly, silently, descending below the surface and disappearing into the murky depth, leaving only the faintest ripple to mark where it had been. Tomas's coffee was cold. He hadn't moved. His hand holding the cup was shaking, not the fine tremor of fatigue, but the gross, visible shaking of a body responding to a threat that the conscious mind had not yet fully processed. The Leviathan was alive. It was in the bay. It was building a path to the island, and it had surfaced to look at them, to assess, to measure, to decide. The infected were not just adapting, they were strategizing. The emergency meeting convened at 7 a.m. Tomas stood in the Tremont House lobby and delivered the information with the same flat, factual tone that had become his default. The voice he'd settled into, stripped of softening, delivering bad news unadorned. The Leviathan survived. It's in the bay. It's directing the waders to build an underwater approach to the island. At the current rate of construction, that approach will reach our north shore in approximately 3 to 4 weeks. The silence was different from previous silences. The group had experienced many kinds of quiet since the outbreak. The silence of shock, of grief, of exhaustion, of the pre-dawn highway when the sentinels listened. This silence was the specific, heavy quiet of people who had allowed themselves to believe, however cautiously, that they were safe, and were now being told that safety was temporary. "Can we destroy the structure?" Rennie asked. First question. Always the first question from her. What can we do about it? We can try. But the structure is underwater, in 12 feet of murky bay. Getting to it means diving in wader-infested water. And even if we destroy it, they'll rebuild. The compound doesn't stop. The compound doesn't stop, Nadine repeated. She was standing by the windows, her arms crossed, her face wearing the expression that Tomas had come to recognize as her thinking about LZ-7 face, the particular combination of professional fascination and personal horror that characterized her relationship with the thing she had helped unleash. The Leviathan isn't just surviving, it's evolving. The extended exposure to LZ-7's regenerative properties has pushed it past stage 4 into something we haven't categorized. Call it stage 5. The neural reconstruction in stage 4 produces rudimentary tactical intelligence. Opening doors, using simple tools. Stage 5 is, she paused. Chose her words. Stage 5 is problem solving. The Leviathan identified the island as a target, It identified the water as a barrier, and it is solving the problem of the barrier by directing the construction of an approach structure. That's not instinct, that's planning. So what do we do? Crystal asked. Her machete was in her hand, reflexive, the way other people held coffee cups or worry beads. The blade was an extension of her arm, a part of her body that she'd acquired in the apocalypse and would never fully put down. We have 3 options, Tomas said. 1. We defend the island as long as we can, using the perimeter and the traps and the clearing operations to hold the waiters and the Leviathan back until we can't hold them anymore. 2. We evacuate. Leave the island. Go somewhere else. Where else? Linda asked. The Keys, Pensacola? Every island community is going to face the same problem eventually. 3, Tomas said. We go on offense. We don't wait for the Leviathan to come to us. We go to it. The room shifted. Not agreement. The atmospheric change of a group of people, recognizing that the conversation had moved from defense to attack, from holding to hunting, from the passive endurance of survival to the active, dangerous, possibly fatal pursuit of a threat. Kill the Leviathan, Rennie said. Not a question. Kill the Leviathan. Nadine says catastrophic brain destruction is the only permanent solution. The calcified skull makes headshots nearly impossible with conventional weapons. But the skull has to have weak points, suture lines, the occipital base, the foramen magnum. If we can get close enough to exploit those weaknesses, close enough to a 7-foot apex predator with tactical intelligence that's been regenerating in a bay for 7 weeks, Elijah said. His voice carried the jittery edge, but also beneath it something steadier. The journalist's instinct to state the facts clearly, even when the facts were terrifying. You're talking about going into the water, into its territory. Yes. That's insane. Yes. Elijah looked at his recorder, looked at Tomas, and did something that surprised Tomas and, from the expression on his face, surprised Elijah himself. He nodded. I'm recording everything. Huh, he said. Whatever happens, for the record. For the record, Tomas agreed. The plan took 4 days to develop and another 3 to prepare. Alma designed it. Not the tactical elements. Those were Wally's domain. The quiet pharmacist drawing on 30 years of buried military training to map the underwater approach, the engagement distances, the contingency routes. But the structural engineering, the understanding of how the Leviathan's underwater construction worked, and how it could be used against it, that was Alma. The structure it's building is a causeway, she said, drawing diagrams on the whiteboard that had become her primary communication tool. A submerged causeway, extending from the bridge debris to the island's north shore. The waiters are the construction crew. They're moving debris, stacking it, creating a path that rises from the bay floor to within wading depth. Once it reaches the shore, any infected on the mainland can walk across the bay to the island. The moat ceases to exist. How do we use the structure? The structure is the approach route. If we go to the Leviathan, we use its own causeway to reach it. We walk the submerged path in wading depth, 3 to 4 feet, from the island to the debris field where the Leviathan is based. She tapped the diagram. The risk is that we're on the Leviathan's ground, in the water, surrounded by waders. But the advantage is that we know exactly where it is, because it's at the center of the structure, directing traffic. We need weapons that work underwater, Tomas said. No firearms. Even if the powder is sealed, the ballistic performance is trash in water. Bladed weapons, pry bars, anything that can deliver force to a specific point without requiring the physics of air. Rennie laid her hammer on the table. The hammer works. The ball-peen end is small enough to concentrate force on a weak point. The flat end is broad enough for general impact. The skull's calcified plating will deflect a hammer strike, Nadine said. You need something that can penetrate. A pointed weapon, a pick, a spike, something that can focus force into a penetration area smaller than a square inch. Tomas thought about this. The mechanic in him, the man who understood tools the way other people understood language, sorted through the inventory of available implements. And the answer arrived the way mechanical answers always arrived for him. Complete, obvious, the solution that had been sitting in the problem all along. A welding hammer, he said, the kind with the pick end for chipping slag. It's designed to concentrate force into a point. I used one every day in the shop. Where do we get a welding hammer? I build one. He built it that afternoon in a workshop he'd set up in the hotel's maintenance room. The base was a standard framing hammer, a 20-ounce S-twing with a steel shaft, scavenged from a hardware store on the Strand. He ground the claw end into a point using a bench grinder powered by the solar array. The metalwork precise, the angle calculated, the tip hardened by a heat treatment process he'd learned from a blacksmithing elective in trade school that he'd taken because the alternative was a poetry class. The finished tool was ugly and perfect. A hammer on one end for impact, a pick on the other for penetration, balanced, weighted, designed for the specific purpose of killing something that should not have existed. He tested it on a slab of concrete, swinging the pick end with the hip rotation and force channeling that Rennie had adapted for combat. The pick punched through the concrete like it was drywall. "That'll do," Rennie said, watching. "I'll make you one. I've got my hammer." "The ball peen won't penetrate the skull plating." She looked at her hammer, the weapon that had been with her since the auto shop, the tool she'd cleaned every night, the steel extension of her will that had killed more infected than she could count. "Make me one," she said. He made 3, one for himself, one for Rennie, one for Wally, who accepted it with the mild, polite expression of a man receiving a gift that he hoped he wouldn't need, but knew he would. They went on the morning of day 66. The team was small: Tomas, Rennie, Wally, and Crystal. 4 people. Enough to fight, small enough to move quietly in the water. They entered the bay from the island's north shore at 5 a.m., in the gray pre-dawn light. The water was warm, 84 degrees, body temperature. The sensation of entering it, less like immersion and more like being absorbed. The bay floor was sandy, firm enough to walk on, and the submerged causeway that the waders had built was visible as a dark line beneath the surface, a path of stacked debris extending north toward the old bridge pylons. They walked the causeway. 4 people, wading in chest-deep water, weapons held above the surface, moving with the slow, deliberate steps of humans entering an environment where they were no longer the dominant species. The water was murky. Visibility, 3 feet, maybe 4. The bay floor was a landscape of sand and silt and the scattered debris of a civilization that had tried to cross the water and failed. Car parts, personal belongings, bones that might have been fish or might have been human, the distinction meaningless in the murk. The waders were there. Tomas saw the first one at 50 yards out, a figure standing on the causeway ahead of them, submerged to the shoulders, its gray-green skin blending with the water, its milky eyes directed at their approach. Not attacking, watching. The way a sentry watches. "It sees us," Crystal whispered. "They all see us," Wally said. "They've seen us since we entered the water. Look," he pointed. Left, right, behind, shapes in the water, darker areas in the murk, outlines that resolved into humanoid forms as the eye adjusted. Waders, standing on the bay floor at intervals along the causeway, flanking their approach like an honor guard or a gauntlet, dozens of them, maybe more. "They're not attacking," Tomas said. "They're not attacking yet. They're waiting for the Leviathan's signal." Wally's voice was the flat, professional tone of his combat mode. The pharmacist gone, the soldier present, the 30 years of burial fully reversed. The Leviathan controls them. Not through language or command, through behavioral signals. Pheromonal, subsonic, we don't know the mechanism. But they defer to it. They wait for it. Then we reach it before it signals. We won't. It knows we're coming. The waders are its sensory network. It's been tracking us since we stepped into the water. Then why isn't it attacking? Wally was quiet for a moment. The water lapped against their chests. The waiters stood motionless around them. Because it's curious, Wally said. The word was wrong. Curiosity was a human trait, a product of higher cognition, the kind of thing that stage 3 brainstem-driven infected could not experience. But stage 5, the Leviathan, the thing that planned and built and directed, stage 5 was something else. Something that the categories didn't cover. Something that existed in the space between mindless predator and thinking being. A hybrid of instinct and intelligence that the LZ7 compound had created by accident and that the world would have to learn to contend with. They walked. The causeway led them north, deeper into the bay, farther from the island. The water deepened, chest high, then chin high. Thomas held the welding hammer above the surface, the pick end gleaming in the pre-dawn light. The waiters flanked them in their silent escort, and the feeling was not unlike the feeling Thomas had experienced walking through the foundry's perimeter, surrounded, outgunned, proceeding on nerve and necessity, and the refusal to turn back. The debris field materialized out of the murk. The collapsed bridge remains, concrete chunks, twisted rebar, vehicle frames, rising from the bay floor in a massive, irregular reef. The structure the waiters had been building was centered here, a lattice of debris that formed walls and chambers and passages that looked, Thomas realized with a chill, like rooms, like architecture, like a place that something lived. The Leviathan was in the center. Thomas saw it first as a shape, a dark mass at the center of the debris structure, larger than the waiters, larger than any infected he'd encountered. It was crouched in a posture that was neither human nor animal, but something between. The massive frame compressed into a space that was too small for it. The elongated arms bracing against the debris walls, the ridged skull tilted at an angle that suggested it was listening. It heard them. Of course it heard them. It had been hearing them since they entered the water, tracking their approach through the waiter's sensory network, monitoring their progress with whatever passed for attention in a brain that had been rebuilt from the cellular level by a compound that did not stop. Thomas stopped walking, 10 feet from the Leviathan. The water was waist-deep here. The debris field had raised the bottom, creating a shallow zone around the creature's nest. The waiters had stopped too, arranged in a semicircle behind the team, their gray-green faces above the water, their amber-white eyes directed at the confrontation. The Leviathan moved. It unfolded from its crouch with a slowness that was deliberate, not sluggish. The controlled, purposeful rising of something that chose its own pace and would not be hurried. It rose to its full height, nearly 7 feet, even hunched under the weight of its own grotesque growth. The calcified skull plate caught the growing light, bone white and ridged, a natural helmet that covered everything above the brow line. The eyes beneath were copper, darker than the standard amber, deeper, with a quality that Thomas could only describe as present. Not the flat, depthless regard of a stage 3, not the enhanced sensory awareness of a stage 4, something that looked sickeningly like cognition. It looked at Thomas. Thomas looked at it. The moment stretched. The bay was silent except for the lap of water against debris and the collective, synchronized breathing of the waiters. That drone, that chord, amplified by the water into something that resonated in the chest and the bones. The Leviathan opened its mouth, not to vocalize, not to bite. It opened its mouth and made a sound that was different from anything Thomas had heard from the infected. Not the drone, not the click, not the scream. A sound that had shape, that had modulation, that rose and fell in a pattern that was not speech but was closer to speech than anything the infected had ever produced. It was trying to communicate. The realization hit Thomas with the force of a physical blow. The Leviathan, the apex, the stage 5, the thing that had been a 78-year-old Alzheimer's patient 14 weeks ago, was attempting to bridge the gap between its rebuilt brain and the world it inhabited. The LZ7 compound had destroyed Albert Pogue's higher functions and rebuilt them differently, creating a mind that could plan and build and direct, but could not speak, could not explain, could not do the one thing that human intelligence existed to do: connect. It was trying and failing. And the failure was visible in the increasing intensity of the vocalization, the sound becoming louder, more complex, more frustrated, the mouth working in shapes that were almost syllabic, the throat producing frequencies that were almost tonal. The whole effort a grotesque pantomime of language performed by a body that had lost the machinery of speech and was trying to reinvent it from scratch. "It's trying to talk," Rennie whispered. "It can't." Nadine's voice came through the earpiece that Tomas wore. She was on the seawall, monitoring through binoculars, her medical perspective providing real-time analysis. The vocal apparatus has been restructured. The larynx, the pharynx, the tongue, all modified by the compound. It can produce sound, but it cannot produce language. The neural pathways for speech are gone. Whatever it's trying to say, it can't say it. The Leviathan's vocalization increased in volume. The waiters responded, their drone shifting, harmonizing with the Leviathan's sound, creating a chord that was complex and discordant, and, underneath the dissonance, almost musical. The sound filled the bay. It bounced off the debris field and the water surface and the distant seawall, creating echoes that layered on top of each other until the entire acoustic space was saturated. And then the Leviathan stopped. The silence was abrupt, total. A switch flipped from maximum output to zero. The waiters went silent too, simultaneously, as if connected to the same circuit. In the silence, the Leviathan looked at Tomas. The copper eyes beneath the calcified brow held an expression that Tomas recognized from a different context entirely. The expression of a person who has tried to communicate something important and has been met with incomprehension. The expression of frustration, of isolation, of a mind locked inside a body that could not transmit what the mind contained. Albert Pogue, 78 years old, Alzheimer's patient, first recipient of LZ7. A man who had been losing his mind to disease before the compound gave him a different mind. Inhuman, terrifying, capable of things no human mind could do, but also imprisoned in the same isolation that the Alzheimer's had imposed. He had gone from one cage to another. The compound had rebuilt his brain, but had not rebuilt his humanity. And the gap between what he could think and what he could say was the same gap that the disease had created, widened now to the scale of a species. The horror of it was personal, in a way that the outbreak's broader horror was not. This was one person, one old man, who had been promised a cure and had received a transformation, who had been reduced to a number in a clinical trial, not so different from the Foundry's unit designations, and who had emerged from that trial as something that the world would have to kill to survive. Thomas felt something shift in his chest. Not sympathy. The Leviathan was a threat, a lethal existential threat, and sympathy would not change that. But recognition. The recognition that the thing standing before him had once been a person, and that the person had been failed by Vanguard, by the compound, by a system of distributed negligence, where every individual could plausibly say they were just one link in the chain. "I'm sorry," Tomas said. The words came from the place below strategy, the place where the compulsive rescuer lived, the man who went back for every dropped wrench, the man who had walked 50 miles for one child. The Leviathan tilted its head. The copper eyes focused on him. The mouth opened, closed, opened again. The vocalization that emerged was quieter this time. Lower, less complex, almost a sigh. Then it charged. The movement was explosive. the Leviathan launching from its crouch with a speed that belied its size, the massive frame accelerating through the waist-deep water with a force that created a bow wave, the club-like hands sweeping forward in a strike that would have killed Tomas instantly if he hadn't been expecting it. He ducked. The hand passed over his head. He felt the displaced air, the heat of the Leviathan's body, the chemical tang of its skin. He came up with the welding hammer and drove the pick end into the thing's side, below the rib cage, into the gap between the calcified plates. The pick sank 3 inches. The Leviathan made no sound. It pivoted, impossibly fast for its size, and the elbow of its extended arm caught Tomas in the chest, lifting him off his feet and sending him backward into the water. He went under. The bay filled his mouth, his nose, warm, brackish, tasting of salt and decay. His feet found the bottom and he pushed upward, breaking the surface, gasping, the hammer still in his hand, the Leviathan already turning toward him for a second strike. Rennie was there. She came in from the right, low, fast, her modified hammer swinging in the arc that she'd perfected over 70 days of killing. The hip rotation, the core engagement, the explosive force channeled through the kinetic chain. The pick end of her hammer hit the Leviathan's knee. Not the calcified plate, the joint, the gap in the armor where bone met bone and the compound's protections were thinnest. The Leviathan's leg buckled, not collapsed, buckled, the massive frame shifting, the weight redistributing, a structural compromise that Alma would have recognized as the first stage of cascading failure. Wally moved. The soldier emerged, total, complete. The 30 years of pharmacy and coffee stripped away in an instant, leaving nothing but the man who had been trained to find weak points and exploit them. He closed the distance between himself and the Leviathan in 3 strides, his welding hammer raised, and he struck with a precision that was surgical, the pick end targeting the base of the skull, the occipital region, the foramen magnum where the spinal cord entered the brain case. The calcified plate deflected the strike. The pick skidded across the bone surface, leaving a white scratch but not penetrating. The Leviathan spun, its arms sweeping in a wide arc that caught Wally across the shoulders and sent him sprawling into the debris. Crystal came in with the machete. She didn't aim for the skull. She aimed for the arms, the elongated limbs that were the Leviathan's primary weapons. The machete bit into the left forearm, cutting through the muscle tissue with a wet, fibrous resistance. The Leviathan's hand opened involuntarily, the grip broken, and for a moment the arm hung limp. The compound would regenerate it. In hours, maybe less. But for this moment, the Leviathan was down 1 arm and 1 leg, and the 4 humans in the water pressed the advantage. Tomas went for the skull again. This time, he didn't swing. He climbed. He grabbed the Leviathan's shoulder plating, hauled himself up the thing's hunched back, his feet finding purchase on the calcified ridges of its torso, and reached the skull crest. The pick end of the hammer was in his hand. He positioned it against the base of the skull, the occiput, the thin spot, the structural weakness that every skull shared, regardless of how much calcium the compound had deposited. He raised the hammer. The Leviathan thrashed, trying to dislodge him. Its remaining hand reached back, the club-like fingers grasping for Tomas's leg. Rennie hit the hand with her hammer, driving it away. Wally struck the other knee, and the Leviathan dropped to both knees in the water, the massive frame folding. Tomas struck. The pick entered the skull at the base. The calcified plate was thinner here. Alma had predicted this. The engineer's understanding of structural reinforcement patterns, telling her that the compound would prioritize the dome and the brow, leaving the occipital base as the point of minimum protection. The pick punched through bone and into the soft tissue beneath. The Leviathan spasmed, a full-body convulsion that nearly threw Tomas from his perch. He held on, drove the pick deeper, felt the resistance change from solid to soft to something that gave way, with a finality that was unmistakable. The Leviathan made one more sound. Not the drone, not the attempted speech, not the frustrated vocalization of a mind trying to bridge an unbridgeable gap. A sound that was simple and low, and might have been in a different context from a different throat, a sigh of release. It fell forward, into the water, the massive body hitting the surface with a splash that sent waves in every direction, rocking the debris field, pushing the waders backward in their semicircle. It did not move again. Tomas fell off its back and into the bay. He surfaced coughing, spitting water, the welding hammer still in his hand. The Leviathan lay face down in the water, its calcified skull half submerged, its body settling into the bay floor. The waders stood motionless. Their drone had stopped. Their amber-white eyes were focused on the Leviathan's body, with an expression that looked like a signal being interrupted, a connection being lost, a network going offline. One by one, they began to disperse, not attacking, not retreating in any organized way, simply dispersing, walking away through the water in different directions. The coordination that had characterized their behavior, dissolving as the source of that coordination, sank lifeless into the bay floor. Within 5 minutes, the debris field was empty. The team stood alone in the water, surrounded by the wreckage of the bridge and the body of the thing that had tried to rebuild it. Rennie was the first to speak. She was standing in waist-deep water, her hammer dripping, her face wearing an expression Thomas had never seen on her. Something entirely new. A person discovering who they were when the fight was over. "Is it dead?" she asked. "Brain destruction is permanent," Nadine said through the earpiece. "If Mr. Delgado penetrated the brainstem—" "I penetrated," Tomas said. "Then it's dead. Dead." The words sat in the water around them. The Leviathan, Albert Pogue, Patient Zero, the first and worst of what LZ7 could create, was dead. The apex was gone. The director, the builder, the intelligence that had been marshaling the infected toward the island, was lying face down in Galveston Bay, with a welding hammer wound in the back of its skull. Tomas looked at the body, looked at the water, looked at the island, visible to the south, the seawall a pale line, the buildings and the solar panels, and the greenhouse catching the morning light. "Let's go home," he said. They waded south, 4 people in chest-deep water, walking the submerged causeway that the Leviathan had built for its assault, and that now served as their path home. The morning light strengthened around them. The bay was calm, the waders were gone. On the seawall, the group was waiting. 60 faces, survivors, refugees, children, the accumulated population of an island community that had been built from nothing by people who had refused to stop building. They watched the 4 figures emerge from the bay, climbing the seawall, dripping, exhausted, carrying weapons that had been designed for a single purpose and had fulfilled it. Elijah was recording. His face was pale, his hands steady, his recorder held to his lips. "Day 66, he said. "The Leviathan is dead. The apex infected, the stage 5, the thing that was directing the Horde's evolution, has been killed by a team of 4 survivors using handmade weapons in Galveston Bay. The team leader, Tomas Delgado, delivered the fatal strike with a modified welding hammer. The infected's command structure appears to have collapsed with its death. The waders in the bay dispersed. The immediate threat to the island has been neutralized." He paused, looked at Tomas. The journalist's eyes were bright with something that Tomas recognized as the specific, earned pride of a man who had been there, who had witnessed, who had recorded, who had done his job. Not the job of a fighter or a builder or a leader, but the job of a rememberer, a keeper of records, a man who ensured that what happened was not lost. "For the record," Elijah said, "I want to note that I stayed on the seawall during the engagement. I did not go into the water. I did not fight. I watched through binoculars and I recorded everything, and I was terrified the entire time." He clicked the recorder off, looked at Tomas. "But I was here. I was here and I saw it, and I'll make sure everyone knows." "That's enough, Elijah." "Yeah." A small surprised smile. "Yeah, I think it is." The days after the Leviathan's death were quiet in a way that the island had not experienced before. Not the tense quiet of threat anticipated, nor the exhausted quiet of crisis survived. A genuine, full quiet. The sound of a community drawing breath, settling into its own weight, beginning the slow transition from survival to living. The waiters did not return to the debris field. Without the Leviathan's direction, the underwater construction stopped. The submerged causeway remained. 412 feet of stacked debris, an artifact of inhuman engineering that Alma studied with a fascination that was equal parts professional and horrified. But it did not grow. The network had lost its hub. The workers had lost their foreman. This did not mean the threat was gone. The infected were still on the mainland, still evolving, still adapting. The compound was still active in millions of bodies, still regenerating, still building. Another Stage 5 might emerge, another Leviathan, another Apex, another intelligence that could direct and build and plan. But that was the future. And the future, for the first time since the outbreak, felt like something that could be measured in years rather than hours. Tomas built every day. The solar array expanded. 24 panels now, enough to power the hotel's essential systems and the UTMB labs and the radio uplink and the growing network of lights and pumps and fans that constituted the island's infrastructure. The greenhouse produced its first full harvest: tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, basil. The fish traps brought in croakers and redfish, and once, a small flounder that Amelia caught and held up with both hands, and a grin that was the widest Tomas had seen from her. A grin that had no reservation in it, no assessment, no institutional caution, just the pure, uncomplicated joy of a child holding a fish. "It's huge," she said. "It was 8 inches long." "Enormous," Tomas agreed. They ate it for dinner, fried in a pan on the camp stove with greenhouse tomatoes and rice. Amelia ate every bite and asked for more. There was no more. She accepted this with the equanimity of a child who had learned that not having enough was a condition of existence and not a crisis. "Tomorrow I'll catch 2, she said. "I believe you." The school expanded under Connie's successor, a woman named Maria, one of Linda's congregation members, who had been a high school English teacher before the outbreak and who brought to the ballroom classroom the same fierce, tender insistence on learning that Connie had established. The Foundry children were integrating, slowly, in the incremental way that trauma resolved, not in dramatic breakthroughs, but in the daily accumulation of small safeties. A child who had been Unit 12 asked to be called by her name, Sarah. A child who had been Unit 5 started drawing pictures of a house he remembered. A child who had been Unit 23 laughed at a joke for the first time. And the sound, high, clear, startled, made every adult in the room stop what they were doing and listen. Nadine continued her work at UTMB. The treatment protocol was in production beyond the containment line. Northcom had confirmed manufacture at 3 pharmaceutical facilities. Distribution plans were being developed. The military, for the first time, was talking about entry into the exclusion zone. Not rescue yet, not the cavalry, but contact, communication. The first tentative steps of a system that had written off the Gulf Coast, beginning to reconsider whether the writing off had been premature. Elijah broadcast daily. His transmissions had become a lifeline for survivor communities across the coast. The voice from Galveston, the island that had blown its bridge and killed its monster and transmitted a treatment that might save a continent. He was not a brave man. He had not become a brave man, but he had become something that mattered more, a reliable one, a man who showed up every day and told the truth and kept the record and ensured that the story of what had happened, all of it, the heroism and the cowardice, the sacrifice and the selfishness, the impossible things that ordinary people had done because the alternative was dying, was preserved. Crystal was sober. 14 months and 91 days. She had stopped counting publicly. The daily announcement of her sobriety that had been a fixture of the Bayou Bridge Camp. But Tomas knew she still counted privately. The way he still counted Amelia's uses of the word dad. You counted the things that mattered. The pills were still in Tomas's pocket. He had not returned them. He had not thrown them away. They sat in his pocket like a trust, a covenant, a reminder that the things people carried were not always visible, and the weights they bore were not always their own. Wally made coffee every evening. The ritual had expanded. He now made enough for anyone who wanted a cup. The fin filter working overtime, the smell of Vietnamese coffee becoming the island's unofficial signal for the end of the workday and the beginning of the human hours. People gathered around Wally's coffee station, the way people had once gathered around water coolers and campfires, drawn by the warmth, the aroma, the simple comfort of a shared experience that connected them to the world before and to each other in the world now. Rennie hummed. She hummed while she worked on the solar panels. She hummed while she ran the perimeter patrols. She hummed while she maintained the fish traps and the water filtration system and the 1,000 small mechanical tasks that kept the island functioning. And sometimes, in the evenings, when the work was done and the light was gold on the Gulf, and the salt air carried the scent of Wally's coffee, she sang. Not loudly, not for an audience, but audibly, her voice small and clear, and carrying the melody of Dreaming of You across the seawall and out over the water, where it dissolved into the sound of the waves and was gone. On day 72, Tomas sat on the seawall at dawn, his station, his place, the pry bar beside him, leaning against the concrete. Wally's coffee in his hand, the Gulf stretching to the horizon, flat and silver in the early light, the sky above it a gradient of gray to blue to the deep, clear azure that Texas skies achieved in early October, when the brutal summer finally relented and the air took on the clean, specific quality of a season that had been earned through suffering. It was October. The heat had broken. The nights were cool, 60s, low 70s, and the infected's behavior was changing. Slower, less coordinated. The heat-activated compound responding to the dropping temperature, the neural pathways operating at reduced capacity, the threat diminishing in proportion to the mercury. Cold wouldn't stop them. Nadine had been clear about that. The compound was dormant in cold, not dead. Come summer, the heat would return, and with it the acceleration, the coordination, the evolution. But for now, in the October cool, the island was safer than it had been since they'd arrived. Tomas sat and watched the water and thought about the things he could not stop thinking about. Lucia, the 14 seconds. He heard them every night. Not as often. The frequency had decreased from constant to nightly, the brain's own triage protocol reducing the playback as other experiences accumulated and demanded processing capacity. But every night, at some point between consciousness and sleep, the phone call played. The crash, the scream, the wet sound, the static. He had memorized its structure, the way he memorized engine specifications. Permanently, precisely, without the ability to unsee. He would carry it forever. He knew this now, not as a wound that would heal, but as a scar that would remain. Healed tissue, different from the original, permanently altered, functional but marked. He would carry Lucia's death the way Dewey had carried Pearline, not as a secret or a burden, but as a fact of his anatomy, a part of his body's architecture, load-bearing and permanent. Dewey, the shrimp boat. All right, darling, let's go home. Tomas hadn't heard the words, but he had imagined them so many times that they had acquired the weight of memory, indistinguishable from the things he'd actually experienced. Dewey had driven his boat into a pylon with his wife in the hold and his hand on the throttle and the Gulf Coast sprawling around him. The water and the sky and the salt air that had been his whole life contained in the last thing he'd see. Darnell. The grin, the heart. The children he'd carried on shoulders that were the widest and the kindest and the most fragile of any in the group. He had set them down and sat against the guardrail and looked at the sky, and his heart had stopped. And the gentleness of his death. No violence, no horror, just a body reaching its limit and ceasing. was both a mercy and an obscenity. Byron, the ledger, the numbers, the man who had starved himself to feed others and placed explosives with the precision of a financial audit and never asked for credit because credit was not a line item in the survival budget. His last entry, D-Day. The humor in it, dark, deliberate, the accountant's final joke, still made Tomas's chest tighten. Connie, you will not have them. 6 words. The entire moral architecture of a life compressed into 6 words, spoken in a doorway, standing between the armed and the innocent. The principal who had managed 500 children's crises and who had managed the last one, the one that killed her, with the same calm, firm authority she'd brought to fire drills and parent conferences. The 15 survivors at the foundry's eastern perimeter, the woman nursing an infant by firelight, the man who shook Tomas's hand, he heard their screaming every night too, a different playback on a different frequency, but just as permanent, just as architectural. He had sent them to die. He had used their lives as currency, purchasing his daughter's freedom with their blood. He would carry this the way he carried Lucia, not as a wound that could heal, but as a fact that could only be lived with. He had crossed the line that he'd drawn on day 1 in the auto shop, when he'd refused to leave his students, when he'd locked Marcus in the paint booth instead of killing him, when he'd walked south with the conviction that a man who saved people was worth being. He had crossed that line at the foundry, and the crossing was permanent, and the man on this side of the line was different from the man on the other side, and both of them lived in the same body. The contradictions did not cancel out. They accumulated. He sat with them. For the first time since the outbreak, he sat with all of them, the dead and the living, the saved and the sacrificed. The lines crossed and the lines held. And he did not try to resolve them into a coherent narrative or a redemptive arc or a lesson learned. He sat with the mess of it, the blood and the beauty and the pancakes and the static, and he let it be what it was, a life, his life, imperfect, blood-stained, ongoing. Footsteps behind him. Small footsteps. Emilia climbed onto the seawall and sat beside him. She was wearing a t-shirt from the Island gift shop, bright pink with a cartoon pelican and the words Galveston Island. Fun in the sun, and shorts that were slightly too big, cinched with a belt that Crystal had punched extra holes in with her machete. Senior Bump was under one arm. In the other hand, she carried a cup, Wally's coffee, half a cup, the amount she'd been allowed since she'd started asking for it 2 weeks ago. She sipped the coffee, made a face, sipped again. It's bitter, she said. That's what makes it coffee. Why do people like bitter things? Because you get used to it, and then you miss it when it's gone. She considered this with the gravity of a 7-year-old parsing adult wisdom. That's weird. Most things adults do are weird. I know. They sat. The gulf was flat and silver. The sky was blue. The air smelled of salt and the faint, clean scent of the season turning, the Gulf Coast's version of autumn, subtle and earned, the reward for surviving the summer. Dad. He'd lost count. Somewhere past 20, he'd stopped counting. Not because the word had lost its significance, but because it had gained a different kind. The significance of routine, of normalcy, of a word used so often that it became invisible, which was what words were supposed to become when they described things that were permanent. Yeah, mija? Can we go fishing today? After breakfast. Can we have pancakes for breakfast? Is there another option? No. Then pancakes. She leaned against him. Not the tentative, partial lean of the first weeks. The full, boneless, gravitational lean of a child who had decided that this surface was solid and could be trusted with her weight. Her head settled against his arm. Senor Bump pressed between them. A minute of silence. The gulf breathed. The sky held. Dad? Yeah? I remember her now. Mom. I remember what she looked like. Tomas's throat closed. His eyes burned. He did not press his palms against his thighs. He did not seal the crack, he let it open. Yeah? She had curly hair like me, and she smiled all the time, and she danced in the kitchen. She did. She danced to Celia Cruz. Can you sing it? The song she danced to? Tomas could not sing. He had never been able to sing. Lucia had teased him about it, called his voice a crime against music, laughed until she cried when he tried to sing Happy Birthday at Amelia's parties. He could not carry a tune across a room, let alone across the distance between the man he'd been and the man he was. But his daughter asked, and the asking was a bridge, the last bridge, the one that no compound could destroy and no horde could cross, and no engineer needed to design, because it had been built before the world ended. Built from bedtime stories and Saturday pancakes and tiny hands in his, and it held. He opened his mouth. He sang. It was terrible. Off-key, off-rhythm, the words half-remembered and half-invented, the melody of La Vida es un Carnaval filtered through a voice that had no business attempting music, and was attempting it anyway because his daughter had asked, and he had never, not once, not even when the world was burning, been able to refuse her anything. Emilia listened. The frown, the thinking frown, Lucia's frown, softened. The corners of her mouth lifted, not the fleeting micro-expression of the early days. A real smile, full, unguarded. The smile of a child who was hearing something terrible and loving it because the person making the sound was hers. That's really bad, she said. I know. Mom would have laughed. She always did. Sing it again. He sang it again. Worse, if possible. The melody wandering further from its source. The words dissolving into sounds that bore no resemblance to Celia Cruz or any other musician who had ever lived. Emilia laughed. The sound was high and clear and surprised, the laugh of a child discovering that the world still contained things that were absurd and joyful and entirely, wonderfully pointless. It carried across the seawall and over the water and into the morning air, where it mixed with the salt and the wind and the distant sound of Rennie humming, Selena on the roof, and Wally's coffee brewing in the kitchen, and Elijah's recorder capturing everything, everything. For the record, for posterity, for the future that was being assembled one day at a time from the materials at hand. Tomas Delgado sat on the Galveston seawall with his daughter leaning against his arm, and the Gulf stretching to the horizon, and the smoke of the mainland fading in the October air. And he sang a song he couldn't sing for a girl who had been lost and found. And the sun came up, and the world was broken, and the world was beautiful. And both of those things were true at the same time. And that was enough. That was enough. The sun rose over Galveston Island. The light touched the water first, turning it from silver to gold, and then the seawall, warming the concrete, and then the buildings and the solar panels and the greenhouse, where tomatoes ripened in the October morning, and then the two figures sitting on the wall, a man and a girl, and a stuffed armadillo, silhouetted against the light, the man's mouth moving in the shape of a song that would never be performed at Carnegie Hall, but that was, in this moment, on this wall, in this broken and beautiful world, the most important piece of music ever sung. The Gulf rolled against the seawall. The waves came and went and came again, indifferent to everything that had happened on the shore. Tomas sat in that rhythm. Emilia leaned into his warmth. Senor Bump watched the horizon with his one remaining button eye, and the morning settled around them like a blanket, like a promise, like the first page of a story that had not yet been written, but that would begin, as all the best stories did, with a small and ordinary moment. A father, a daughter, a sunrise, a song. The world could take everything else. It had taken almost everything else. But it could not take this. This was the thing that survived. The end.